Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the What If guy, back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Issei Forged Narnian Empire. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Issei believed they needed to take the USB to the leaders, convinced that Issei was a traitor to the Cow's Brigade. He felt a sense of satisfaction at finally being rid of his useless brother. Iris agreed, stating that the USB likely contained plans and strategies for invading factions and taking advantage of them. She thought it was a brilliant plan, laughing to herself. In Issei's mind, Drake was furious and disappointed, wishing that Issei had been the one to bear the burden instead of the current traitor. Outside of Issei's mind, Aquino supported Issei's claim, suggesting that they should go with Rias to confront her brother. Rias concurred, stating they should head to the underworld to speak with her brother. As they left the room, they encountered the parents of both brothers. Mickey questioned their haste, while Iris explained that they had found a USB in the room of the pervert and suspected it contained stolen information. Goro reacted with anger, exclaiming his disappointment in Issei. Mickey expressed her belief that they should have acted sooner. Rias calmly invited them to join, suggesting their votes would be important if they decided to expel Issei. Mickey agreed, and they went to change before heading to the underworld. In the underworld, Issei was busy with paperwork while his wife, Grafia, stood beside him. They noticed a magic circle forming, and from it emerged the Gremory clan along with the Hyudu siblings and their parents. Issei greeted them with curiosity about their visit. Rias explained that they had found a USB in Issei's room and suspected he might be a traitor. Upon hearing this, both demons were filled with anger, and Issei's aura intensified. He demanded to know if Rias's claim was true. Issei confirmed it, feeling a mix of seriousness and internal amusement. Issei ordered Grafia to call all the leaders of the alliance to inform them of the situation. 20 minutes later, leaders from various factions arrived, including members from the Citri clan, angels Michael and Gabriel, Yokai Yasaka and her daughter Konu, fallen angels Azazel and Penemu with Vala's team, and Norse gods Odin, Freya, and Thor, as well as Greek gods Zeus, Aphrodite, and Ares, and the dragon gods Great Red and Ophis. Azazel questioned the urgency of the summons. Issei explained that Rias and her clan had discovered that Issei might be a traitor. The room fell silent as everyone processed this revelation. Seraphal asked Issei if it was true, to which he responded affirmatively, tossing the USB onto the table. After 2 hours of discussion, a decision was reached. Michael began to speak but was interrupted by Mickey, who clarified that Issei was not her son. Michael then declared that Issei would be expelled from the allied factions, and if found, he would face execution. Everyone nodded in agreement with the Archangel's decision. Iris suggested they examine the USB for any information on Issei's bases or strategies, receiving praise from those present. Issei called for guards to bring a player to view the USB. 15 minutes later, the guards returned with the player, and everyone settled in to watch. On the screen, a beautiful courtyard appeared, focusing on a barbecue where Issei was speaking with what appeared to be an animal. Issei calmly asked how long it would take to buy hamburger buns. Maugrim, the creature, responded indifferently. As the scene unfolded, Penemu pointed out the traitor, while Gabriel expressed curiosity about the wolf. Ajuka found humor in Issei's conversation with the wolf, and everyone was shocked when the wolf replied. Suddenly, voices approached the door. The first to enter was a figure with red hair dressed as a butler, followed by a humanoid with an insect-like appearance, and then a blue-haired individual in military attire. One of them greeted Issei affectionately, and he responded calmly. Another announced that they had brought the hot dog buns, to which Issei reacted with seriousness, questioning what they were doing. The nervous individual stammered that they were making hamburgers, prompting Issei to express his frustration. The group gathered in the same room to uncover the secrets of the supposed traitor. Odin asked if everyone was ready, receiving nods from the group. On the screen, Issei and Zijin walked along a path that only 2 in the room recognized. Outside the screen, Drake and Albion expressed their curiosity about why Issei was in dragon territory. Azazel noted that they hadn't seen Tanin in a while Falbium mentioned that some dragons and wyverns had been disappearing, raising concern among the group. Yasaka suggested sending a team of yokai to investigate, and Zeus offered to send some Olympic soldiers for support. Valis stated that his group would also join to find out what was happening, and Michael insisted they finish watching the video first. Inside the video, Issei and Zijin finally reached their destination, encountering the imposing figure known as the Dragon of the Fiery Meteor. Tanin turned to face them, questioning why the disappointment of the Hayadu and an insect were there. Zijin, filled with anger, protested against Tanin's words, while Issei calmly explained that they were there for an alliance, confusing everyone except Zijin. Tanin expressed confusion, stating he was already in an alliance with the factions. Issei further confused Tanin by implying he wasn't there on their behalf. Outside the screen, Biko laughed at Tanin's reaction. The group listened intently as Issei's words sparked anger among them, but they remained focused on the unfolding events. Tanin asked which faction Issei represented, prompting Issei to request Zijin to turn off the camera for a serious discussion. Zijin complied, and an uncomfortable silence filled the room until Freya suggested they should interrogate Tanin about the nature of his alliance. Ares agreed, and Iris added that reviewing another video might reveal locations or strategies. They proceeded to watch another video, showing Issei walking alone. The location was unfamiliar to most, but when they reached the end, several were shocked by what they saw. Outside the screen, Drake, Albion, Odin, Zeus, Michael, Ophis, and Great Red exclaimed in disbelief at the sight of Smog, the dragon under the mountain. Seraphal asked who he was, and Azazel echoed her question. Odin explained that Smog was an ancient dragon, powerful enough to surpass celestial dragons, and known as the king under the mountain, leaving those unaware in shock. Wondered what Issei intended to do with him. Inside the video, Smog confronted Issei, demanding to know what brought him to his domain. Issei calmly stated he was there to make a deal. Smog arrogantly questioned what he would gain from allying with someone he deemed insignificant. Issei replied that Smog would gain recognition and power, but in return, he wanted Smog's loyalty. Smog, intrigued yet skeptical, noted Issei's boldness and considered the potential benefits of their alliance. Issei assured him that joining would lead to more wealth and a lasting legacy. Smog, after a moment of contemplation, agreed to pledge his loyalty to Issei, kneeling slightly in acknowledgement. Outside the screen, shock enveloped the room. No one could believe the powerful Smog had just bowed to the traitor. The realization that Smog was now an ally of Issei raised concerns about the difficulty of defeating him or extracting information from him. Elmenhild, still in disbelief, remarked that this made everything much worse. Ophis noted that Issei had formidable allies, including Smog, the insect, the dark-haired boy, the wolf, and the dragon queen of Karma, possibly Tanin and other dragons. Great Red agreed, stating that Issei could become a serious problem, comparable to the level of the Chaos Brigade. Rias expressed her belief that Issei would eventually reveal his plans for his allies, though fear lingered in her voice. Ister speculated that Issei might be planning an attack on a faction in the near future. This sentiment was shared among the Gremory and Citri clans, as well as the Hayadu parents. Circe asserted that they needed to process this information and agreed to reconvene at the same time the following day. Everyone nodded in agreement before heading off to rest. After witnessing Smog nearly kneel before Issei, some were still processing the event, while the familiar group remained in the same room. Gabriel asked if she could show a video, and Penemu questioned if it was the day of Loki's attack, causing the Hayadu siblings to tense up. Iris expressed her discomfort, stuttering as she spoke about feeling cold. Kiba, concerned like the others, asked what was wrong. Gran Rojo questioned her seriousness, his voice steady. Meanwhile, in another part of the room, Ister was trembling slightly while conversing with his companion, Drake, who laughed at the thought of revealing Ister's secrets. Ister, feeling agitated, snapped back at Drake, who reminded him of his own weaknesses compared to his brother. Outside of Ister's mind, Aquino noticed his unusual behavior and asked him what was wrong. Ister coldly replied that it was nothing and walked away, leaving Aquino feeling sad and worried about his state. Ravel speculated that Ister might still be processing the betrayal they had witnessed, while Kuroka playfully suggested she could calm him down, which sparked jealousy among the girls interested in him. As the scene shifted to the screen, it showed Issei alone in a meeting room, seemingly plotting something. Rias found it odd that Issei was strategizing when Ister and Iris had mentioned he went to spy on the girls in the hot springs. The door opened, revealing the Hayudu brothers. Ister greeted Issei with a smug smile, emphasizing that the battle plan was his. Iris chimed in, expecting a good plan since all their hopes rested on them. Confusion filled the room as everyone processed the idea that Issei's plan was being claimed by Ister. Issei, frightened, protested that it was his plan, but Ister angrily asserted his authority as the Dragon Emperor, delivering a blow to Issei's stomach. Iris laughed heartily at the scene and prepared a fire spell, causing Issei to cry out in pain. Ister, now calmer but serious, declared that the plan was complete. Issei nodded, tears in his eyes, and Ister thanked him with a laugh as they headed for the exit. The room was filled with shock as everyone struggled to believe what they had just witnessed. Drake, the sealed dragon, broke the silence, revealing that Issei had been the mastermind behind all their battles and even the outings with girls, leaving everyone stunned. Mickey was the first to react, questioning the truth of Drake's words while tears streamed down her face. Ister defensively insisted that Issei was useless, but Gabriel, crying, confronted him about his actions towards his brother. Iris coldly stated that they had no other brother, but Kaneko, with tears in her eyes, punched him, blaming him for Issei's potential hatred towards them. Circe, serious and cold, warned that they would be imprisoned in Tartarus until the true hero of the alliance returned for judgment. Azazel confirmed the punishment, and Michael announced the cancellation of various commitments, leaving everyone somber. Ajuka ordered the guards to take the Hayudu brothers to Tartarus, and despite their confusion, the guards complied. As the guards approached, Rias and Azazel intervened. Ister attempted to speak but was silenced by a punch from Rias, who was furious. Azazel added that they could not leave the Red Emperor in the hands of someone like Ister. Ister, in a panic, protested against the unfairness of their actions. Drake agreed with Azazel, expressing his disdain for Ister. Azazel then cast a spell that caused Ister to scream in pain. After 20 minutes, the process ended, and Azazel ordered the guards to take Ister away. The brothers left with the guards, and Gran Rojo suggested they return the next day to process the information, his tone serious yet tinged with sadness. Each person returned home with the same thought. They needed to forgive Issei, feeling heavy-hearted and with the women in tears. News of the Hayudu brothers' actions spread rapidly, causing shock and sadness among their peers. The leaders dispatched squads to find Issei and apologize, but none could locate him, deepening the sorrow, especially among a specific group of women. They cried every night, and some, like Irina and Gabriel, nearly succumbed to despair until Michael intervened. Ophis, deeply affected, experienced a transformation, channeling her feelings into something darker. The girls avoided other boys, believing it would betray Issei. Back in the room, Circe, feeling down, asked if there was any trace of Issei. Michael, with a serious tone, replied that there was no news. Odin suggested they continue watching the videos, believing they might reveal Issei's whereabouts. Thor questioned his father, but Odin calmly explained that if the videos hadn't opened their eyes, they might still guide them to Issei. Azazel agreed with Odin, and everyone focused on the screen, hoping for answers. The scene displayed what appeared to be a camp, leaving everyone curious about what would unfold next. Animals such as tigers, jaguars, wolves, rhinoceroses, wild boars, bears, and deer roamed the area. However, what stood out the most were the centaurs, fauns, minotaurs, and satyrs equipped with machinery that resembled catapults. The scene shifted to a group of tents, where the protagonist was seen conversing with several animals and a young man. Among them was a wolf named Maugrim, accompanied by a pack of wolves and some griffins, along with a few small creatures. Maugrim, the wolf, spoke respectfully, questioning his lord about their purpose. Issei, serious in demeanor, informed the group that they were preparing to attack one of the bases of the Cow's brigade. Outside the screen, confusion arose among the group, but they were taken aback by the sight of the camp. Gabriel wondered why so many animals from the human world and supernatural beings were gathered in one place. Yasaka noted it was even stranger that they weren't fighting among themselves, observing the satyrs, fauns, minotaurs, and armored centaurs. Penemu inquired about the purpose of the catapults, her expression serious. As they looked at Issei, a knot formed in their throats, and some of the more sensitive women began to tear up. Shock swept through the group as they absorbed Issei's words. Serche, surprised, questioned what he was planning, while Rias, visibly distressed, expressed disbelief that Issei could be involved in such a scheme. Before anyone could speak further, the screen continued. Inside the screen, Issei addressed the chosen ones, instructing them to open the gates. He designated Riepachip's team to be in charge of opening the door for the rest of the troops, with Mogrim's team assisting by entering through a vulnerable point. He spoke with the authority of a commander, and the group responded seriously, affirming their understanding. A time skip revealed a dark night, with a castle illuminated by a few lights. In the shadows, a group of griffins was seen alongside some rats and a small figure, while a pack of wolves raced toward a specific location. Trumpkin pointed to a particular tower, requesting to be let in. Riepachip declared he would handle the guards while Trumpkin went to open the door for the wolves, demonstrating his agility as he took down a renegade demon. At the entrance where the wolves would enter, Maugrim, with blood on his muzzle, asked how much longer it would take. Another wolf was beside him, finishing off a fallen angel. Just then, the door opened, and Trumpkin emerged with a small smile, leading the wolves toward the hall to ascend the drawbridge. Maugrim urged everyone to push, exerting effort to open the door, while one wolf volunteered to keep watch. Outside the screen, the group watched intently as the mice took down the guards, and the dwarf and wolves worked to open the door. Back inside the screen, Issei shouted with determination, rallying his forces for the charge. From midnight to 4 seconds passed, Issei imagined himself instead of the centaur. He rode atop a unicorn, leading a squad of magical creatures. A rhinoceros charged ahead, sending 2 guards flying. The remaining guards attempted to brace themselves, but a tiger attacked the first, while a minotaur dispatched the second with a powerful blow, and the third fell to an arrow shot by a fawn archer. Everyone was taken aback, exclaiming in disbelief as they rushed into battle. As the fight commenced, griffins descended to assist Issei's team in opening the castle door, joining the fray alongside archers and mages. Outside the scene, onlookers were astonished to witness Issei commanding an assault against the Cow's brigade. Inside the castle, Issei dismounted from his unicorn and engaged a renegade demon with his sword, while a satyr fought valiantly beside him, moving a spear at a yokai. Issei rallied his group, urging them to follow him as they invaded the castle's inner sanctum. They entered what appeared to be a laboratory, discovering renegade demons encased in capsules that seemed to grant them power. Issei, serious in demeanor, instructed a group to protect the area. The Minotaur assured him that he, along with the boars and fawns, would handle the task. Issei then directed the rest to continue advancing. Outside the castle, the battle raged on, but the Narnian forces began to gain the upper hand. A satyr called for fire, prompting the archers to unleash their arrows. A centaur struck an Asgardian with his sword, questioning their retreat. A renegade demon attempted to conjure a magical circle but was intercepted by a tiger. The Minotaur caught the castle commander off guard, rendering him unconscious. The Minotaur announced his capture, and soon, several satyrs, jaguars, and a deer arrived to assist him. Outside the scene, the young observers were stunned by the battle, while the leaders and dragons maintained serious expressions. Arthur questioned the purpose of the renegade demon's presence, while Lu Fei noted that Issei had assigned guards to watch over them. When the image shifted to the castle's exterior, they were surprised to see Issei's forces prevailing against the Cow's brigade. Michael observed that the Minotaur had captured the castle leader, while Zeus speculated that they intended to interrogate him. Back inside the castle, Issei and his group reached the main laboratory, astonished by what they found. Issei, serious and impressed, questioned the nature of the discovery. A satyr reported that, According to their magical circle, they had taken the castle. It was true, what was once a stronghold of the Cows Brigade now displayed Narnian banners, with fawn archers stationed on the walls. Issei ordered to cut the video and investigate the skeleton they had found. Outside the scene, some were still processing the information while others wondered about the strange creature they had seen. Issei suggested taking a break to gather their thoughts. Each individual returned to their faction to rest, pondering what the next day might bring. In a shared viewing room, Rias expressed her disbelief about the previous day's events, and the members of the Gremory group, Ravel and Valle nodded in agreement. Valle remarked on Issei's humanity, while Albion noted the surprising command he held over Smog and other soldiers. Kiba confirmed that no one had expected such a turn of events. Among the leaders, Azazel proposed that they should ask Issei why he was referred to as Sir upon finding him. Elmenhild added that they needed to earn his trust first. Michael inquired if anyone had ideas on how to achieve that. Issei suggested involving Issei's former romantic interests. Yasaka agreed but expressed her desire to apologize and start anew with him. As they discussed, Penemu pondered how Issei had acquired soldiers. Gran Rojo suggested continuing to watch the videos for answers. Asia approached, capturing everyone's attention as she mentioned a date of significance related to the day of Loki. The shared sentiment of curiosity and concern filled the room. Inside the video, Issei appeared slightly injured and distressed, expressing his desire to help others. A mysterious figure addressed him calmly, asking what was wrong. Issei, surprised, questioned the figure's identity and why he referred to him as grandson. Outside the video, Goru was astonished, realizing the figure was his father. Issei inquired about the Hayadu family's connection, while Miki revealed that her father had been missing since Issei's birth, leading to collective shock. The mysterious figure continued, explaining that he had disappeared to protect Issei from his parents' treatment. Issei demanded proof, asking for his grandfather's name. The figure revealed that he had given Issei a dagger on his 5th birthday, prompting Issei's realization of the connection. Outside the video, Goru and Miki were both impressed and frustrated, realizing the significance of the dagger. The figure explained that the dagger bore the symbol of Narnian royalty and belonged to Lucy Pevensey, the brave queen of Narnia. He then introduced himself as Peter Pevensey, the great king of Narnia. Issei was left in awe, and the viewers shared his astonishment at the revelation. Peter informed Zenobia that Issei was of royal blood, leaving her in shock. Miki turned to her husband, asking if he knew about this revelation. Goru, equally surprised, replied that he had just found out. On the screen, Issei expressed his disbelief at being of royal lineage. Peter calmly confirmed it, prompting Issei to question why his father was unaware of this fact. Peter explained that Issei's father deemed him unworthy due to the disdain and mistreatment he had shown. Issei, feeling downcast, wondered why Peter didn't approach his brothers instead. Everyone was listening intently until Issei's questions sparked a wave of frustration among them, particularly Goru, who lamented that this was why their lineage had never been mentioned. The group felt a collective disappointment for Issei's lack of self-worth. On the screen, Peter approached Issei and playfully nudged him on the head. Issei, rubbing the spot where he was hit, complained about the unnecessary action. Peter, still a bit annoyed, chastised Issei for not valuing himself. Issei conceded but asked why Peter was revealing this now. Outside the screen, the audience shared the same curiosity about Peter's sudden appearance. Biko questioned why Peter had come at this moment. Inside the scene, Peter explained that he had come to take Issei to a special place and to help him escape his troubles. Issei, confused, asked where they were going and when. Peter replied that revealing their destination wouldn't be wise with the camera recording, but reassured Issei that they would leave soon. As a tree began to open, Peter called for Issei to join him. Hesitant, Issei stepped forward and stood before his grandfather. Peter extended his hand, inviting Issei to take it. After a moment of doubt, Issei grasped Peter's hand. Outside the screen, everyone watched as Issei entered the tree and vanished. Azazel wondered where they had gone, while Ophis suggested they rest and wait to see Issei the next day. In a reaction room, Asia expressed her curiosity about where Issei and his grandfather had gone. Rias reassured her that she wasn't the only one wondering. Surzek then asked who wanted to play a video, and Gasper eagerly volunteered. As Gasper prepared to play a video, something caught his attention. He announced to Rias that there was a video about a meeting. The group focused on him, and Azazel urged Gasper to play it without delay. On the screen, Issei was seen riding a unicorn alongside 2 minotaurs, a griffin, a satyr, 2 jaguars, a centaur, and a lion. Notably, the satyr carried a flag with a symbol. They were traveling peacefully when one of the minotaurs asked Issei where they were headed. Issei explained that he had kept their destination secret, known only to him and Aslan. Then what is it if we can know? The satyr suggested. Issei proposed that they first stop to rest, and he would explain. They proceeded to take a break. Issei explained that the reason was to form an alliance with the other kingdoms. Everyone except for Aslan was surprised. Outside the screen, everyone was interested in hearing about the alliance, but the leaders were disappointed to learn it did not involve them, though they were still intrigued. Inside the screen, a centaur asked why. Aslan replied that it was for the war that would come in the future against the Chaos Brigade. The group noticed Issei walking a little distance away to whistle. Suddenly, a roar echoed in response, and a red dragon descended from the sky, surprising those outside the screen. Issei greeted Caraxes happily. Outside the screen, Asia admired the beautiful dragon, and the girls and some men agreed. Yasaka, the yokai, questioned how Issei knew the dragon, and everyone shared that same curiosity. Inside the screen, Aslan asked Tyrus to inform Issei that it was time to leave. Tyrus, the elite satyr, quickly complied, rising and heading toward Issei. Before approaching, Caraxes took flight and soared into the sky. Issei joined the group, stating they needed to go as Drogon and Caraxes would be waiting for them at the meeting. He calmly called for Aureus, the elite centaur, who promptly joined his side. The recording cut briefly and resumed at the entrance of a round table surrounded by various beings. Notably, Caraxes and another darker dragon were visible at one end. Issei approached where Caraxes and the other dragon were. He greeted Drogon and Caraxes calmly. A voice from the table remarked that he was late, addressing him as the king of the Narnian. Issei playfully told Thranduil not to be so serious, eliciting laughter from a dwarf and a wolf-like creature. Thranduil, the elven king, responded with a hearty laugh, while another character expressed agreement with the dwarf. Issei then stated it was time to begin the meeting. At that moment, one of the minotaurs approached Issei and whispered something in his ear. Issei commented that his companion offered to introduce them. Everyone at the table agreed. The minotaur introduced himself as Asterius, one of the elite of the Narnian. Before he could continue, the reactions of the factions were observed. Outside the screen, everyone was impressed by the dragons, though questions arose about whether they were also kings. Inside the screen, Asterius introduced Thranduil, the king of the elves, who acknowledged the introduction with a slight bow. Outside, Gabriel expressed surprise at the presence of elves wherever Issei was, and the Gremory and Citri families shared similar astonishment. Odin wondered what kind of elves they were, but no one responded, focusing intently on the screen. Inside the screen, Asterius introduced Thrain II, the king of the dwarves, known as the Impeccable Shield. Outside, Kaneko lamented that they were almost her height, receiving consolation from Asia and Kiba. Azazel expressed interest in the variety of dwarves, and others shared his curiosity. Asterius continued, introducing Siddharth, the king of the werewolves, known as the monarch of beasts. He concluded by introducing Issei, the current king of the Narnian, known as the Holy Swordsman. Issei stated it was time to officially start the meeting and took his seat alongside the other kings. Thranduil inquired why Issei had summoned all the kings, excluding the orcs. Issei explained that none of their kingdoms had good relations with the orcs. He revealed that, thanks to an informant within their realm, he learned they planned to ally with the Chaos Brigade, which shocked the kings and their companions. Outside the screen, everyone was taken aback by Issei's revelation. Seraphal expressed her surprise that the Chaos Brigade sought an ally. Inside the screen, Issei stated that he had gathered them to form an alliance to combat this imminent threat, placing a scroll in the center of the table. Siddharth agreed, noting that their peoples already had good relations, and he accepted the treaty, rising to sign the scroll. Thrain expressed his willingness to agree but mentioned that he had heard Issei's command included the dragon Smog. Issei acknowledged this, explaining that Smog had attacked their capital long ago, and as a gesture of goodwill, he offered to return Erebor to Thrain as an apology for his subordinate's actions. Thrain questioned why Issei was apologizing instead of the dragon. Issei explained that Smog was now his subordinate, and he bore that responsibility. Outside the screen, Michael praised Issei as a good leader, and everyone agreed. Rias noted that one of the kings had already accepted the treaty. Inside the screen, Thrain, calming down and placing a hand on Issei's shoulder, stated he would agree but wanted to see the dragon and hear its apology. He then signed the scroll. Thranduil also agreed to the treaty, rising to sign as well. Issei confirmed that the alliance was official and suggested they discuss military support, after which the video cut off. Outside the screen, Serche remarked that Issei had formed an alliance with other kingdoms and wondered if they could form an alliance once Issei forgave them. The leaders nodded in agreement. Ajuka suggested it was getting late and proposed they meet again the next day to continue discussing Issei. He thanked everyone for their attention and wished them a happy holiday. The scene shifted to a reaction room where Zeus asked who would play the video this time. Athena began to respond but was interrupted by Freya, who excitedly volunteered to play the video. Athena attempted to speak again but was cut off. Freya ignored her and went to start the video. Meanwhile, Athena was seen with a shield and spear, being held back by Zeus and Ares, while the others watched with sweat beads on their foreheads. Freya announced that she had a video from after the previous day's meeting, capturing everyone's attention. Odin encouraged her to proceed. Inside the screen, Issei was seen in front of a wall with Asterius and the other Minotaur. Fauns and satyrs were positioned atop the wall with bows, ready for action. In the previous video, a dragon perched atop one of the wall towers and roared. Asterius observed the scene and calmly noted that Drogon was roaring at the convoy of werewolves. Atman, his commander, explained that the roar was due to the dragon accompanying the werewolves. Asterius, still new to the army, inquired about the werewolf dragon, prompting Atman to elaborate. He explained that each kingdom had a dragon that protected its capital, Riagel for the elves, Sunfire for the dwarves, and Meleys for the werewolves. He pointed out Meleys, the Red Queen, flying over the convoy. The soldiers on the wall were taken aback by the sight of the dragon, and their surprise grew when they learned about the protective dragons of each kingdom. Michael expressed confusion about why they did not know the names of the protectors. Gabriel suggested they would find out if they continued. Suddenly, the scene shifted to reveal what appeared to be mammoths accompanied by werewolves. Among them were two distinct mammoths with white fur, one of which had a golden circle on its platform, identified as the escort mammoth and the leader mammoth. The white mammoth stopped, and Siddharth descended from the platform, greeting Issei with a handshake. Issei returned the gesture, and Meleys landed beside Siddharth, giving a low growl in greeting. Issei acknowledged Meleys as the werewolf protector and gently petted the dragon's head, which seemed to enjoy the attention. Siddharth then introduced his general, Baek-Yoon, who descended from the white mammoth. Baek-Yoon bowed respectfully to Issei, acknowledging him as the king of the Narnian army. The sight of the mammoths amazed the onlookers, some of whom were seeing them for the first time, while others marveled at their use as armored transports. Penemu noted the importance of the werewolf presenting his general, and the leaders nodded in agreement. Issei suggested they proceed to the trade meeting, signaling for the doors to be opened. On the wall, Satiro commanded the opening of the gates, and two fauns complied. Issei entered, followed by Atman and Asterius, while Siddharth instructed Baek-Yoon to join them on the mammoth. The group moved through the gates, with the leader, Mammoth, leading the way. As they traversed the city, Drogon guided Meleys overhead. Issei introduced Caer Paravel, the Narnian fortress, protected by the dragons Drogon, Caraxes, and Syrax. The attendees in the room were astonished by the beauty of Issei's kingdom and the fact that it was guarded by 3 dragons, excluding Smaug. Aquino admired the kingdom, while others expressed their desire to visit. Ares pointed out the significance of the 3 dragons, and Thor noted their limited knowledge of Syrax. Siddharth acknowledged the beauty of the kingdom and its legendary status, while Issei confirmed his grandfather's tales about it. They arrived at a large stable to leave the mammoths, with Baekhyun following Issei, Asterius, and Atman into a meeting room. Before entering, Issei introduced his personal guards, Zijin and Diablo, along with his partner, Tiamat. Siddharth suggested they discuss the business between their kingdoms, and they took their seats as the screen faded to black for privacy. Outside the screen, the girls were left in shock and sadness, while the men offered support as they continued to watch until the screen turned off. Azazel suggested they take a break to allow the girls to process their emotions, and the men agreed, leading the girls to their rooms. In the familiar room, the atmosphere was heavy, and some men tried to comfort the girls. Zeus asked who wanted to play the video, and Kaneko, still feeling down, volunteered. She approached to start the video and joined the Gremory group. Inside the screen, the scene shifted to a throne room where Issei sat with Zijin and Diablo at his side. He inquired about Atman's training progress with the soldiers, to which Zijin responded that everything was going well. Suddenly, a griffin flew in through an open window, causing Issei to become slightly alarmed. The griffin, Leonidas, informed Issei that he had delivered a letter to the elves, but they were attacked by orcs. Thranduil had sent Leonidas to request assistance and had also dispatched 2 eagles to call for help from the werewolves and dwarves. The news shocked everyone in the room, including the faction leaders, who stood up in alarm. Seraphal expressed her surprise at the attack on their ally, while Azazel noted the seriousness of the situation. Michael pointed out the positive aspect of the elves being able to send a distress signal. Issei was taken aback by the sudden news. He commanded Zijin to prepare the troops while instructing Diablo to set up the magical circles for their journey to the elf capital. His 2 subordinates nodded and hurried off, but they were interrupted by Leonidas, the griffin. Leonidas informed Issei that the orc shamans had erected a barrier that would prevent their entry. Issei, serious, asked how large the anti-magic dome was. Leonidas replied that it would cover about 2 kilometers. Issei directed Diablo to inform the mages to breach the barrier as close to the elf city as possible. Finally, he instructed Leonidas to fetch Drogon, Syrax, and Smaug. Leonidas nodded and took to the skies. Meanwhile, Yasaka expressed her concern about the powerful orc sorcerers, feeling a bit fearful about the magnitude of the spell. Seeing Issei issue orders like a king filled the women with pride for their beloved. Gran Rojo noted the impressive magical reserves of the orcs with interest. Inside the stables, Issei, now donned in his armor with Aslan by his side, asked if the troops were ready. Aslan confirmed that they were prepared and the magical circles were being set up. As they entered the stables, Issei mounted his unicorn, observing the troops getting ready and the machinery being prepared, including catapults and ballistae. Drogon, Syrax, and Smaug awaited his command, while various armed animals like tigers, rhinoceroses, leopards, jaguars, wolves, wild boars, reindeer, and bears stood ready. Griffins flew overhead, armored and alert. Smaug remarked that for Issei to summon them, the situation must be dire. Issei confirmed that the elves were under attack. He instructed Aslan to stay behind in case of an ambush and left Caraxes with him. Aslan assured Issei he would remain vigilant and put the guards on high alert. Issei also requested that all Narnian forces on external missions return. Aslan agreed and planned to send messenger owls, wishing Issei luck in the upcoming battle. With a determined gaze, Issei addressed his assembled troops, numbering around 100,000 Narnian warriors and 25,000 archers, along with their siege equipment and dragons. He rallied them, explaining that they were responding to the elves' call for help against the orc attack. The soldiers cheered in response, their spirits lifted by Issei's motivating speech. Before the portal opened, Issei outlined the plan. They would appear in the mountains where the archers and machinery would be positioned. The dragons and griffins would hold their positions until he gave the signal, while the rest would attack the enemy's rear to disrupt their formations. His soldiers nodded in agreement. Riepachip announced that the portal was ready, and Issei mounted his unicorn, urging everyone to follow as they galloped toward the portal. On the other side, the elf city was in chaos, with its walls damaged and surrounded by 120,000 orcs and trolls. Elves were firing arrows at the orcs, attempting to breach the gates. Thranduil, commanding his soldiers and elven golems, shouted for his men to hold on, as help was on the way. An elf archer warned him about incoming projectiles from catapults, prompting Thranduil to raise his shield and call for his soldiers to take cover. Another elf archer reported that the civilians were safely inside the castle. Thranduil ordered some golems and elite soldiers to protect the civilians and to ensure Riegel, the last elven dragon, was safe from the orc archers. Just then, a distant trumpet sounded, and Thranduil and some soldiers peered over the wall, watching as the orcs moved swiftly to shield themselves from an impending threat. As the battle raged on, creatures resembling wyverns with riders approached the Narnian soldiers. Issei conjured a magical circle and shouted with all his might, urging Smog and Leonidas to unleash their archers on the nearly defeated enemy troops. He swiftly dispatched an orc with his sword, turning to decapitate another foe. On the mountains behind the Narnian forces, Smog turned to see around 30,000 griffins and 2 other dragons. He rallied them, declaring that it was time to teach the enemy a lesson. For crossing them, with a mighty roar, he took to the skies, followed by his comrades. Fauns and minotaurs moved the ballistae to the edge of the mountain and opened fire, taking down several wyverns. Back on the walls, Thranduil was surprised to see the Narnian forces. As joy filled him, he noticed some soldiers celebrating. However, he quickly turned serious, ordering the gates to be opened to assist their allies, prompting cheers from his soldiers. As the gates opened, the Jade Tigers charged out, swiftly eliminating nearby orcs and armored trolls. Thranduil shouted in support of the alliance, his soldiers echoing his call. The focus shifted back to Issei, who was engaged in combat, blocking a sword strike with his shield while piercing an orc sorcerer's heart. His unicorn kicked a third orc attempting to sneak up from behind. Aureus approached, having just cut an orc in half, and informed Issei that the elves were emerging from the walls to attack from another front. Understanding the situation, Issei urged Aureus to follow him as they galloped towards their allies. In the background, Smog was seen wreaking havoc on trolls and orcs with his fiery breath. They continued their advance, cutting through orc ranks until they found the elves, Jade Lions, and Thranduil, who joined them in the fight. Together, they watched as the last of the orcs panicked and began to retreat. Thranduil expressed his gratitude for the assistance as the orcs fled. Issei calmly affirmed their alliance. An elf reported that the capital was currently uninhabitable, with no defenses and the walls nearly destroyed. Issei offered them refuge in his city, extending a hand to Thranduil, who accepted upon seeing the dire state of his people. The leaders observed in surprise as the realms of the elves and Narnian forces united. Elmenhild suggested they return to their factions to process everything that had transpired. In a separate scene, the young observers were stunned by the battle they had just witnessed, while the leaders and dragon deities discussed Issei's newfound status as king of a nation previously unknown to them. They noted his alliance with other realms, including werewolves and dwarves, and the recent unification with the elves. Seraphal mentioned that the Cows Brigade had gained a powerful ally with capable mages and numerous troops. Gabriel pointed out their options: to ally with other factions or join Issei's coalition. Azazel reminded them that the elves had lost their capital and were now under Issei's protection. Zeus highlighted the positive aspects, noting the Narnian archers and wise leaders. Graphia whispered something to Circe, who then announced that there was a second part to the previous day's video, surprising everyone. The focus shifted to the young demons of the Gremory and Citri groups, as well as Vala's team, who were discussing the revelations about Issei. Aquino lamented that what they knew of Issei was merely a facade, while Kuroka expressed her anger towards those who had wronged him. Rias broke a glass in frustration, urging them not to dwell on the past. As the video continued, the Narnian army escorted the surviving elves, with creatures resembling rhinoceroses pulling carriages carrying the wounded, children, and PRDNT women, all protected by the jade lions and dragons. An elf on horseback approached the front of the convoy to communicate with both his former and new kings, confirming the elves' acceptance of Issei as their leader after a speech supported by Thranduil. Thranduil introduced Issei to one of his finest soldiers, Legolas, as they prepared to move forward. Outside the screen, Asia questioned why they didn't create another portal to return to their realm, while others shared similar doubts. Azazel speculated that the mages who created the portal were recovering, and Cersei reminded them that the elves had just endured an attack, leaving their mages exhausted. The scene shifted, revealing the aftermath of the battle and the new alliances forged in the heat of conflict. The hammer-headed creatures and the horses were a concern. Elmenhild suggested that the horses might not be brought out of the stables, and the hammer-headed beings could be protecting the civilians. Legolas expressed his honor in meeting Issei, bowing his head slightly. Issei reassured him that such gestures were unnecessary as they continued to move forward. In the distance, the wall of Cair Paravel came into view. The scene shifted to the wall, where Atman was observing through a spyglass, watching the convoy of Narnian and Elven forces approach. He instructed those nearby to prepare the entrance and accommodations, as the king had brought refugees. The two satyrs nodded in agreement and hurried off to relay the message. In the convoy, the king and the former king were visible at the front, but just before entering, something caught their attention. As the gates opened, the convoy entered, while dragons and griffins flew off in another direction. The refugees watched in awe as they beheld the city. Asterius approached Issei, Legolas, and Thranduil, expressing his sadness over the fallen elven region. Issei shared his disappointment about their inability to arrive sooner. Asterius then shifted the topic, mentioning that they had prepared accommodations for the refugees and that he had sent an owl to investigate the orcs. Issei, now serious, inquired about the owl's status, capturing the attention of his companions. Asterius informed them that the owl had returned with images, thanks to magic. Issei instructed Asterius to take Legolas and Thranduil to the meeting room and to summon Atman, Tyrus, Aureus, and Leonidas. As Asterius led Thranduil and Legolas away, Issei directed the soldiers to escort the elves to their designated area. The soldiers complied respectfully. In the meeting room, Issei asked about the situation in the orc territories as he entered. The owl, with a serious demeanor, prepared to share what it had seen. Outside the scene, Athena blushed upon seeing the owl, feeling a connection to Issei through its presence. Vala remarked that sending someone to scout the enemy territory was a wise decision, impressing some of the others. Azazel, Kuroka, and Albion teased him, prompting an annoyed response from Vala. The Great Red interjected, emphasizing the importance of knowing the enemy's actions in war, and the leaders nodded in agreement. Within the magical circle, the owl was seen flying toward what appeared to be a giant tower with a red eye watching the north. The focus shifted to a man and an orc. The man, identified as Azig, reported to his lord that they had not defeated the elves but had driven them from their territory. The lord, displeased with Azig's failure, warned him not to let it happen again. Azig, feeling the pressure, bowed in SBMson. Outside the magical circle, Thranduil recognized the legendary Saruman, who ruled over the orcs. Atman pointed out the need to understand why they were attacked, while Legolas questioned why they were targeted despite not being the strongest kingdom. Aureus explained that their magical prowess and archery skills made them formidable, instilling fear in other realms. Issei pondered why the attack was happening now, and Tyrus suggested that Saruman's alliance with the Cows Brigade might be a bid for domination over Narnia. Issei agreed, stating they needed to gather more information. Inside the magical circle, Saruman ordered Azig to leave, signaling a desire to speak with his ally. Ryzavim, the leader of the Cows Brigade, appeared through a magical portal, and Saruman confronted him about his presence. Ryzavim calmly stated that he was there to check on his ally's progress. Just then, Euclid, a servant of Ryzavim, reported that a research base had been attacked, leaving them without a response. This news surprised Ryzavim, who noticed the owl observing them and quickly retreated before being discovered. Outside the magical circle, Issei concluded that if Saruman and Ryzavim were allied, it would be best to hold a meeting with the other kings the next day. He instructed Leonidas to send his best men to communicate this information. The video then faded out. The young ones were startled by Ryzavim's appearance, but the leaders were confused by his seemingly friendly demeanor. Ajuka suggested they process the information and discuss it the following day, leading everyone to return to their factions. In the familiar meeting room, the leaders and dragon gods discussed the events of the previous day. Circe initiated the meeting, stating they were there to share their thoughts. Odin noted that while they had been unaware, a war had already begun. Zeus added that Saruman had a kingdom backing him, while Azazel pointed out the 5 powerful dragons on his side, including Tannin. Ajuka raised the question of what move Saruman would make now that war seemed imminent. Yasaka expressed her concern about not being able to assist due to their focus on the Cow's Brigade and their ignorance of Narnia's location, a sentiment echoed by the other girls. Elmenhild suggested they continue observing to determine Saruman's next move. Meanwhile, the young ones felt anxious about Issei's safety, with Vala being the only one seemingly unconcerned about the battles ahead. The Great Red reminded them that Issei had called for a meeting with the other kings. Ophis worried about the fallen kingdom and questioned whether the others could withstand the pressure. Albion suggested they would have to wait and see. Inside the meeting room, Issei instructed Atman to lead a group to defend the gates of the wall. Atman nodded in agreement and was told to bring along his strongest knights. As he left to gather his companions, the supernatural beings witnessed the emergence of Carnotauruses and their riders, which included satyrs, minotaurs, and fauns, ready for the challenges ahead. Asterius instructed Atman to take half of the knights to the northern gate while he would head south to protect that entrance. He spoke seriously, ensuring Asterius understood and complied. Returning to the meeting room, Issei addressed Leonidas, requesting that some griffins patrol the skies in shifts and asked him to enlist Syrax's help. He also mentioned preparing the catapults and ballistae. Thranduil suggested that if Issei wanted his archers and warriors to keep watch over the walls, along with their jade lions at the gates with Atman, he should send Legolas to relay the order. Aslan then entered the room, reminding Issei that he was supervising the refugees. Issei requested that Aslan go to the northern entrance to welcome the dwarves, while Thranduil was to head to the southern gate to greet the werewolves arriving soon. The two nodded in agreement and left to fulfill their tasks. Tyrus then reported that Tannin's group had returned from their mission. Issei instructed Tyrus to bring Tannin in as he needed to be informed and to call the other commanders as well. Outside the scene, the Great Red observed that Issei was putting his kingdom on alert, acknowledging that his priority was the well-being of his people. The young ones were astonished to see dinosaurs, while the adults wondered how they could exist. At the northern gate, Aslan and Asterius waited until they spotted more dinosaurs, dwarves approaching, a dragon, and what appeared to be a robot in the distance. Riagel landed on the wall, roaring at the other dragon named Sunfire. Asterius inquired about Sunfire's behavior, and Aslan explained that the last time they came in such a manner, they had devastated their city. A faun questioned the presence of the robot, to which a night minotaur clarified that it was the golem created by the dwarves, observing how the jade lions stood guard on either side of the gate. Meanwhile, a similar situation unfolded in the south with the werewolves, leading the leaders of each realm to gather in the room with Issei. He greeted them seriously, stating that he had called them to discuss a dangerous situation. Siddharth pointed out the attack on the Elven Kingdom and its subsequent expulsion. Thrain expressed regret for not arriving in time due to an ambush by orcs. Thranduil reassured them that the Narnians had arrived and welcomed them. Issei declared that he had prepared his people for an impending war, reinforcing the gates and deploying griffins and dragons to watch the skies, while elves guarded the walls, not to mention his soldiers still on missions. Thrain mentioned that his soldiers and people had retreated to Erdir for better protection, but given what they had witnessed, they felt unable to defend against an orc advance and sought Issei's protection, offering their technology and loyalty in return. Siddharth added that his soldiers were patrolling the borders against the orcs, showcasing some werewolves being followed by a therizinosaur. A group of friends was astonished by the sight of Nanoxaurus, but what truly took their breath away was the appearance of a Wendigo. The atmosphere was thick with disbelief as they processed the incredible images before them. Just as they were about to express their thoughts, the display continued, drawing them deeper into the unfolding story. Issei had a brother and a sister. He was often looked down upon by everyone, primarily because of the actions of his siblings. The supernatural beings were unaware that all the victories were thanks to Issei. His brother possessed Drake, and his sister was an exceptional mage. The harem would gradually reveal itself in the future. Issei would forgive the factions in due time, and he was destined to become the king of a place that started with N and ended with I. He was also interested in forming an alliance with the factions. Additionally, Issei would embark on other adventures. While he observed their secrets, he would spend a few weeks in his kingdom. Even Issei's parents believed the lies told by his siblings. In the Hayato mansion, Issei's brother, Issei, was on his way to annoy his older brother. He knocked on the door, calling out for Issei, but received no response. Just then Iris and the Gremory clan arrived. Iris questioned what Issei was doing at the door of the loser. Issei casually mentioned that he wanted to relieve some stress by giving Issei a beating, but the stubborn brother was unresponsive. Ria suggested they team up to deal with the pervert, initially expressing disgust but then affection for Issei. Kaneko agreed, stating they should punish the useless pervert, while Asia confirmed that they needed to confront him. It was worth noting that Issei had taken credit for Asia's rescue and had falsely claimed that Issei had attempted to harm her, twisting the truth to manipulate others into mistreating Issei as a form of revenge. Akino expressed her desire to shock Issei until he begged for mercy, smiling mischievously. Rias then asked Kiba to break down the door, and with a laugh, Kiba complied, using a demonic sword to slice through it. Upon entering the room, they were astonished by what they found. Rosweiss was shocked at how Issei could have such a room. As they explored, Zenobia pointed out Issei's impressive sword, unable to fathom how it could be hanging on the wall. Issei was furious, questioning how a useless person could possess such a room and sword. Iris was equally enraged, noting the advanced computers Issei had that they didn't even possess. Rosweiss discovered a USB drive, pointing it out to the group. Meanwhile, Thranduil and his men spotted something on the horizon. It was Issei riding atop a unicorn, shouting words of battle as he galloped forward, followed by his army. The army struck the rear of the orc forces, overwhelming them as trolls with catapults and orc archers were swiftly defeated by the sheer number of soldiers, accompanied by a barrage of projectiles from the catapults. Issei believed everyone would agree that it was time to discuss the proposal he had put forward. His serious demeanor surprised the other kings and Aslan, who was present in the room. Thranduil remarked that Issei was referring to Statute 66, which aimed to unite all the kingdoms into one, startling those outside and the commanders. The screen went dark. Outside the screen, Rias exclaimed in shock, while Akino and Rosweiss echoed her surprise. Valle and Azazel also expressed their disbelief. Gran Rojo suggested that it would be better for everyone to rest and process the shocking information. With that, everyone returned to their factions, contemplating the implications of Issei's desire to unify Narnia. In the familiar meeting room, most inhabitants were still processing what they had witnessed the previous day. The leaders and dragon gods discussed the situation. Yasaka noted that Issei had changed his plan, still astonished by what had transpired. Drake, the gauntlet resting on a pedestal, stated that it was the best option for them to win, given the formidable numbers and magic of the orcs. Ophis added that they had yet to account for the Chaos Brigade, which had not yet moved through the realms. Circe mentioned that while they knew the elves and dwarves had allied with Issei, the question remained about what the werewolves would do. Gabriel expressed her concern for her beloved, while Penemu decided to check for a continuation of the previous video. Serafal offered to help her. Meanwhile, Vala turned to Albion, asking for his opinion on the events so far. Albion responded honestly, predicting that peace would soon end and a bloody war would arise. Elsewhere, Akino inquired about Issei's next move, while Kiba expressed uncertainty, noting the werewolves had not yet spoken. Gasper asked Rias what she thought would happen next, as the leaders sought the continuation of the video. Rias admitted she was unsure. Ravel approached to inform them that they had found the video, prompting everyone in the room to sit down and watch. Inside the screen, silence enveloped the room as Issei's generals and the kings observed the seriousness of the situation. Thranduil conceded that he had no choice but to accept Issei's proposal. Thrain reiterated the need for support to survive and mentioned preparations to bring civilians to Cair Paravel, offering assistance with technology. Issei assured him that he would send a group of soldiers and knights along with Tyrus to help transport the citizens and welcomed the technological aid. Suddenly, Siddharth, the werewolf, burst into laughter, confusing those present and those outside the screen. Thranduil questioned why he would laugh at such a serious moment. Siddharth accepted the proposal but with a condition: the werewolves chose their leader through combat. Atman, the Minotaur, inquired if this meant his king would fight Siddharth. The werewolf nodded and turned to Issei, who accepted the challenge. He left the room to head to a training field where soldiers and werewolves awaited. Aslan, who had remained silent throughout the meeting, stepped into the field to initiate the combat. Both opponents drew their weapons. Issei wielded a sword and shield, while Siddharth donned a pair of steel gloves summoned from a magical circle. In a swift motion, Siddharth charged forward, attempting to land a punch infused with ice, which Issei blocked with his shield. Siddharth acknowledged Issei's title, while Issei reciprocated the sentiment. With a powerful swing, Issei unleashed a strike charged with light, calling out the name of his technique. Siddharth evaded the attack with a leap, countering with a scratch that Issei again blocked. Siddharth leaped back, placing his hands on the ground to summon another magical circle, invoking spikes of desperation aimed at Issei. In response, Issei conjured a protective barrier. As the soldiers watched in awe, the kings maintained their serious expressions, while Aslan looked on proudly. A spike from Siddharth's spell pierced Issei's leg, causing concern among those watching, yet the kings and commanders remained calm. Outside the screen, the audience gasped in horror at the sight of the injury. Yasaka, Seraphal, Penemu, and Gabriel cried out in alarm for Issei, while others noted the king's composure in the face of danger. Inside the screen, Issei smiled, leaving his soldiers and the audience puzzled. He suggested to his opponent that it was time to give it their all, and Siddharth returned the smile, leading many to wonder how they could give more than they already had. A chilling scream startled a few, but what they saw left them in awe. A massive cloud of smoke rose, only to be dispersed moments later by a gigantic hand, revealing a giant standing about 15 meters tall, resembling Issei. Outside the screen, everyone watched in astonishment at Issei's transformation, but 3 individuals were particularly taken aback. Odin expressed disbelief, exclaiming that it couldn't be possible. Thor, serious and surprised, confirmed that it seemed real. Freya questioned how such powers could still exist, as they were thought to have vanished. The Great Red, the Dragon of Dreams, inquired about the powers they were discussing. Odin explained that this power branched into 9 abilities known as Titan powers, which included the Jaw Titan, a being capable of breaking almost anything with its powerful jaw, standing at about 5 meters tall. He continued, describing the Armored Titan, which, as its name suggests, is a heavily armored creature resistant to most projectiles, measuring around 15 meters. The Cargo Titan, while only 4 meters tall, was the most resilient of all the Titan powers. The Hammer Titan could create weapons through a special hardening ability and also stood at 15 meters. The Female Titan was unique for its feminine appearance, also measuring 15 meters. The Attack Titan, currently possessed by Issei, was one of the most powerful in terms of raw strength, standing at 15 meters. The Founding Titan was among the strongest, believed to be the first power ever created, also standing at 15 meters. The Beast Titan could take on the appearance of various animals, maintaining the 15-meter height. Lastly, the Colossal Titan, a being about 60 meters tall, created a massive shockwave upon its appearance, akin to a bomb. Everyone watched in amazement at the images displayed. Ophis questioned why they had not known about these powers, to which Thor explained that they had been hidden in their territory and had faded over time, but it seemed Issei possessed the power of the Attack Titan. Back on the screen, Both combatants exchanged challenging glances as Issei attempted to crush Siddharth. In a swift motion, Siddharth severed Issei's hand, but Issei quickly adapted, using his other hand to form a mace from a strange material. With a powerful kick, he pushed Siddharth away and finished him off with a hammer blow. Siddharth, being assisted by his soldiers and his second-in-command, Baekhyun, smiled with excitement, acknowledging Issei's worthiness to lead the werewolves as an ancient king. Issei, still in his Titan form, began to emit smoke from his neck, revealing a smiling Issei. He calmly suggested that Siddharth bring his civilians, assuring him that he would send support. Outside the screen, everyone was astonished by Issei's abilities. Not only did he possess the Attack Titan, but also the War Hammer Titan. Freya suggested they take a moment to process this information, now knowing that Issei was the king of a unified kingdom. They all returned to their respective factions, reflecting on the day's events. In a favorite reaction room, the leaders discussed the information gathered the previous day. Michael emphasized the need to recap the details. Azazel noted that Issei was now the ruler of a kingdom that had unified with 3 others, the realms of elves, werewolves, and dwarves. Odin added that he was also allied with Tannin and Smog, not to mention having 5 other powerful dragons on his side. Yasaka mentioned the alliance with the Chaos Brigade and how Issei had attacked and conquered a castle, discovering a strange skeleton. Elmenhild pointed out the Dragon Queen of Karma, while Serafal reminded them of the insect species and the boy with black hair. Cersei suggested it was only a matter of time before they discovered the location of the Narnian city. Ophis expressed her concern that Issei might no longer want them with him, having built all of this with his allies, a truth that weighed heavily on everyone. Zeus warned that if that were the case, it might be best to distance themselves from him. Despite their reluctance to admit it, everyone knew Zeus had a point. Shifting focus, the young ones also pondered the situation. Rias asked her servants and friends if they thought Issei would forgive them if they couldn't find him again. Aquino admitted uncertainty, while Kaneko expressed her desire to have Issei with them. Before they could continue their discussion, the leaders called them back to watch more videos featuring Issei. Inside the screen, they found themselves in a living room with Issei, Aslan, an insect named Zijin, and a girl with short blonde hair and a serious expression leaning against the wall beside Issei. Another young man with short blonde hair and a military-style outfit sipped what appeared to be coffee while reclining in a chair. 2 other men, both with slicked-back blonde hair, wore green shirts and gray pants, their expressions serious. The last woman, dressed similarly, lay on a sofa, her black hair framing her face as she smiled gently at Issei. Leaning against the wall were a man and a woman, both with blonde hair and wings, dressed in matching uniforms. Alongside them stood an Asian woman with a red scarf, observing the scene. Issei looked serious as he addressed the Narnian king, inquiring about Sasha, Historia, Hang, and Levi. The loyal servant replied that they were resting after their mission. A disheveled blonde, with a teasing demeanor, casually mentioned that there was something to discuss since their departure. Issei, maintaining his serious expression, urged him not to start with his nonsense. Meanwhile, someone who had been sipping coffee paused to speak, noting that, before any arguments began, they had successfully completed their mission. The Aztecs and various Mexican myths had agreed to hold a meeting. Aslan expressed gratitude for the information, mentioning that Reiner and Armin had encountered some members of the Chaos Brigade. Armin, with a serious tone, questioned why the other kingdoms were present. Issei chuckled nervously, prompting a woman lounging on the sofa to comment that it wasn't amusing. He explained that they had unified with their kingdom, causing Reiner to inadvertently spit his coffee in surprise, while Zeke's glasses slipped down his nose in shock. Outside the screen, everyone watched the interaction with curiosity, eager to learn more about the newcomers, while some laughed at the unexpected turn of events. Back on screen, a woman leaning against the wall exclaimed in disbelief at the news of the unification. Zijin, with a serious demeanor, explained that the other kingdoms had joined forces to confront the orcs allied with the Chaos Brigade, leaving those unaware of the situation astonished. Issei then added that he required Annie to assist Tyrus, as his royal coronation was set to take place that day, marking his command over the kingdoms in their quest for victory. This revelation surprised both the newcomers and those watching from outside. Peak, astonished, stood up from the sofa, questioning the timing of his coronation. Issei calmly confirmed that he would be proclaimed king of the four kingdoms at noon. Zeke, in a comical display, dramatically lamented that his brother had grown up. The scene then faded, transitioning to a time skip of several hours. To set the atmosphere, music of your choice can be played. At that moment, Siddharth began to shed fur from his body, creating a cloud of smoke from which the king of the werewolves emerged in all his glory, astonishing those outside and the Narnians. Meanwhile, something different was happening on the side of the Narnian king, as a kind of lightning surrounded him for a brief moment before dissipating. A large gathering of beings, including elves, minotaurs, fauns, satyrs, dwarves, werewolves, and various animals, gathered around a platform where Tyrus, Legolas, Becune, and a dwarf displayed the flags of the different realms: the Narnian flag, the elven flag, the werewolf flag, and the dwarven flag. Aslan walked alongside the other kings, accompanied by Zeke, who carried a cushion with a crown. Aslan stepped away from the group and moved in front of the great crowd, which had fallen silent. He addressed them, stating that they were all gathered to crown Issei as the Narnian king and ruler of the four realms: Narnian, Elven, Dwarven, and Werewolf. The crowd erupted in applause, filled with excitement. Zeke approached and knelt, waiting for Thranduil to place the crown as Aslan continued. He proclaimed Issei as the sovereign and supreme ruler of the four realms. Issei rose with a serious expression as the crowd cheered. He advanced toward Aslan to deliver his speech. He declared that today the realms united under one banner, becoming brothers and sisters who would look out for one another. As his first decree, he announced that the ancient kings and he were in agreement to officially declare war against the orcs and the Cows Brigade. His calm tone shifted to a powerful shout, igniting a roar of approval from the audience, accompanied by the sounds of animals and dragons. The screen faded to black. Outside the screen, everyone watched in astonishment, while the leaders and dragon gods remained serious about what they had just witnessed. The Great Red remarked that it seemed a new war was officially underway, and they had been unaware of it. Azazel suggested that the only course of action was to alert the guards and prepare for anything. The leaders dispersed to their factions, notifying their guards to remain vigilant. The narrative shifted to questions from the audience. The first question was about which realms were involved in the story. The answer hinted at future developments, revealing that elves, dwarves, werewolves, Narnians, and orcs were included. The second question inquired about references to Adam and Eve and the biblical God. The author had considered including the biblical God but ultimately decided against it, although a reference to Adam and Eve would be present. The final question was about whether the rumbling would appear, which would be Issei's last option. There were no more questions, but the author was finishing the new chapter. The scene transitioned to the leaders and dragon gods discussing the recent events. Circe stated that a new empire had officially emerged, while Azazel noted that they still did not know its location. The Great Red speculated that it might not be in their realm but in a pocket dimension. Thor questioned how they would find it, and Ophis suggested that she and the Great Red could investigate the dimensional rift. Seraphol and Penemu approached the group to share their findings. They had discovered a video with a title that confused everyone except Penemu. Gabriel asked what the title was, and Seraphol revealed it was The Beginning of the End, sending chills down the spines of the others. Valley insisted they should watch it, as it could be a significant event. Everyone settled in to view the important event regarding the new empire. On the screen, a massive wall came into view, with orcs armed with bows positioned atop it. The camera panned upward, revealing griffins and a person in the sky. Leonidas reminded Armin that they would only have one chance, and Armin nodded in agreement, as did the other griffins. One griffin reported that they were approaching the collision point. Just before they arrived, wyverns swooped in, and as one attempted to capture Armin, Leonidas and another griffin retaliated. Leonidas shouted that it was now or never, as he engaged with one of the wyvern riders. Armin prepared to leap, while the unfortunate griffin met a tragic fate at the jaws of a wyvern. Everyone watched the screen with serious expressions, but they were confused by the sight of the 3 griffins. Their confusion deepened when they saw Armin. They were taken aback as wyverns launched a surprise attack, and some gasped as they witnessed Armin leap from one of the griffins. Odin remarked that it couldn't be possible for him to be the bearer of such titanic power, his tone grave. Everyone except the Nordic members was shocked to see the colossal titan. Thor noted that they had found another bearer of titanic powers, his demeanor serious. Freya identified the colossal titan as the god of destruction from the ancient world, her expression somber. The colossal titan began to advance toward the tower, and the camera shifted to show another titan that appeared armored, intent on breaking down the door. The orcs on the wall turned to see the colossal titan, only to quickly turn back to the new titan, but they didn't react in time, allowing the titan to smash through the door. Outside the screen, everyone was astonished by the new titan. Asia, the nun, asked what titan it was, while Freya explained that it was the armored titan. Athena speculated that the bearer might be one of the individuals Issei had mentioned in the previous book. Circe agreed that it was a possibility, but they would discover the truth in due time. Inside the screen, a portal opened, and Smaug emerged, soaring over the territory and setting everything ablaze. Soldiers from various realms began to pour out of the portal, led by Issei, Aslan, Zejan, Diablo, and Thranduil, who were either riding or running through the opening left by the armored titan. This took the orcs by surprise as they were caught off guard. Outside the screen, everyone was shocked to see Smaug wreaking havoc on the orcs. Zeus noted that it seemed like a large-scale invasion. They watched as the Empire advanced, annihilating the orcs who were stunned by the unexpected attack. However, some leaders and dragons noticed something amiss. Albion questioned where Siddharth was, only seeing his soldiers. Drake suggested that they might be held in reserve for a surprise attack. The camera moved to the north, revealing another orc wall that was crumbling, allowing the imposing mammoths of the werewolves to charge through. Siddharth was seen commanding the troops while soldiers entered alongside the Wendigos, who attacked the orcs and trolls from the rear. The focus shifted back to Issei, who was riding with his men. He instructed Aslan to take some soldiers and Atman to the enemy's rear, to which Aslan nodded and left with a group. Zejan reported that there was a new beast from the enemy, pointing to a lizard-like creature with a massive mouth that was overpowering some Imperial soldiers. Issei assigned Zejan, along with Annie, Hang, Levi, and a few soldiers to handle it, while he engaged an orc. Thranduil suggested that it was time for the catapults to start attacking, as he decapitated an orc and then pierced another that was about to strike from behind. Issei agreed with Thranduil and asked him to cover him while he communicated with their forces. The camera shifted to another location where several catapults were stationed, and a new titan that resembled a monkey was visible. The camera focused on Thrain, who had summoned a magical circle. Thrain asked what was happening, and Issei instructed him to open fire with the artillery and to tell Zeke to attack as well. Thrain nodded and proceeded to cancel the magical circle, commanding the soldiers to fire. Outside the screen, everyone watched the war unfold with serious expressions until the camera changed to show another titan alongside the catapults. Zenobia speculated that the titan's appearance indicated it was the Beast Titan, to which Irina agreed. As the Beast Titan unleashed a wave of steel projectiles, many viewers were alarmed by its destructive power. Inside the screen, the camera focused on the group tasked with eliminating the giant reptiles of the orcs, consisting of Zejan, Annie, Hang, and a woman with glasses wearing the same uniform as Armin, her hair tied back in a ponytail and wielding a trident. Another member of the group was a short man with a serious expression, dressed similarly to Hang and carrying 2 chained swords. Hang excitedly asked Zejan if she could have the creatures they defeated for experimentation, wearing an eager expression. Levi, annoyed, told her to stop with her nonsense, reminding her that this was serious. Zejan instructed Annie to transform and head south, while he would go southeast, taking to the skies. Annie nodded and jumped from her horse, biting her hand to transform. Hang and Levi moved off in their direction, while Annie grabbed the green lizard and slammed it into the ground as the projectiles from the catapults and the Beast Titan began to strike. The camera shifted again to the area where the werewolves had entered. Siddharth asked how the advance was going, and Baekhyun began to respond but was interrupted by a trumpet sound from their rear. The archers turned to see giant elephants resembling the skeleton found in that castle, and behind them was an army of about 2,000 orcs and beings from various factions. The screen went dark. Outside the screen, everyone was stunned by what they had just witnessed. Azizel exclaimed that the skeleton was meant to summon a being of destruction, piecing together the implications. Rias, with a serious tone, ordered Kiba to find the next video. Kiba complied, determined to search quickly. Biko noted that this was bad, as they had seen reinforcements coming for the orcs. Lu Fei agreed, expressing concern about whether more would arrive. To be continued. Injured, and she was not the only one. All the women in the room, except for Mickey and Grafia, shared the same concern. Kiba stated that they had not yet found Akino-senpai, turning away as the flamboyant vampire continued to search quickly. At that moment, the flamboyant vampire discovered something. Gasper exclaimed that he had found it, filled with excitement and eagerness to see the video's content. He was not alone in his anticipation, as the conversations in the room fell silent at his announcement. Athena, anxious and serious about the video's content, urged him to play it immediately. Gasper complied, quickly taking his seat as the video began to play on the screen. The screen flickered back to life, revealing the serious expressions of the werewolves, some visibly shaken as they watched the giant elephants approach. To make matters worse, 1,000 enemy soldiers, both orcs and their allies, were closing in. Siddharth, casting a magical circle, focused intently on the enemy and called out to Issei, who was engaged in battle with the orcs. Siddharth urgently requested support, particularly from air element mages. Issei, while dodging an enemy's sword strike, promised to send as many soldiers as possible. Just as he was about to counterattack, a tiger leaped onto an enemy, swiftly eliminating the threat. Suddenly, a massive portal appeared before the colossal titan, halting its advance. From this portal emerged a reptilian creature towering at 56 meters, its back adorned with wings that seemed too small for its size. It was accompanied by riders on wyverns and several renegade demons. Outside the screen, the Great Red remarked that the werewolf understood the overwhelming odds they faced. The leaders and battle-hardened youths nodded, realizing they needed significant reinforcements. Azizel, feeling uneasy, questioned the nature of the portal before them, a sentiment shared by many in the room. Rias, visibly alarmed, echoed the thoughts of everyone present upon witnessing the monstrous figure emerge from the portal. Serche, maintaining his composure, noted that the creature was accompanied by members of the Cow's Brigade and large renegade demons. Back on the battlefield, the colossal titan prepared for combat, its fists encased in a protective armor before launching its first strike. Meanwhile, Aslan, Atman, and Tyrus, along with several soldiers, battled against a horde of orc archers and mages, who were supported by trolls wielding heavy maces and armor. At that moment, one of the renegade demons arrived on the battlefield. Tyrus informed Aslan of more enemies approaching from the north, and Atman confidently declared he would handle it. He leaped onto his Carnotaurus and charged at the renegade demons. Upon arrival, his mount lunged at the first demon, allowing Atman to dismount and unleash a powerful attack that impaled 2 of the 3 demons with spikes erupting from the ground. The last demon attempted to crush Atman with both arms, but with a swift movement, Atman jumped onto its head and, using great strength, tore off one of its horns, driving it into the demon's skull and ending its threat instantly. He then returned to his Carnotaurus, which was devouring the demon he had attacked earlier. Back on the battlefield, the werewolves braced for impact as mages from their empire and soldiers arrived, accompanied by 2 titans standing 4 to 5 meters tall, equipped with platforms for elven archers. Siddharth, now serious, commanded everyone to take their positions. This time, instead of transforming into a werewolf, he morphed into a 10-meter-tall white wolf with crimson eyes. Silence enveloped the area, broken only by the footsteps of the approaching enemies. Just before the clash, the werewolf mages summoned a powerful attack, unleashing a barrage of ice spikes toward the enemy ranks. The enemy soldiers attempted to defend themselves with magical shields, but many fell victim to the assault, resulting in the demise of hundreds of orc soldiers and several magical beings. As the catapults and the Beast Titan continued to launch projectiles, Baek-yoon urged the troops to charge forward against the orcs and magical creatures. Outside the battlefield, Aquino noted that the impact was imminent, while Michael, the leader of the skies, questioned the identities of the titans. Odin clarified that the titan with a duck-like beak was the cargo titan, and the one with a protective armor on its mouth was the jaw titan. Lu Fei expressed her surprise at the magical power displayed by the mages as everyone prepared to charge at the enemy reinforcements. Back on the battlefield, Siddharth, in his wolf form, attacked the neck of one of the elephants, causing the archers above to fall. The jaw titan leaped onto another elephant, biting down on its skull while using its hind legs to topple the platform of yet another elephant. On the ground, the werewolves and imperial reinforcements fought fiercely against their foes. The cargo titan stomped through the battlefield, crushing enemies beneath its feet while the archers on its back fired arrows. The camera shifted to Baek-yoon, who was engaged in combat with an Asgardian. Unbeknownst to him, two fallen angels armed with light spears were poised to strike. However, Maugrim intervened, biting one of the angels in the neck, while the other managed to sever one of Maugrim's legs. As he struggled to rise, an angel approached, mocking him. Re-Epicheep, with a quick strike, dispatched the fallen angel, and Baek-yoon expressed his gratitude for the timely assistance, swiftly crushing the skull of a nearby orc archer. Maugrim acknowledged the thanks and leaped toward another Asgardian. Re-Epicheep, climbing onto Baek-yoon's shoulder, reported that the southern front was being overwhelmed. The camera then shifted to Issei, who was casting a magical circle and inquired if the enemy archers and mages had been eliminated. Aslan confirmed that most had been dealt with, while in the background, Smog was incinerating a group of orcs. Issei decided to call for aerial support, canceling his current magical circle to create another that summoned 25,000 griffins and 5 dragons. A griffin pilot asked if it was time to deploy, and Issei affirmed it was. With a decisive gesture, he opened 12 portals, allowing the griffins and dragons to surge forth to engage the wyverns. A fierce battle unfolded, with Siddharth weakening one of the elephants. Zizel noted that not only was Siddharth engaged, but also the Titan of Jaws and the Titan of Charge. Elmenhild observed that other commanders and soldiers were rushing to assist in the fight. Yasaka mentioned that Issei planned to bring in aerial support to finish off the enemies. The men and male dragons, seeing Leonidas's condition, were filled with determination, while the women watched with a mix of sweat and respect for him. The focus shifted to Asterius and Legolas, who were battling their way toward the tower that Armin had attempted to topple. Before they could reach it, they spotted a group of elite fighters led by the notorious Azog. Asterius remarked on the strength of their opponents, while Legolas readied his bow, aiming at one of the orcs who was distracted by a charging rhinoceros. Azog turned to see his fallen comrade and called out for the coward to face him. Asterius emerged from the direction Azog was looking, and Azog recognized him as one of the commanders of the new empire, taunting him. Asterius declared that the orc command was ready to take him down, brandishing his warhammer. Azog, unswayed, drew his sword and the two clashed, creating a crater in the ground from their powerful strikes. Asterius distanced himself and struck the ground, causing a shockwave that tripped Azog. Seizing the moment, he swung his hammer, sending Azog flying. Azog, rising with determination, declared it was time to end the game. Swift move that only Legolas, the leaders, and the 2 dragon gods could perceive, Asterius instinctively raised his mace but could not fully block Azog's attack, leaving a cut on his face and horn. Struggling to rise, Asterius found himself vulnerable as Azog appeared behind him, knocking him to the ground. Legolas, witnessing the dire situation, jumped into the fray but was quickly overpowered. After 15 minutes, he lay injured, with Azog looming over him, ready to strike. Azog asked for his final words, and Legolas, with a serious expression and a hint of a smile, replied that Asterius would crush him. Azog turned swiftly to see what amused the wounded elf, only to find Asterius rising from the crater, having dealt a fatal blow to Azog, who fell with blood splattering everywhere. The screen went dark. Outside the screen, Everyone watched the intense battle between Azog and Asterius with concern, especially as Asterius lay injured. Zenobia noted that Legolas was entering the battle, while Irina expressed doubt about his effectiveness as an archer. Rosweiss confirmed Irina's assessment, pointing out that Legolas had not lasted long. Confusion spread among them as they noticed Legolas's smile, and when Azog turned, they understood why. "Let's set up the base, shall we?" Armin decided as he looked down at a group of orcs and trolls with a catapult. As a massive explosion erupted, it obliterated the orcs and trolls, while a great figure emerged. Both of them remarked simultaneously that the video had turned out better than the previous day, feeling a sense of calm. Kiba, Gasper, and Ajuka went to find the video while the others began discussing the events on the screen. To be continued. The atmosphere was filled with surprise and confusion as they settled in to watch the television. On the screen, Issei appeared, greeting them. Rias reacted with astonishment, questioning what Issei was doing. In the room, Aquino noted that it seemed the war was being won by Issei's empire, speaking in a calm tone. Rias expressed her eagerness to see Issei in person. Asia, feeling a bit down, worried about whether Issei would want to see them. Zenobia, however, declared her determination, stating she would give everything she had to be with Issei again. Before they could continue their conversation, the group searching for the video found it. Ajuka announced that they had located it, maintaining a composed demeanor. Gran Rojo suggested adding something to the title, while Vasper pointed out that it indicated it was the final part of the video, causing everyone in the room to adopt a serious expression. They all settled in comfortably to watch what was supposed to be the last video of the epic battle between the orcs and the Cows Brigade against the new empire. The camera activated, revealing the colossal titan and the giant monster poised to begin their epic battle. The colossal titan prepared to strike, hardening its fists to confront its adversary, who mirrored the action, readying its own punch. When their fists collided, a powerful gust of wind erupted, causing several nearby fights to pause to avoid being swept away. In a swift motion, the monster bit down on the titan's shoulder, but the titan retaliated with a headbutt, pushing the creature away. Before it could make another move, Caraxes approached from behind, unleashing a powerful flame to distract or harm the monster. This tactic succeeded, as the creature began to turn, attempting to eliminate the annoyance on its back. Seizing the opportunity, the colossal titan regained its footing, and alongside the newly arrived Drogon and Riagel, they attacked the monster from behind, causing it to stumble and crash into the giant tower that had previously been the titan's priority. Believing the battle to be over, they prepared to move to another area where they were needed. However, before the colossal titan could fully turn around, it was charged by the monster, resulting in chaos as several soldiers, both Orc and Imperial, were caught in the fray. The dragons, witnessing this, turned in the air to assist the titan but were intercepted by several malevolent dragons, forcing them away from the battle. Among them was a dragon that many in the room recognized. Outside the screen, everyone watched intently as both colossi clashed, but their expressions shifted to smiles upon seeing the arrival of the dragons, knowing that the colossal titan, known as Armin, had reinforcements. Gabriel noted that they seemed to complement each other well, though Penemu expressed a sense of foreboding. At that moment, Penemu's intuition proved correct as they witnessed the monster rise again, charging at the colossal titan. To make matters worse, another portal opened, releasing several malevolent dragons, along with an imposing dragon. The names Drake, Albion, Gran Rojo, and Ophis echoed in the room as they recognized the fearsome Krumkruch, sending shivers through those familiar with his power. Inside the screen, Krumkruch took to the skies, heading toward a specific location. The camera shifted to Zijin, who was effortlessly dispatching orc dragons and trolls. With a swift punch, Zijin struck an armored troll, creating a gaping hole in its chest as it fell, adding to a pile of defeated foes. He then took a moment to rest, pondering what the dwarf and the unpredictable one were up to. The scene changed again to show Diablo, who declared that this was for Issei-sama. With a claw in one hand and a large glove in the other, he dispatched an orc while others nearby watched in horror as Imperial soldiers advanced, eliminating enemies. Suddenly, something struck Diablo, but he managed to shield himself with his steel glove, creating a large cloud of smoke. As the smoke cleared, Diablo emerged, revealing Euclid Lucifuge, the second in command of the Cow's Brigade. Euclid stated that he had been ordered to eliminate Diablo and the others, leaving those outside the screen puzzled about who the others were. Diablo responded that it didn't matter. He was determined to command his sector of the battle and would not disappoint Issei-sama. He leaped into action, clashing weapons with Euclid. They separated to prepare their magic for a spell. Diablo initiated his incantation, conjuring a small flame that transformed into an arrow, while Euclid summoned a large dragon to swiftly attack Diablo's spell. The impact created another cloud of smoke, which Diablo used to close the distance, delivering a powerful swipe that left a deep mark on Euclid's stomach. Euclid staggered back, trying to recover, but had to dodge more of Diablo's relentless attacks. In a moment of distraction, Euclid managed to land 2 strikes on Diablo, but before he could press the advantage, a magical circle appeared, temporarily restraining him. Euclid acknowledged that his mission was complete but vowed to settle the score with Diablo, using a magical circle to vanish, leaving the nearby soldiers sighing in relief. Outside the screen, everyone watched seriously as Kromkruch flew away. However, when the screen shifted to show Zijin's rampage, those with weak stomachs could not handle it and turned away. Biko remarked on Zijin's impressive power to cause such destruction. As the screen changed again to show Diablo eliminating orcs, the atmosphere shifted with Euclid's appearance. Azazel speculated that Ryzavim wanted to eliminate Diablo and others, questioning the motive behind it. The younger members in Vala's group shivered at the display of magical power, while the leaders remained serious. However, seeing Euclid retreat at Ryzavim's command eased their tension. Inside the screen, Smog was seen incinerating the last of the orc reinforcements, while soldiers, both mages and archers, took their positions under Aslan's watchful eye as the sun began to set. Suddenly, a dragon's roar interrupted the moment, alerting Aslan, the soldiers, and Smog just as Kromkruch landed a few meters away from Smog. Aslan stood beside Smog, instructing him to take charge of the situation. Smog, though serious, expressed uncertainty as he began to unleash his power, which was met by Kromkruch, both dragons roaring as they prepared to clash. The clash between the 2 dragons created a powerful gust of wind. In a swift motion, Smog bit down on Krom's neck, but Krom quickly shook him off, narrowly avoiding a fiery breath. Smog shielded himself with his wings but was soon pushed to the ground by Krom's forceful charge. However, Smog retaliated, biting Krom's neck again and slamming him against a nearby mountain, causing a small landslide. Before the battle between the 2 dragons continued, the scene shifted to showcase the colossal titans in combat. One titan delivered a powerful blow to the other's jaw, forcing him back. Seizing the opportunity, the monster dodged and, with a swift movement, used its claws to rip off an arm, causing the titan to stagger. The camera then focused on Issei, who quickly positioned himself on the colossal titan's shoulder to summon his magical attack. He called forth a torrent of elemental dragons that surged toward the monster, catching it off guard and dealing significant damage, causing it to fall. The colossal titan took advantage of this moment, hardening its foot and delivering a crushing stomp aimed at the monster's head. Issei observed from his vantage point on the titan's shoulder, noting how his soldiers were regrouping against the remaining orcs and trolls. He also realized that the enemy reinforcements had been decimated, marking a turning point in the battle. Returning to the duel between the dragons, both were marked with scratches and bites. They charged at each other again, creating another powerful gust of wind, but they were undeterred as they exchanged bites, slashes, and fiery breaths. In a moment of carelessness from Smog, Krom landed a powerful claw strike to Smog's face, leaving a deep cut and breaking one of Smog's horns. Before the fight could escalate further, they were interrupted by Syrax, who had defeated his opponent but bore several bleeding cuts. Despite his injuries, he was ready to face Krom. Just as Krom prepared to attack again, the roar of other dragons and griffins echoed around them, signaling that they had nearly vanquished all aerial enemies, with the remaining ones retreating under their lord's orders. Seeing the situation, Kromkruch had no choice but to withdraw, though he made sure to threaten Smaug before leaving. He stated that this would not be the end, his tone serious yet mocking. Smaug replied with a similar sentiment, attempting to rise but failing to make progress. With that, Crumb-Crutch cast a magical circle and vanished from the battlefield. Outside the scene, everyone watched as the camera focused on Smaug and Aslan. When Crumb-Crutch landed, the atmosphere turned serious. The leaders and dragon deities recognized the immense power radiating from both dragons. Drake noted that their power rivaled that of Albion and himself, while the Great Red remarked that this battle would be remembered. As they observed the clash, some were surprised, while others remained solemn. Ophis commented on Crumb-Crutch's advantage, and Albion agreed, acknowledging the situation. The screen then shifted to show the battle between the Titans, highlighting Issei's intervention. Cersei exclaimed about Issei's impressive power, a sentiment echoed by many in the room. The view from the colossal Titan left everyone in awe. Zeus remarked that it seemed the war already had a winner, and the leaders nodded in agreement. As the scene continued, it showed Crumb-Crutch retreating with the few remaining orcs and trolls. Back in the scene, the soldiers of the Empire gathered at a specific point, where Issei emerged. He addressed his soldiers, stating that they had made history by driving the invaders from their lands, all thanks to their efforts. The soldiers erupted in cheers, celebrating their victory. As the screen faded to black, the last image was of Issei and his soldiers reveling in their triumph. Outside the scene, the people in the room celebrated the victory alongside him. Yasaka suggested that after such a day filled with emotions, it would be best to rest and see what the next day would bring. One by one, everyone returned to their respective factions. The familiar room was filled with anticipation as everyone searched for the next video to watch. However, the focus shifted to the ongoing conversation. Athena noted that Issei had ultimately triumphed and made significant progress against the Chaos Brigade. Rhys added that they were aware of others similar to Diablo. Asia expressed concern, recalling the injuries sustained by Asterius, Legolas, Leonidas, and Smaug. Kaneko remarked that the new empire had proven to be stronger than expected, prompting nods of agreement from those present. Cersei began to speak but was interrupted by two guards from the Gremory family, visibly exhausted and sweating from their hurried arrival. One guard reported that the Hyudu brothers had escaped, shocking everyone in the room. The atmosphere shifted as they unleashed their power, causing the guards to cower in a corner, fear evident on their faces. Before anyone could react, a magical circle appeared near Odin's ear. He questioned what was happening, his expression growing pale. Just as others were about to inquire, Odin's shocked voice rang out, revealing that Loki had escaped. Thor and Freya echoed their surprise, struggling to process the news. Another magical circle appeared, this time near Azazel, who demanded reassurance that it was not bad news. Baraquil, through the circle, informed him that members of the Chaos Brigade had freed Kokabeel, his tone serious and concerned. This revelation prompted the leaders to adopt a serious demeanor, setting aside their video plans for an emergency meeting. Cersei grimly noted that 2 criminals and 2 worthless individuals had escaped in approximately 6 hours. Azazel confirmed that the Chaos Brigade had aided Kokabeel and likely the other 2 as well. Aquino questioned the reasoning behind aiding the 2, while Ravel expressed confusion about their involvement. Valis speculated that the chaotic nature of the situation could mean they were being used for experimentation or as cannon fodder. Ophis agreed, questioning the purpose of their release. Gabriel pointed out that the attacks seemed to have been planned for a long time, and Penemu emphasized the need to find them quickly and strengthen their factions. Great Red suggested postponing the video viewing until the next day, urging everyone to return to their factions and begin fortifications. Each individual departed to their respective factions to commence preparations. The Nords returned home, bringing back members of their faction for protection and severing the Bifrost. At the gates of Asgard, 2 Jotun stood guard, while several Valkyries patrolled the skies, ensuring no one breached their walls. The Yokais conducted similar actions, sending out tracking yokais and attempting to communicate with Japanese deities, though they received no responses. The Greeks sought assistance from Hades, who agreed to help upon learning of the situation. Interestingly, Artemis expressed excitement at the prospect of watching videos of Issei, requesting to join, a sentiment echoed by Apollo, Hephaestus, Hera, and Hestia. The vampires, having recently emerged from a civil war, struggled to prepare adequately. The fallen angels fortified Gregorio, employing Azazel's inventions to set up additional magical barriers and traps. They managed to communicate with the Egyptians, who agreed to attend the upcoming meeting to discuss the matter. Under Michael's leadership, all angels returned to the heavens, intensifying their guard and requesting assistance from the Vatican, which began mobilizing exorcists and using churches as operational bases. The demons also took action, withdrawing troops from incense points and fortifying key locations, such as Lilith, where guards were always on patrol. Kor remained under close watch due to its significance to the Gremory and Citri houses, with more demons monitoring the city as Issei contacted the Indian faction to join the meeting. All of this transpired within 10 hours, unnoticed by humans, as gods and supernatural beings prepared for what would likely be a battle determining the fate of the world. The scene shifted to reveal a figure resembling a human seated on a throne. A person kneeling before the throne reported that the factions were mobilizing while the unified empire remained still. The figure on the throne expressed satisfaction, anticipating that the factions would soon fall under their control. Rizavim rose from his throne and approached a grand window, gazing out at a multitude of beings, including renegade demons, fallen angels, Asgardians, yokais, vampires, Egyptians, heroes, and numerous dragons, all preparing for the impending conflict. He instructed Euclid to have everything ready for the assault in 8 days. Euclid acknowledged the command before departing to fulfill it. Rizavim then exited through another door, entering a laboratory filled with beings resembling him, monstrous figures encased in capsules. His attention was drawn to Saruman, who was observing a capsule containing a different monster, one with fiery fists and unique features. Saruman calmly remarked on the masterpiece before them, while Rizavim confidently declared that in 8 days, both the supernatural and human worlds would fall into his hands, laughing maniacally as Saruman watched him with a serious expression. They always encountered the same familiar faces, but this time there were new ones. The first was a tall man, around 6 feet 3 inches, with brown hair and blue skin. He had an athletic build and 2 extra arms. This man was Shiva, the principal god of the Indians. The second newcomer wore a large loincloth with a support on one leg, wielding a golden mace and displaying several scars on his body, showcasing his muscular physique. He was Hephaestus, the divine smith of the Greeks. The third new face was a woman with black hair and golden eyes, dressed in a combat outfit that featured 2 straps crossing her chest, connecting to a breastplate. She wore black shorts and knee-high golden boots. This was Artemis, daughter of Zeus, and the Titaness Leto, sister of Apollo and goddess of the hunt, one of the 3 version goddesses of Olympus. Speaking of Apollo, he stood beside his sister, wearing a white tunic that transitioned to red at the bottom, along with golden sandals and pink hair. He held golden gloves crafted by the divine smith, and as known, he was Apollo, the god of the sun, medicine, and prophecies. The fourth person was another woman in a white dress that reached mid-thigh, adorned with a black diadem that accentuated her golden hair. She was Hera, goddess of marriage and wife-sister of Zeus. The fifth was yet another woman in a red toga paired with a white skirt, possessing red eyes and heart-shaped red hair. She was Hestia, the goddess who watches over families. Lastly, there was a figure with a bird-like head and a sun-like ring atop it, wearing a crown that extended to the chest and a long white skirt, wielding a staff. This was Ra, the leader of the Egyptians. Issei expressed gratitude for the emergency meeting, addressing Ra and Shiva, who nodded in respect. Shiva got straight to the point, voicing concerns over the sudden mobilization of Issei's soldiers. Ra agreed, acknowledging the troubling situation. Odin then outlined the current landscape, summarizing what had been observed so far, noting that Rizavim was the #1 threat. Ra understood the situation was dire, but he did not believe Rizavim could cause a catastrophe at any moment. Rias chimed in, stating that they were in the same predicament as Ra, but she also mentioned that her beloved Issei had been fighting against them. Azazel then interjected, proposing an alliance for the protection of their realms and inviting them to watch some videos for better understanding. The leaders considered the alliance, which would be beneficial in these times, and quickly accepted the invitation to avoid paperwork. Athena, who had been speaking with her aunt Hestia, asked who would play the video. Hestia raised her hand eagerly, wanting to take the lead. After receiving a nod of approval and noticing Kuroka's displeased expression, Hestia approached the computer connected to a projector. She randomly selected a video and quickly settled down near Hera, Artemis, and Athena. On the screen, a meeting room was visible, occupied by their protagonist alongside Zijin, Levi, and Diablo. However, there were 3 new faces beside Issei, each with different hair colors. The first was a short girl with purple hair in a ponytail and golden eyes, wearing a black shirt with gray accents, a cape, and black boots. She appeared bored yet alert. The second girl had yellow hair and blue eyes, dressed in a white shirt with a black tie, a black skirt, and a black jacket with an open chest, complemented by tall boots and thigh-high stockings. The last girl, positioned behind Issei's chair, had red eyes and white hair, wearing an old-fashioned black military uniform that concealed her figure. In front of them were several individuals, some of whom the gods recognized, including an archangel, a cadre, and dragon gods, all watching the screen with curiosity. The first was a woman with a cap and large horns, her eyes narrowed, exuding multiple personalities, dressed in a kimono with her hair pulled back. She was protected by 2 Aztec guards. Next to her was another woman who commanded respect, her hair shining like the sun, wearing a crown shaped like the sun and a tunic with flowing fabrics surrounding her neck, adorned with a sun tattoo. Behind her stood 2 more imposing figures. One had multicolored hair of gray and black, clad in a similarly colored kimono, equipped with various pieces of armor and a katana at their waist. The last was a man with blue hair, his bangs obscuring his eyes but still revealing his features, wearing a necklace and a tunic that exposed part of his chest and arm, adorned with circular earrings. The woman with the Aztec guards questioned why the Narnian king had summoned them. Issei respectfully acknowledged Amaterasu and Quetzalcoatl, expressing his honor in meeting them. The gods and leaders were surprised to see who Issei was meeting with, and Ra remarked on the unexpected gathering, intrigued by the developments. Before any of the younger ones could speak, the video continued. Inside the screen, Amaterasu warned against foolishness, reminding everyone of the importance of the gathering. Issei, the calm king, explained that he wanted to establish an alliance. Before either leader could speak, one of Amaterasu's companions arrogantly questioned the need for assistance from mere mortals. Diablo, feeling insulted on behalf of his lord, unleashed his aura, causing a demonic face to materialize behind him, putting the leader's companions on guard. He indignantly confronted the disrespect shown towards Issei, and the other servants began to release their own auras. The companions of Amaterasu also responded, with 2 men emanating powerful energies, one resembling the Dark Knight and the other a storm. However, all present knelt in estimation to the overwhelming auras of the 2 goddesses, their expressions shifting from calm to serious. Amaterasu's aura resembled a dawn, while Quetzalcoatl's took the form of a giant serpent with 4 pairs of wings. Issei, feeling the tension rise, released his own impressive power, summoning a titan-like presence alongside him. This new figure, with dark skin and long black hair, exuded an aura that made even the dragon gods tremble. The atmosphere in the meeting room thickened with fear, causing even the 2 goddesses to instinctively kneel as magic surged. Outside the screen, the tension in the room was palpable. As Issei unleashed his aura, many were frightened, and some with fragile wills fainted. The Great Red expressed his astonishment at the pressure he felt, admitting it was a first for him. Ophis shared similar thoughts. Inside the screen, Issei ceased releasing his overwhelming power, allowing those who had knelt to rise. He advised Tsukuyomi to think carefully before making such remarks. Tsukuyomi swallowed hard under Issei's serious gaze. Amaterasu then asked why he sought an alliance with their pantheons, intervening to protect her brother. Issei explained that thanks to Caria, Testarossa, and Ultima, they knew Rizavim was gathering a formidable army for an unknown purpose, prompting their desire to be cautious. Quetzalcoatl, preferring to be called Lukoa, expressed no objections to the alliance, recalling that Issei's subordinates had described him as kind and pleasant. She extended her hand for a handshake, which Issei accepted with a calm smile. Amaterasu stated she would discuss the matter with her brothers and provide a response later, before departing through a magical circle with her companions. Issei then mentioned a celebration that night in honor of their victory against the Orcs and the Cows Brigade, inviting Lukoa, who considered it before agreeing. Outside the screen, everyone listened attentively to the leader's conversation. Michael noted the potential alliance with the Mesoamerican gods, while Biko remarked that the Japanese gods seemed to be contemplating the proposal. Shiva expressed curiosity about the power Issei had unleashed, observing the confusion on his face as if he were unaware of the source of such a monstrous aura. Kuroka, sensing a tremendous power as a Nekisu, confirmed that it was merely a fraction of Issei's true strength, leaving everyone pale with the thought of what his full power might entail. Issei suggested they still had time for another choice, prompting Hera to raise her hand and play a video. Inside the screen, a grand ballroom came into view, featuring a staircase that split midway, with tables laden with food and drinks. Various beings from the Empire enjoyed the festivities, some dancing joyfully. The camera focused on a room where two new women were present. The first had black hair styled in twin tails, wearing a white shirt, brown jacket, gray pants, and knee-high black boots. The second had her blonde hair in a bun, dressed in a green ankle-length gown with knee-high black boots and a white coat. They conversed peacefully while sipping tea. Hang expressed her honor at having a goddess in their presence, to which Lukoa replied that they had spent 2 weeks together and need not treat her with such formality. The blonde woman inquired about the boys, and Mikasa mentioned that Issei had told her they were having their own celebration. Annie questioned whether it was wise to leave them alone, and the blonde agreed with her. Sasha reassured them that they would be fine and asked Historia to pass her more pastries. Outside the screen, everyone watched the interactions with varying degrees of interest, though those who admired Issei were particularly curious about his whereabouts. Inside the screen, the scene shifted to a bar where the men were engaging in typical antics, enjoying drinks and camaraderie. Thrain and Thranduil were showcasing the dance of the century. As the screen changed, confusion spread among the onlookers, but laughter erupted as they observed the states of the three professional drinkers. Azazel placed a bet of 500 yen on Tyrus, while Valley wagered 600 yen on Atman. R.A. confidently bet a chest of gold on Atman, and Michael, the angel, surprised his sister by betting 2 chests of gold on Tyrus. Shiva, serious as ever, placed a bet of 8 chests of gold on Tyrus. Biko, setting up a betting booth, encouraged several men to place their bets, though some, like Issei and Goru, were stopped by their wives. Asia admired Thranduil and Thrain's dancing, while Seraphal suggested to Sona that they should dance like them, chasing her sister in a playful frenzy. Aquino wondered about the source of the strange lights, and Kiba speculated about magic. Meanwhile, the camera focused on a devil kissing a photo of Issei, leading to a collective realization among the viewers. In another corner, Zijin, Aureus, Armin, Reiner, and Levi were seen resting in various states of slumber. The main character, Issei, was with Leonidas, Jean, Connie, and Porco, hauling more barrels of liquor to the bar. Issei burst through the door, shouting about bringing more alcohol, which earned him a round of applause from the bar patrons. The atmosphere shifted dramatically when a menacing aura filled the room, causing everyone to freeze. Mickey, filled with protective rage, demanded to know who had taught her baby to drink, sending chills through even the 2 dragon gods present. Goru attempted to calm her down, but Mickey's fierce gaze left him paralyzed with fear. Ria suggested that they might discover who introduced Issei to alcohol if they kept watching, which helped ease Mickey's tension. The camera then revealed a living room in disarray, with holes and scattered bottles of various drinks. It focused on Legolas, who awoke with a headache, his once golden hair now dark. He wondered what had happened the previous night. After splashing water on his face, he found Atman asleep in the bathtub. Ignoring him, Legolas made his way to the kitchen, where he discovered Leonidas tied up over a fire pit. He brewed himself a coffee, and as the caffeine kicked in, he realized the situation and quickly set about waking Leonidas. As Leonidas opened his eyes, he complimented Legolas on his hair, still half asleep. Legolas, brushing off the comment, asked if Leonidas remembered what had happened the night before. Leonidas could only recall being at the bar with the others and waking up in this strange place. Legolas suggested they find the rest of their friends, starting with Ottman. As time passed, they located Jean and Connie sleeping in a stable, Zegan in the kitchen, Aureus stuck against a tree outside the castle, and Tyrus munching on apples outside, claiming he had risen early for some tasks. They found Diablo in his room, surrounded by photos of Issei, while Reiner and Porco had also woken early to accompany Tyrus. Asterius, Becune, and Siddharth were discovered sleeping at the castle dining table, and finally, Thranduil and Thrain were found napping in the forge. Asterius wondered aloud where Levi, Armin, and Issei were, prompting Reiner to suggest they might be in their rooms. Porco teased Asterius, which led to a brief scuffle as Reiner tried to retaliate. As the screen lit up again, Asia questioned the state of the surroundings, and laughter erupted as they took in the sight of the disheveled rooms. However, when they glimpsed Diablo's room, the women who admired him glared at the screen in disbelief. Michael suggested that Issei should keep a closer eye on Diablo, which resonated with everyone. Apollo then asked where Issei was, prompting a wave of concern among the group. Rias expressed her worry for Issei, and Hera noted the absence of Armin and Levi. The group decided to check on Armin first. Upon arriving at his door, they debated who would knock, resorting to a game of rock-paper-scissors to determine the brave soul. Tyrus lost and approached the door, knocking several times until they finally entered, only to be met with a shocking scene. Armin was asleep, and Carolina was beside him. Jean whispered in disbelief, while Connie humorously cried over how much Armin had grown. Aureus suggested it might be better to discuss this outside, prompting everyone to exit the room. Levi had been the second to lose. Porco remarked as Reiner approached the door to open it, only to find a scene that mirrored the previous one. In the bed lay Levi, accompanied by a sleeping Hang, both of them in a state of undress. Asterius whispered, expressing his frustration about how everyone seemed to be involved except for them, his tone tinged with sadness, as the others nodded in agreement. They left the room and made their way to the last door, which belonged to Issei. Outside the screen, they observed how the group arrived at Armin's room, where they began to play rock-paper-scissors to decide who would open the door. The absurdity of their antics caused a bead of sweat to form on their brows. When they finally opened the door and peeked inside, the young ones blushed while the adults whistled and chuckled at the sight before them. Azazel commented on how the boy certainly didn't waste any time, while R.A. laughed, noting that today's youth seemed to be quite bold. The laughter grew louder as the men continued their banter, while the couple inside remained oblivious, still asleep. As the laughter subsided, they watched the men on the screen head toward Levi's room, anticipating a similar scene. Some of the men felt sympathy for Jean, recognizing the truth in his earlier words. Inside the screen, the boys arrived and began to debate who would open the door this time. Their discussion proved futile as Diablo took the initiative and opened the door, revealing yet another familiar scene. In the bed lay Issei, surrounded by Mikasa, Testarossa, Carrera, Ultima, and Annie, all similarly undressed and nestled together. The collective gasp from the audience was palpable as they processed the sight before them. Jean, taken aback, exclaimed Mikasa's name in shock before retreating from the room and exiting the building to shout in disbelief. Connie, Reiner, and Aureus went to where Jean was to console him. Tyrus commented on how well the king ate, laughing lightly at the end. Porco relaxed, relieved that Peak was not present. Just as if fate had other plans, a gust of wind entered the room, lifting the blanket to reveal Peak underneath. Porco said nothing and left to seek comfort from Leonidas, Asterius, and Becune, just as Jean had. The screen faded to black, the last image being Issei opening his eyes. Outside the screen, the room fell into a tense silence, and a father's sorrowful cries filled the air. Goru expressed his pride in his son, and that was the last sound heard before the ominous atmosphere intensified. The men in the room made the most reasonable choice and quickly fled. Some managed to escape, while others, like Goru, Michael, and Azazel, were not as fortunate. Days before the catastrophe, the scene shifted to a hospital room. A doctor emerged from a door, addressing Ajuka. The doctor informed him that they had healed the injured. Ajuka asked if he could see them, and the doctor nodded, allowing him to enter the room. Inside, Issei, Michael, Azazel, Goru, Kiba, Arthur, and Biko were present. Ajuka inquired about each of their conditions. The doctor reviewed some papers and began to report. Issei had 2 broken legs, a dislocated arm, several bruises, and broken ribs. Azazel had all his limbs broken, nearly suffered sterility, had twisted fingers on both hands, and some bleeding. Ajuka felt a wave of anxiety at the severity of their injuries. Michael had 4 broken ribs, multiple punctures in his arms, and a dislocated foot. Goru was among the least injured, with only dislocated arms. Kiba had broken arms and legs and a chest injury. Pendragon had several third-degree burns and multiple broken bones. Lastly, Biko had various contusions, broken bones, and some bleeding. Ajuka requested Phoenix tears for their recovery, but the doctor explained that even with the tears, they would need to rest for 2 days. Ajuka insisted on administering the tears himself, ensuring they would rest. As time passed, the same room appeared again, but this time it was filled with different people, including the Great Red, seated away from the women. Some women watched him with beads of sweat, while others felt a twinge of regret. Rias attempted to lighten the tense atmosphere by asking who would play today's video. Artemisa volunteered, and everyone focused on the screen. Inside the video, a room filled with familiar faces showed a hint of tension. The reason was that the girls who had slept with Issei were competing to feed him, while the newly formed couples and Issei's servants watched with beads of sweat. In another scene, a guard entered the room, announcing that the goddess Amaterasu required Issei's presence in the meeting room. Upon hearing this, Issei stood and made his way to the indicated room, accompanied by Zijin and Siddharth for protection. He greeted Amaterasu and took a seat on his throne. She returned the greeting and mentioned that she had discussed the proposal with her brothers and they had decided to accept it. However, her brother Tsukuyami had something to say. Tsukuyami apologized for his behavior the previous day and for referring to Issei's servants as inferior beings. Issei accepted the apology but warned him not to say that again, as Siddharth and Zijin released their auras, creating a tense atmosphere among the gods. Outside the screen, the women who admired Issei felt jealous or annoyed, but when the elf guard arrived to inform them about Amaterasu's request for Issei, the leaders grew serious, as did the dragon gods and those from various religions. Freya noted that the Japanese gods had set aside their pride, surprised that the 3 brothers would agree, indicating a significant threat. This realization also made the leaders uneasy, as they knew the Japanese gods were quite proud and among the most powerful pantheons. As the tension in the room grew, the 2 guardians ceased to release their auras, allowing the gods to breathe more easily. Amaterasu introduced her brother Susan, the god of storms and war, who nodded respectfully. Issei apologized for giving Susanoo a bad impression at first and extended his hand for a handshake. Susanoo assured him that it was no problem. "It was an honor to meet Issei," said the Japanese god of the seas. Before anyone could continue speaking, a magical circle began to materialize beside Issei, causing the Japanese gods to go on high alert, unlike the calm and composed gods from the empire. From the magical circle emerged a man about 6 feet tall with long black hair that reached his waist, dressed in what appeared to be a butler's outfit, complete with white gloves adorned with red circles. His eyes were as red as blood. Alongside him came a large black dog with a distinctive collar around its neck, notable for having 8 eyes. The new arrival calmly announced that he had completed his espionage mission. Issei, serious about the information his servant was about to provide, urged Alucard to share his findings. Alucard reported that the Cows Brigade was gathering all its soldiers and recruiting more, according to reports and requests from the black market. They were also collecting renegade demons, and he had learned that they had managed to extract Loki from the underworld. Issei instructed Siddharth to take Thranduil, Thrain, Lukoa, and Amaterasu to the meeting room while he decided to investigate something on his own. As Siddharth complied, the others in the room followed him. The screen went dark. Outside the screen, everyone watched the interaction between Issei and the Japanese gods, but the atmosphere grew tense with the appearance of the portal. Upon seeing the figure that emerged, everyone was confused except for one person. Elmenhild stood up in shock, exclaiming in disbelief. Aquino, the fallen semi-angel, inquired about the commotion, and many others shared her curiosity. Elmenhild revealed that the person was Alucard, a vampire who had hunted them but had been sealed away 1,000 years ago. Vale, a descendant of Lucifer, questioned the truth of her statement. Elmenhild confirmed that he was indeed the son of Count Dracula. The revelation surprised everyone, but Athena had another question about the dog accompanying Alucard. Elmenhild admitted she didn't know but hoped to find information in her faction's books. As the discussion shifted back to the Chaos Brigade, Zeus noted that they seemed aware of Loki and Kokobiel's escape. Thor pointed out that they appeared unaware of their brother's situation. The Great Red recommended that everyone enhance the security of their factions, and he and Ophis would investigate further. Valis stated that his group would also look into the matter. Circe suggested they part ways to improve their defenses. Days before the catastrophe, the leaders of the factions gathered in a meeting room. Circe asked if anyone had identified potential attack points that could affect them all. Shiva suggested that prisons and strategic locations like bases or laboratories could be targets. Athena warned of possible traitors within the factions and recommended fortifying key locations. Azazel inquired if Elmenhild had found anything about the Hound. She replied that she hadn't located any books detailing its nature, leaving everyone with lingering questions. Just then, an Asgardian burst in, visibly injured, announcing that Muspelheim had been breached. The news shocked the Norse gods, prompting Odin to demand how it was possible. The Great Red noted that Rysavim was likely moving his pieces. As the leaders began calling their troops to Asgard, Vala's group prepared a magical circle to assist in any way they could. Asia, curious about Muspelheim and its inhabitants, asked Rias for clarification. Rias admitted she wasn't sure but intended to ask her older brother. The leaders were deeply engaged in a discussion about the gravity of Rysavim's actions. Rias approached her brother, seeking to understand the commotion caused by the Asgardians' news. Circe, serious and tense, explained the significance of Muspelheim and its connection to Ragnarok, the end of the world, and the being that could set Asgard ablaze. The revelation left the younger members shocked. Circe warned that if Rysavim allied with this being, they would face even greater troubles in the future. Zenobia, trembling with fear, asked for the name of this being, to which Gabriel solemnly replied, Surtur. The Norse gods and the Valkyrie quickly entered a chamber that resembled a throne room. Odin instructed Rosweiss to accompany Thor and some Valkyries to investigate whether Rysavim was still present. The Valkyrie and the god of thunder nodded in agreement before exiting through the door, while the goddess of love, Freyja, remained behind, contemplating and waiting for her leader's command. Odin urged Freyja to reinforce Asgard to the maximum, stating that they could not allow the situation to remain as it was. He then moved to a specific area of the chamber. Upon arrival, he encountered a sort of cell, guarded by 4 elite guards. As he approached, the guards opened the door swiftly. Inside, he spotted a sword that seemed to emanate flames, which split into 4 points as it descended. Odin remarked to himself that it appeared he had not yet been discovered, hoping it would remain that way. He left the chamber to return to the throne room, awaiting new information. Meanwhile, a being of fire, distinguished by a crown of horns, pondered why it should ally with Rysavim, who was accompanied by Saruman and some traitorous Asgardians who had aided his entry. Rysavim proposed a mutually beneficial deal. He would help destroy the factions, and in return, Surtur would assist in the destruction of Asgard. A smile spread across Rysavim's face as he spoke. Surtur contemplated the offer, realizing that it could help him achieve his goal of destroying Asgard, but doubts about betrayal lingered in his mind. Saruman observed the exchange with an impassive expression, lost in his own thoughts. After a few moments of deliberation, Surtur decided to support Rysavim's plan. He accepted the alliance, and Ryzavim indicated it was time to part ways to finalize their preparations. Saruman opened a magical circle, and they stepped through, leaving Surtur alone with his thoughts. As this alliance formed, the leaders of each faction continued to discuss their next course of action. They reached an agreement to regroup their factions and later watch a video featuring Issei, which everyone consented to do. Days before the catastrophe, Ryzavim was seen in a laboratory experimenting with beings resembling the monster that had fought the colossal titan. However, the important question on his mind was what that creature truly was. To understand this, the story needed to rewind a few hours. In a flashback, Saruman, Ryzavim, and the Asgardians emerged from a magical circle. Ryzavim instructed the Asgardians to monitor the laboratory, and they nodded before departing to fulfill their task. Saruman headed to another part of the castle to investigate more magic and devise plans for the impending war. Ryzavim made his way to his chamber and sat on his bed, contemplating the events unfolding around him. To immerse himself further in the scene, a mysterious entity appeared before Ryzavim Levon Lucifer. Startled by the sudden presence, Ryzavim jumped out of bed, instinctively taking a defensive stance. He realized he hadn't noticed when the figure had entered or even when it had positioned itself behind him. Before him stood a clown adorned in purple and black, with long arms wielding two scythes. Its feet ended in sharp points, and it had unsettling yellow eyes paired with a chilling grin. Ryzavim, maintaining his serious demeanor, demanded to know who this being was and how it had arrived. The clown introduced itself as Jevil, claiming to have come to propose a deal. Ryzavim, suspicious, inquired about the nature of this deal. Jevil explained that his king had a problem with a certain Narnian king, and if Ryzavim assisted in eliminating him, he would be rewarded with 2 vials filled with a strange blood. Ryzavim pressed for more details, asking who Jevil's king was, why the conflict with the Narnian king existed, and what the blood could do. Jevil described his king as a perfect being, imprisoned due to the actions of 9 entities, one of which was the Narnian king. The blood, he claimed, would enhance Ryzavim's monsters to rival even celestial dragons. Ryzavim contemplated the offer. It seemed outrageous, yet in a world where magical beings coexisted with gods, anything was possible. He then threatened to take the blood by force, unleashing his aura. However, before he could act, a portal engulfed him, transporting him to what appeared to be space, where Jevil reappeared. Jevil issued a stern warning, making a sweeping motion with one of his scythes. As he spoke, he unleashed a powerful attack that sliced through a nearby planet, splitting it in 2 and continuing to devastate a second planet. Ryzavim, horrified, understood the gravity of the situation as Jevil confirmed his message. Another portal swallowed Ryzavim, returning him to his chamber, now alone but with the 2 vials of blood on his bed. He quickly approached the vials and hurried to his laboratory to investigate the blood's effects. Upon arriving, he approached one of the capsules containing his monsters and injected a significant amount of the blood Jevil had provided. The creature inside began to writhe, gradually mutating into a grotesque form. What had once resembled a reptile transformed into a humanoid being, its body entirely white, sporting 2 horns on its head and a striking red eye, with flames emanating from its skull. The creature raised its hand, exerting pressure that shattered the capsule. It looked around, seemingly lost, and questioned Ryzavim about its creation. Just as Ryzavim was about to respond, Jevil reappeared, instructing the creature to obey Ryzavim but to kill the Narnian king if it encountered him. The creature nodded and turned its attention to Ryzavim, who, despite his composed exterior, felt a surge of anxiety. The aura radiating from this being was terrifying. Ryzavim calculated that it could easily bring both Great Red and Ophis to their knees with just a fraction of its power. And one might wonder, why do magical beings not sense this monstrous power? The being was suppressing its true nature very well. Ryzavim instructed the newly self-proclaimed Orion to rest in one of the castle's rooms. Meanwhile, Ryzavim and Saruman, who was unaware of the recent events, began experimenting with a substance they called the blood of the apocalypse. This was observed through a portal that went unnoticed by anyone. The observer was none other than Jevil, who remarked that the upcoming battle would be decisive. He felt powerless as his companions were sealed along with his king. It would depend on whether Issei could awaken his true self, which would be interesting, he thought, before closing the portal to focus on other matters. Days before the catastrophe, the factions gathered in a meeting room to discuss the movements of the Chaos Brigade and their contingency plans. Penemu reported that, according to soldier reports, they had reached strategic points. Serafal noted that demons were also being deployed across the demon territories. Gabriel mentioned that the angels were preparing for a large-scale attack, with the church mobilizing its priests and swordsmen, led by Dulio. Yasaka stated that her yokai were being deployed in the agreed areas, along with some fallen angels and Asgardians who had arrived in her territory for support. Athena informed them that their troops were being commanded by Ares, while Poseidon was mobilizing across the seas, and Hades was also starting to move throughout Greece. Odin shared that they had covered all Scandinavian countries, with several Valkyries, heroes, and Heimdall patrolling the realms. Elmenhild reported that the vampires were trying to cover South America to Central America but were facing difficulties and needed support. Ra stated that the Egyptians had secured all of Egypt and its surroundings, with none watching over the Mediterranean Sea. Shiva announced that his faction had protected the entire African continent, surprising the younger members. After hours of preparation, they decided to watch videos featuring their favorite brown-haired character. This time, the video was presented by Lu Fei. On the screen, a workshop filled with various races of the Empire was visible, all engaged in manufacturing, repairing, or creating. The focus shifted to their favorite brown-haired character, who was alongside Thrain and a dwarf who appeared to be supervising the forge. Issei expressed his excitement about his completed project. The chief dwarf confirmed that they had constructed 40 units, and from the second request, they had managed to create 300 smaller ones, bringing joy to both leaders. Outside the screen, Saji noted that they seemed to be in a workshop, while Azazel wondered what kind of order had been placed. Hephaestus expressed curiosity, having heard that Issei had interesting creations. Back on the screen, it showed a shooting range where Issei, Zeke, and Zijin were present. Zeke, sounding a bit lazy, acknowledged Issei's call. Issei explained that, since Zeke was the best soldier in terms of accuracy, he wanted him to try out their new bombardments. As Thrain and Zijin pushed the cannon into view, Issei excitedly encouraged Zeke to take a shot. Everyone watching was somewhat impressed by Issei's demonstration, but the blacksmiths and the eccentric gear enthusiast were particularly thrilled by the design. Hephaestus admired the beautiful bombardment design, which inspired him to jot down ideas in a notebook that appeared in his hand. Biko asked the burning question that many were wondering about, while Hera admitted that even they were puzzled, as it was one of the great mysteries of Olympus. Back in the workshop, Issei playfully asked Zeke if he wanted an invitation to shoot. The chief dwarf initiated the countdown, and the three of them shouted in unison, ready to fire. As the shockwave spread, 3 voices could be heard. Zeke expressed his frustration, but his words were cut off by the force of the blast. Zijin shouted for everyone to get behind him, while the dwarf exclaimed his fear of dying without experiencing life fully. Outside the screen, some people covered their ears at the loud noise of the cannon. Zeus, surprised, noted that the bullet had magic. The explosion left everyone in awe, though some chuckled at the comments made by those on the screen. When the screen flickered back to life, it showed the same group as before, but without the bombardment. Issei mentioned that they needed to recalibrate the power of their cannons, scratching the back of his neck. Zeke, with a hint of sarcasm, questioned Issei's judgment. Issei, dismissing the comment, introduced their latest acquisition for aerial support and artillery, pointing to the sky. They looked up to see a fleet of flying ships. Zeke calmly asked Issei what inspired this idea, to which Issei replied that it came from the Asgardian ships. With that, the screen went dark. Outside the screen, everyone watched with curiosity, eager to see what invention would be presented next. Odin remarked that Issei had borrowed the idea of flying ships, while Ophis reminded everyone that it was time to rest after the meeting and videos. Days before the catastrophe, the scene shifted to a familiar room where the occupants awaited a new video. Athena approached to play it but found one with an unexpected title. She questioned Artemis about her name being there, noticing her nervousness. Artemis stuttered, unsure of what to say, while Ophis, with a serious expression, restrained her with a serpent of infinity, making it clear she wouldn't let her escape. In less than 10 minutes, the reaction room had turned into an interrogation for Artemis, who remained silent. Penemu suggested they play the video to extract information, which only made Artemis more anxious. Once the video started, everyone settled in, watching as Artemis fidgeted in her seat. The video displayed a lively bar where Issei announced a celebration for the success of their new machines, raising his drink with enthusiasm. The camera panned to Zeke, who was drinking from a barrel, surrounded by cheering patrons. The atmosphere was filled with excitement as they chanted for him to finish his drink. The scene shifted to Thrain engaged in an arm wrestling match, boasting an impressive record. Outside the screen, Ajuka commented on how much fun they seemed to be having, while Vala suggested they should go out with Issei for drinks one day. As the video continued, Zeke stood up to get some water, only to realize he was not in the castle. He called out for his friends, searching around. After a while, he stumbled upon Thrain in a bathtub, surrounded by a mess. Zeke shook him awake, but after 10 minutes of no response, he splashed water on him. Thrain woke up, confused and irritated, striking Zeke in the face. Zeke, nursing his nose, expressed his concern about Issei's whereabouts, fearing what would happen if they returned without him. The thought of the consequences made him uneasy, and Thrain began to understand the gravity of the situation. Outside the screen, everyone wondered where they were, noticing Zeke's growing anxiety. Hera, observing the scene, recognized the place and felt a sense of dread. Odin humorously compared Thrain's state to Thor's first experience with drinking, which embarrassed the god of thunder, while Freya laughed heartily. As Zeke and Thrain searched for Issei, they eventually found themselves in front of a single door after hours of searching. They knocked but received no response, so they opened it to reveal a shocking scene. Issei was in bed with Artemis, the goddess of the hunt and the moon. Outside the screen, the audience watched with a mix of boredom and anticipation, but upon seeing the door, Artemis grew increasingly nervous. The reaction to what lay inside was one of sheer shock. As Artemis blushed at the memory of what had transpired, she attempted to slip away but was blocked by the other girls, who had surrounded her. Irina asked what was happening on the screen, eager for answers. A smile graced her face as a dark aura surrounded her. The same reaction was shared by all the women who admired the brown-haired boy. Artemisa appeared on the screen, her voice filled with terror as she noted the aura being emitted. The two onlookers continued to watch the scene in shock. The brown-haired boy attempted to rise, only to notice an unusual weight holding him down. As he tried to get up again, he heard a woman's voice. Artemisa gently urged him to sleep a little longer, trying to adjust her position. Issei glanced to the side and saw the goddess, jumping in fright and kneeling in fear. He pleaded for her not to harm them. Artemisa reassured him, questioning why she would hurt her boyfriend. This statement froze the reaction room and the three from the Empire. Outside the screen, Athena remarked that it was no surprise. No one had seen this coming. The affectionate tone made them wonder if this was indeed the same goddess who despised men. However, her last words left an uncomfortable silence, which Artemisa seized to create a magic circle for teleportation. Inside the screen, Issei requested that no one mention having seen him and asked Zeke to turn off the camera. Zeke complied. Outside the screen, the room remained silent until someone spoke. Ares suggested that everyone should return home to process what they had witnessed while they attempted to locate Artemisa. He picked up his father like a sack of potatoes and prepared to leave the meeting room via a magic circle to Olympus. Days before the catastrophe, everyone gathered in the meeting room, also known as the reaction room. This time, something was different. The women who admired the brown-haired boy occupied the leaders' seats, discussing a matter of great importance to them. Rosweiss inquired if there were any updates, to which Athena replied that she had not returned to Olympus. Aquino confidently stated that she could not escape from them. The women continued to strategize ways to be with Issei, all while the leaders and other men in the room watched with beads of sweat forming on their brows. Shiva instructed Issei to intervene so they could continue watching the videos without interruption. Issei questioned why he should do that. Shiva explained that it was decided in the vote. Issei, confused, asked about the vote. Shiva clarified that it was to determine whether Issei would go and stop the women, raising his hand in support. Everyone present, including the 3 sealed dragons, raised their hands as well. Issei muttered about their betrayal. As Issei approached, he was followed by his queen, Graphia. He asked her for help, but she regretfully informed him that the problem was his to handle. In the improvised meeting of the women, Issei attempted to speak up, suggesting they should be watching their loved ones instead of discussing their plans. All the women turned their heads towards him while continuing their discussions. Elmenhild agreed, stating they should go see Issei-kun. All the men emerged from a bunker made of various magical barriers. Before starting, Issei excused himself to check on something and hurried to the bathroom. A few minutes later, the red-haired man returned to the room. He asked if they had decided on the video. Michael replied that they had not, but Azazel would choose today, expressing concern that his brother might select something inappropriate. Azazel selected the video and took a seat. Inside the screen, Issei greeted the viewers, explaining that the video showcased one of the first tests of the flying ships. Outside the screen, the audience was surprised but quickly grasped the video's concept. Hephaestus expressed interest in the outcome of the tests, sharing the sentiment with Azazel and several others in the room. Inside the screen, Armin stood atop one of the ships, gazing at the horizon while the crew checked their equipment. He asked how they were doing with the magic, looking back at the functioning propellers powered by magic. The captain confirmed that everything was fine. Outside the screen, the inventors were amazed by Armin's explanations, and the leaders became increasingly interested in the ships, except for the Asgardians, who already had a few of their own. A dwarf shouted from one side of the ship, drawing everyone's attention. Armin quickly responded, concerned that something might be wrong. The dwarf pointed excitedly at another ship, causing confusion among the crew. Kiba, equally puzzled, questioned why the dwarf was pointing at that particular vessel. Arthur suggested it might have a malfunction, while Azazel speculated that if it were true, the other ship's crew would have noticed by now. Athena agreed, indicating that it must be something more significant. On the screen, the crew saw what was happening on that ship. At the front, ropes secured a dragon named Riagel, while a person named Issei clung to the railing. The crew behind him held on tightly, some shouting in fear and others in excitement, while the helmsman, a minotaur, stood firm at the helm. Issei commanded Riagel to turn north, and the dragon obeyed swiftly, though the helmsman hesitated briefly before following suit. Issei then instructed the starboard gunners to load projectiles that appeared to be made of rubber. As they drew alongside Armin's ship, the cannons fired, prompting one of the elves to raise a white flag of surrender. Just before the screen faded, it showed Issei with a victorious smile as he shook hands with Armin. Ares, the god of war, commented on the situation, amused by the antics of the crew on the dragon-drawn ship. The others watched with interest, enjoying the spectacle. However, when Issei shouted about the cannons, tension filled the air, but before anyone could speak, the nature of the projectiles was revealed. Biko noted that it seemed to be a practice exercise, while Lu Fei remarked on how entertaining it was to learn and apply skills simultaneously. Kaneko concluded that Issei was the winner of this encounter. Gran Rojo, the dragon god, instructed the younger ones to rest while the leaders continued their discussion about the Cow's Brigade. Days before the catastrophe, the scene shifted to a throne room where Ryzavim, Euclid, and Saruman were present, along with Cao Cao, the leader of the hero faction, and Loki, the Norse god. Kokobil, a fallen angel, expressed impatience about waiting to initiate their long-anticipated war. Cao Cao mocked Kokobil's eagerness, which prompted the fallen angel to summon a spear of light in frustration. Cao Cao countered by summoning the true Longinus to intercept Kokobil's attack, causing the others in the room to sigh at the ongoing conflict between the two. Loki, irritated, asked Ryzavim why they had to tolerate Kokobil and Cao Cao. Ryzavim explained that their strength was necessary, or he would have dealt with them himself. Saruman reminded Ryzavim that the next day was significant, prompting Rizavim to lead the two combatants away to a secure location. He called for a servant to bring Kromkruch to join them. Inside the new room, which resembled a laboratory, 7 syringes filled with dark purple blood caught their attention. Euclid inquired about the contents, and Saruman revealed that it was Apocalypse blood, a powerful enhancer. Rizavim instructed Kokabeel to come forward for an injection. As the blood took effect, Kokabeel screamed in pain, his power surging to levels comparable to greater gods like Odin or Zeus. The others in the room were astonished by the transformation, except for Rizavim and Saruman, who remained unfazed. Kokabeel declared his newfound strength, revealing additional wings. Rizavim then injected Chow Chow, who experienced a surge of power along with demonic traits manifesting across his body. Next was Loki, whose body ignited with white flames, turning dark as his power reached divine levels. Euclid followed, transforming into a true demon as ice hands emerged from his back, rivaling the current Mal Lucifer. Saruman, upon receiving the injection, created a magical circle at his feet, forming a red cloak with a hood that obscured his face and summoning a staff of considerable power, capable of challenging Ajuka. Kromkruch was next, and as the scene unfolded, the tension in the room heightened, setting the stage for the impending conflict. As Rizavim was injected, his appearance began to transform into that of a reptile, complete with a tail and a pair of horns. His power surged, reaching levels just above that of celestial dragons. Meanwhile, Rizavim, after receiving an injection with a stronger serum, felt his power rise at an extraordinary rate. His skin darkened, and he sprouted additional horns, his strength now comparable to that of a dragon god. He expressed confidence that with this newfound power, they would be able to defeat the Alliance and the Narnian Empire, a sentiment echoed by those around him. Saruman suggested that it might be wise to conceal this power until a crucial moment to catch their enemies off guard. This idea was well received by everyone in the room. Kromkruch decided to train and grab a bite to eat, while Loki chose to rest, followed by Chow Chow, who was off to gather his group. Saruman left to investigate a few matters, and the remaining members made their way to the main laboratory. Kokabeel inquired if Rizavim had any of the Apocalypse blood left. Rizavim confirmed he did, intending to inject it into some monsters to create an unstoppable force. As several soldiers administered the serum, some began to stir, giving rise to powerful dark dragons. Rizavim ominously declared that tomorrow would mark the end of humanity and the factions, laughing as he spoke. Days before the catastrophe, the end had arrived. The chapter concluded with gratitude for the audience's attention and support. In the Chaos Brigade's base, there was much activity as dragons and soldiers prepared for the impending attack. The focus shifted to the room where the leaders of the Chaos Brigade convened. Rizavim stated that he, along with Saruman, Euclid, and Kromkruch, would be heading to Japan, where the seal of the Beast of the Apocalypse was located. Kromkruch calmly asked what orders he had for Apophis and Azidahaka. Rizavim instructed him to send Azidahaka to China to destroy the country and to direct Apophis to his faction. With a serious demeanor, Rizavim declared that the war should begin, prompting everyone in the room to nod in agreement and set off toward their objectives. On the beaches of Deauville, France, it was an ordinary day with people swimming, children in school or university, and adults shopping or working. Suddenly, the water began to churn, and a colossal creature emerged. As the water cleared, a wolf-like being with spines along its back and a scorpion-like tail, towering about 30 meters, was revealed. The beachgoers, upon witnessing such a monster, began to flee, while those in the city started recording the event. The creature let out a roar that shook the ground and created massive waves. It quickly made its way toward the city, intent on causing destruction. As people attempted to escape, spears and various elemental powers began to rain down from the sky. Looking up, they saw fallen angels, Asgardians, yokai, renegade demons, and Olympians. But they were not alone. In different parts of the world, various monsters accompanied by supernatural beings emerged. Armies mobilized swiftly to prevent further casualties. Portals opened around the globe, releasing dragons. For example, in Canberra, the capital of Oceania, A 68-meter-tall, eyeless dragon was accompanied by several malevolent dragons and supernatural beings, attacking the capital and nearby cities while the soldiers fought to defend it. In Lima, the capital of Peru, a 54-meter-tall aquatic creature was wreaking havoc, supported by supernatural beings. In Buenos Aires, Argentina, several malevolent dragons and supernatural entities were causing destruction with little resistance due to the surprise attack and their incredible speed. In Mexico City, the capital of Mexico, a 73-meter-tall creature was besieging the city, aided by supernatural beings. Washington, D.C., the capital of the United States, lay in ruins, with only the sight of supernatural beings and dragons escorting a 43-meter monster visible amidst the debris. In Las Vegas, a giant serpent with legs, measuring 39 meters, was destroying a replica of the Eiffel Tower while being defended by renegade demons and Olympians. Madrid, the capital of Spain, was under siege by a 40-meter wolf covered in mouths, as fallen angels and dragons ravaged southern Spain. In Cairo, the capital of Egypt, the locals were terrified as the beast of the end, Apophis, devastated the city, accompanied by orcs and trolls. Moscow, the capital of Russia, was being destroyed by a 67-meter-tall creature that resembled a dragon but emitted lava, supported by orcs and yokai, while other cities either fell or struggled to defend themselves. In Chongqing, China, the city was ablaze due to a three-headed dragon, Azidahaka, the third most powerful malevolent dragon, accompanied by other malevolent dragons and Asgardians. In Tromsø, Norway, the country was under siege by the world serpent, Fenrir, and Loki, who commanded armies of orcs, Asgardians, and yokai. In Kharkiv, Ukraine, the city was devastated by a faction of heroes and trolls led by Chow Chow. The Vatican was one of the cities holding out the longest, thanks to the swordsmen and mages present. But their resistance would not last long against the appearance of a humanoid figure with reptilian skin and flames, standing about 30 meters tall. In Osaka, Japan, the city was the most damaged in the world for several reasons, as two monsters measuring 65 meters and numerous supernatural beings and dragons attacked, with Ryzavim commanding the soldiers. He ordered the initiation of a release process, instructing several mages, including Saruman, to break a sealing circle. Euclid informed Ryzavim that breaking the seal would take about 10 hours. Ryzavim commanded that a team be sent to release Surtur from his prison and bring him to their location. In Muspelheim, Euclid appeared with a group, wielding a flaming sword, and stated that his master had fulfilled his part of the deal, urging Surtur to do the same. Surtur laughed as he took the sword and began to grow. A fallen angel created a magical circle, transporting Surtur to the Pacific Ocean. Now measuring about 150 meters, Surtur began his journey toward Japan, while Japanese and American ships attempted to stop him. Meanwhile, in the meeting room of the demon faction, an emergency meeting was underway. Circe reported that the Chaos Brigade had launched a massive attack on humanity in the last 2 hours. Azazel pondered their next move. The room filled with discussions until Gran Rojo detected something that left him in shock, which was noticed by Yasaka and Ophis. Gran Rojo expressed his disbelief at the possibility of Ryzavim attempting to break the seal of Triexa, a being of pure destruction older than the earth itself. The revelation terrified those who understood the implications. As Michael stood to speak, a magical circle formed, and a humanoid figure with a wolf's head and pharaoh's attire, the Egyptian god of the dead, Anubis, appeared. He informed Ra that Amit was trying to escape from the underworld, further surprising the gods. Michael was determined to buy time against the traitorous Egyptians and the various malevolent dragons attacking. He knew they could only hold out for so long in that battle, but he was resolute in his decision to face the challenges ahead. With a serious expression, he prepared to head into the war in the Egyptian underworld. Gabriel, sensing the gravity of the situation, approached him and whispered something that left him visibly shocked and concerned. Michael assured him, with unwavering confidence, that he was completely certain of his choice. Irina, the ruler of the heavens, noticed the tension and inquired about what was happening. Meanwhile, Gabriel, ignoring everyone else, began to conjure a magical circle that led to a pocket dimension. He retrieved a trumpet, an artifact known only to the fallen angels. Azazel, feeling a surge of anxiety, questioned Gabriel's decision. Michael, still serious and now burdened by the weight of his choice, confirmed his resolve. As they stood by the window, Gabriel took a deep breath, preparing to sound the trumpet and signal the beginning of their next move. Asterius, Becune, and Siddharth sang joyfully, celebrating their camaraderie as they declared themselves the most notorious figures in the bar. Nearby, Legolas lay unconscious at the counter. In the background, Atman and Tyrus engaged in a drinking contest, surrounded by various beings from the Empire who were placing bets on who could drink the most. Thrain and Thranduil observed the scene, their expressions a mix of amusement and concern. As the projectile soared into the distance, Zejan, the calm beetle, asked if the explosion would be powerful. Issei casually responded that they had loaded it with ample gunpowder and magic. Zeke, slightly agitated, questioned whether they had also infused it with magic. Thrain downplayed their concerns, insisting they hadn't overloaded it. In the Vatican, soldiers of the church struggled to defend their headquarters. Suddenly, the sound of trumpets filled the air, plunging not only the Vatican but the entire world into despair, as the biblical prophecy of the end times seemed to unfold. Doors appeared in the sky, opening to reveal angels and winged lions, ridden by countless angels descending to initiate an attack. Squadrons spread across the globe to counter various threats. In the meeting room, the leaders watched in shock as the angelic commander summoned his entire faction for battle. Before anyone could speak, Michael and Gabriel conjured a magical circle to join their siblings in the fight. The room fell silent until another magical circle opened, revealing Heimdall. Heimdall, serious and concerned, informed Odin that the sword of Surtur was missing. Odin listened intently, his expression grave, as Heimdall continued, explaining that Loki was attacking the Scandinavian countries with Jormungandr and Fenrir. After contemplating his options, Odin sighed deeply and made a decisive statement, instructing Heimdall to proceed, knowing full well what was required. Thor, worried, interjected, but Odin silenced him, affirming that it was his decision. Thor nodded in resignation. Heimdall swallowed hard before retrieving the Gyllerhorn, preparing to sound it under the astonished gazes of the other leaders and young warriors present. The 9 Nordic realms tensed at the sound of the Gyllerhorn, preparing for battle. In the skies above Norway and Iceland, a massive portal materialized, from which emerged ice giants, dwarves, valkyries, ancient heroes, and the remaining Norse gods. They descended onto the battlefield, ready to confront the Chaos Brigade and their monstrous forces. In the meeting hall, Thor was seen creating a magical circle to join the fight, followed closely by Freya, who summoned armor and 2 swords to pass through the same magical circle. Odin, in turn, donned his armor and grasped his spear, Gungnir. He whistled into the air, calling for his horse, Sleipnir, a magnificent steed with 6 legs and a bluish coat. Once mounted, he raised his spear as Heimdall opened a portal. Odin calmly stated that if they did not meet again, it had been a pleasure to know them before galloping into the portal. Meanwhile, Azazel stood and approached Penemu, who was still in shock from the actions of the angels. He instructed her to inform Baraquil that he wanted all the fallen angels out of Grigori. Penemu managed to create a magical circle to communicate with Baraquil, who nodded seriously and began to form his own circle. Within 5 minutes, millions of magical circles appeared across Asia and Oceania, from which thousands of fallen angels emerged, ready for war. Shiva was preparing to leave when a portal opened, revealing a woman with 4 arms and blue skin, adorned with a necklace of skulls. She was Kali, the goddess of death and time, and one of Shiva's 3 wives. Shiva looked at her with a mixture of doubt and seriousness as she informed him that Naga was destroying India. Shiva commanded the deployment of troops, insisting that every Hindu or Buddhist god should join the battlefield. Kali stopped him, expressing concern that Indra had betrayed them. This revelation shocked everyone in the room, as the thought of one of the strongest gods turning against them filled many with dread. With a somber expression, Shiva declared that he would handle Indra and departed through a magical circle. Ares, without orders from his father, rushed to Greece to defend his territory. Zeus instructed Athena to summon Hades and Poseidon, explaining that the war had begun and they were needed. Athena hesitated, unsure of what to say, but Zeus urged her to inform them that their brother required their assistance. Minutes later, in parts of Europe, the ground erupted with the undead and armies of the Olympians. In Athens, Cerberus, the three-headed dog, emerged, while the Olympian gods descended from the skies. Elmenhilde rose to lead his faction and ordered the deployment of all his soldiers. In less than 30 minutes, millions of vampires emerged across the United States, ready to defend their realm. Yasaka created a magical circle to contact her daughter in Kyoto, instructing Kunu to evacuate the yokai from the city. Kunu nodded, fear evident in her eyes. Across various locations in Japan, thousands of yokai prepared to fight for their world. The demons, however, awaited orders from the Mahus. Sir Shea looked at his companions and urged Ajuka to give the command, which Ajuka promptly did. The gates of the underworld opened, unleashing thousands of demons alongside countless hellhounds to defend the planet. The Gremory and Citri groups formed a magical circle to head to Kwa. As the world witnessed the supernatural beings emerging, panic spread. Christians fell into despair, and the few news outlets still operational broadcasted headlines such as "The End of Times" and "The Third Great World War." Now, the focus shifted to the various battlefields. In Madrid, Barraquil and Vala's group fought against the soldiers of the Chaos Brigade. Vala, in his balance breaker, punched through an Asgardian before turning to divide a fireball heading his way. Lu Fei created several magical circles of wind and fire, taking down multiple yokai. Kuroka protected civilians from a malevolent dragon, only for Barraquil to strike it down with a bolt of lightning. Several fallen angels and exorcists arrived to evacuate the civilians. Biko and Arthur fought valiantly against the Olympians, but then a roar shook the ground, signaling that the battle was far from over. Biko wondered where the roar was coming from, feeling tense. Before anyone could respond, something appeared behind him. Arthur, worried for his friend, called out to Biko. Just as he turned, a powerful swipe struck him, sending him flying several meters away. The monster charged at Barraquil, who attempted to defend himself with several lightning strikes, but it was futile. With a single bite and then a swipe, the monster sent him crashing into a building, leaving him injured. Vala shouted in anger, calling the creature a coward before landing a punch on its face, followed by a dragon shot that sent it reeling. At that moment, a group of Spanish soldiers arrived, escorted by several Leopard 2E tanks. They began evacuating the civilians while the fallen angels and exorcists provided protection. With the civilians safely out of the area, the group, minus Biko, Barraquil, and Kuroka who stayed behind to help heal moved toward where the wolf had been sent. Upon arrival, they found the creature overwhelmed by a squadron of Spanish soldiers and several exorcists. Arthur quickly positioned himself next to the wolf, attempting to strike, but one of its mouths opened, revealing sharp teeth. Just before things could worsen, Le Fay cast a water spell that prevented the creature from harming Arthur. Valle, armored and determined, delivered another punch, followed by a kick that sent the wolf crashing into a building. He prepared to launch another attack as the wolf tried to defend itself. Lu Fei, surprised, remarked on the creature's resilience. Arthur, recovering, expressed uncertainty but insisted they had to keep trying. He managed to scratch the monster, dodging a swipe, and before it could retaliate, Valle attacked again. This was the situation in Spain. Meanwhile, the Vatican was engulfed in flames as exorcists and angels battled the Chaos Brigade. The looming threat was a 30-meter monster. The camera focused on Gabriel, who hurled a lance of light at an orc, defeating it. Unbeknownst to her, a troll approached, sword raised. Just before it could strike, 2 lances of light pierced its hand, and Uriel, sword in hand, swiftly dispatched the troll. Gabriel thanked her brothers for their assistance, while Uriel, serious, returned to the fight. Michael, with a grave expression, warned Gabriel to be more cautious. He then flew off to find the Pope and update him on the situation. After a few minutes of flying and surveying the chaos, he located the Pope amidst the ruins of St. Peter's Basilica. Michael asked Jorge how the battle was progressing. Jorge, Sirius, reported that they were losing due to the giant monster. Michael inquired about the civilians, to which Jorge confirmed that the exorcists and mages had evacuated them from the city. Michael instructed Jorge and his team to deal with the smaller troops while he and his brothers focused on the monster. He spread his 12 wings and took to the skies, casting a magical circle. Through the magical circle, Michael summoned all the archangels to gather in the Sistine Chapel. Minutes later, the 5 archangels assembled. Metatron, Sirius, questioned Michael about the situation, while Uriel agreed with him. Michael explained that they needed to confront the monster heading toward the Pope and the civilians, causing the angels to become even more serious. Raphael, eager for action, urged them to take down the creature. The archangels launched their attack against the monster. Metatron was the first to arrive, attempting to sever one of its hands, but its skin was too tough. The monster retaliated with a fiery blast, sending Metatron crashing into a building, suffering burns. Uriel summoned thousands of lances of light, which the monster tried to block with its arm, but several struck its chest and arms. Before it could counterattack, Gabriel unleashed a barrage of earth and water spells, inflicting significant damage. Raphael followed up with several water lances. Just as he was about to continue his assault, the monster seized Raphael and slammed him against the same building where Metatron lay, injuring both. Uriel attempted to defend his brothers but was sent flying by a powerful punch. Gabriel tried to intervene to save them, but the monster shifted its focus to her, and fear immobilized her. Michael, witnessing the imminent danger to his sister, surged his power to the maximum, forming an angelic armor that drew the attention of the monster and nearby supernatural beings. With a serious voice, he declared that the creature should not touch his sister, presenting himself with imposing authority. Raphael, assisted by another angel to rise, gazed in awe at his brother's formidable presence. Michael summoned a sword radiating terrifying power and, with incredible speed, positioned himself behind the monster. In a swift motion, the monster's arm fell, blood spilling as Michael resumed his assault. In Ukraine, specifically in the city of Kharkiv, a fierce battle raged between various Olympians and fallen angels against the faction of heroes and renegade demons. Among them, Azazel and Chow Chow faced each other with intensity. Chow Chow taunted Azazel, asking if he was afraid. Azazel remained silent, swiftly invoking a lance of light and charging at Chow Chow, who summoned the true Longinus for protection. Chow Chow pushed Azazel back, attempting to impale him. Azazel conjured a shield that barely withstood the force of Chow Chow's attack. Fatnir, the sealed dragon, warned Azazel to be cautious, sensing that Chow Chow had gained more power. Azazel responded by launching multiple lances at Chow Chow, who spun in a shield-like motion to deflect them. Once the onslaught ceased, he appeared right in front of Azazel, who conjured another lance for defense. In a quick maneuver, Chow Chow struck, embedding a lance in Azazel's back. Chow Chow let out a cry of pain, which Azazel seized as an opportunity to slam him into the ground, following up with an air spell that inflicted multiple cuts. Chow Chow narrowly dodged a strike aimed at his neck, then swiftly positioned himself behind Azazel, attempting to impale him and send him crashing into a building. Azazel felt a wave of frustration as he faced his opponent. He activated his balance breaker, allowing the armor of Fatnir to envelop him. With determination he charged forward, clashing with Chow Chow, who bore numerous cuts and bruises but began to laugh despite his injuries. Azazel, puzzled, questioned what was amusing Chow Chow. The latter taunted him, declaring that today would be Azazel's last. In a surprising display of power, Chow Chow transformed into his released form, catching Azazel off guard. As the battle intensified, Chow Chow moved with incredible speed, appearing behind Azazel and delivering a swift blow that sent him crashing to the ground. Azazel struggled to rise, but Chow Chow prevented him by driving his spear into Azazel's back, eliciting a cry of pain. Chow Chow then seized Azazel by the neck, dragging him across the ground, causing the armor to crack and Azazel to scream in agony. With a mocking tone, Chow Chow remarked on Azazel's fall from grace. Despite his pain, Azazel attempted to retort, but Chow Chow's kick sent him crashing against a nearby building. In the recesses of Azazel's mind, he found himself in a blank space alongside Fatnir. Confused, he asked Fatnir why they were there, to which Fatnir admitted he didn't know either. Suddenly, a being of light appeared before them, and Azazel recognized its aura immediately. Both Azazel and Fatnir gasped in shock, realizing who stood before them. Elohim greeted them calmly, acknowledging their predicament. Azazel, filled with disbelief, questioned how Elohim was there. Elohim explained that he had left a portion of his power in both Michael and Azazel. Azazel, still uncertain, asked why. Elohim revealed that he anticipated Azazel's fall and his own demise, knowing Michael would take his place. When Azazel inquired about Elohim's presence, he reassured him that he did not want him to give up and would assist him with his sacred gear and power. Azazel expressed concern about his ability to succeed, but Elohim comforted him, expressing his belief in Azazel. Outside Azazel's mind, Chow Chow watched in astonishment as Azazel's power began to surge dramatically. The voices of Azazel and Fatnir resonated throughout the land, causing tremors of significant magnitude. They unleashed their combined attack, angelic destruction, engaging in a flurry of strikes and projectiles at near supersonic speed. Meanwhile, in Iceland and Norway, a fierce battle raged reminiscent of Ragnarok. Ice giants attempted to halt Jormungandr while the Norse gods supported them from afar with magical assaults. Valkyries and heroes clashed with the soldiers of the Cow's Brigade, as the armies of both Scandinavian nations fought valiantly. Odin and Thor stood before Loki, who regarded them with a serious expression, accompanied by Fenrir, who growled at their adversaries. Odin asked Loki if he had anything to say before the battle commenced, preparing for what could be their final confrontation. Loki, drawing his sword from a pocket dimension, reminded Odin of his shortcomings before swiftly appearing before him to clash their weapons. Thor, wielding his hammer, charged at Fenrir. Odin and Loki exchanged blows, creating powerful gusts of wind. Odin concentrated his energy into his spear, aiming to pierce Loki, who defended himself with his sword and various barriers. Flames ignited on Loki's sword as he unleashed a fiery attack against Odin, who acted barriers and mounted Sleipnir to charge at Loki, sending him flying. Meanwhile, Thor endured Fenrir's powerful strike but retaliated with a fierce blow from his hammer, knocking out several of Fenrir's teeth. The two combatants continued to launch themselves at each other, intent on ending the fight. In Pennsylvania, Almenhild commanded her soldiers against the Cow's Brigade while the American military worked to evacuate civilians from the city. She inquired about their progress, and a soldier reported that they were close to driving the Cow's Brigade out. Almenhild nodded, continuing to issue orders to liberate the area. In Tokyo, Japan, the defenders were doing everything possible to prevent the monstrous dragons from reaching the evacuation zones. Yasaka spoke with the Minister of Defense, who expressed concern over the condition of his troops and the approaching fire giant. Yasaka acknowledged their dwindling resistance and mentioned that she had requested support from nearby forces. In Kwa, both noble factions fought alongside Mahu Leviathan against renegade demons and trolls. Serafal instructed Sona to ensure the evacuation of civilians, while Sona questioned where to take them. Serafal directed her to the academy, where Ajuka awaited with a battalion of soldiers. As Sona's group began the evacuation, Kaneko delivered a powerful punch to a malevolent dragon. Before it could retaliate, Kiba and Zenobia severed its wings, causing it to cry out in pain. Akino then finished the dragon off with a thunderous strike. Rias alerted Rosweiss about an approaching threat from the southwest. A large group was under attack. With a wave of destruction, one of the fighters eliminated another rogue demon. Rosweiss conjured several magical circles, each unleashing different powers to take down their foes. Unbeknownst to anyone, an Olympian appeared behind Kaneko, poised to strike. However, before the attack could land, time itself seemed to freeze. Kaneko acknowledged Gasper with gratitude, then delivered a powerful punch to the Olympian's stomach, sending him crashing into a nearby building. As the group prepared to move forward, two voices echoed across the battlefield. A feminine voice greeted with familiarity, while a masculine voice added a playful tone. Rias, filled with anger and determination, recognized the speakers as Iris and Ister. The tension in the air was palpable, shared by the rest of the Gremry group and Serafal. The chapter concluded, marking a significant moment in their ongoing struggle. In quote, the Gremry group and the Mahu Leviathan, Serafal, were observing the Hayudu brothers, who now appeared transformed. Ister resembled a dragon fused with a demon, his power reaching the level of a cadre of Grigori. Iris, on the other hand, looked every bit a demon, with dark skin and red eyes, her power matching her brother's. Ister greeted the Gremry girls with a smirk, claiming they had missed him. Isha, filled with anger, retorted that he had no right to speak to them. Iris, teasingly addressing her younger sister, warned her not to speak to her future husband that way, releasing a hint of her lethal aura. The group was taken aback by the surge of power from both Ister and Iris. Ister arrogantly stated that if they were to be his wives, he would forgive their previous actions of imprisoning him. Aquino firmly declared that she would rather die than marry a monster like him. Ister, unfazed, suggested that if it wasn't to be amicable, it would have to be through force, and he charged at Serafal. Meanwhile, Iris lunged toward the Gremry group. Ister attempted to land several punches on Serafal, who defended herself with a shield of reinforced ice. She managed to push Ister away and retaliated with ice spears and 2 ice dragons. Ister defended against the dragons and some of the spears, but a few struck him in the stomach and shoulder. Enraged, he unleashed more power, matching the level of the Dragon Queen of Karma, Tiamat. He charged at Serafal, landing a punch that sent her flying, then appeared above her to deliver a hammer-like blow that drove her into the ground. As Serafal struggled to rise, spitting blood, Ister taunted her about being ready to submit to him. Serafal vehemently refused, declaring she would rather die than marry a monster like him. Ister smugly proclaimed that soon she would be begging for more. Just as he was about to reach her, a green-haired figure appeared on the battlefield, kicking him away from Serafal. Ajuka, concerned for his friend, checked on Serafal, who assured him she was fine as he provided her with a phoenix tear to aid her recovery. They both turned to see Ister slowly getting back up, grinning ominously as he noted that someone had joined the fray. Meanwhile, the Gremry group launched an attack against Iris. Zenobia, wielding Exdurandal, charged in with Kiba close behind. Iris defended herself with her claws against the strikes from the 2 swordsmen. Rias instructed Aquino to charge her lightning, while Roswise prepared her spells. Kaneko was to distract Iris, and Asia was to stay back, ready to heal anyone who got hurt. Gasper was on standby to freeze time if the opportunity arose. Suddenly, Kiba crashed near Rias, prompting her to call for Asia to help him. Aquino, Roswise, and Kaneko unleashed their combined spells at Iris. Zenobia, noticing the spell, leaped back to confuse Iris. However, Iris realized too late that a powerful spell was about to hit her, resulting in a massive explosion that shook the area. Zenobia wondered if they had defeated her, while Roswise admitted she wasn't sure as they watched the smoke from the explosion. A strong wind swept through, clearing the smoke to reveal Iris with some deep cuts. Furious, she charged at the Gremry group, gathering fire magic to strike. Roswise raised a shield to defend against Iris's attack, but it shattered upon contact with her fist, sending the Valkyrie crashing into a nearby building. Gasper attempted to freeze Iris in time, but a pillar of earth struck him, sending him flying. Iris then approached Aquino and Kaneko, attempting to electrocute Aquino while Kaneko tried to punch her. Iris blocked the lightning with a magical shield and caught Kaneko's punch with her palm. Kaneko was about to speak when Iris struck her with a powerful punch, sending her flying. Aquino was hit by a fire spell, causing her to cry out in pain. After finishing her spell, Iris kicked Aquino to the same spot where Kaneko had landed. She then created a protective spell, shielding herself from Rias's destructive power. Iris mockingly stated that it was just the ex-monk and her sister left. Rias, determined, began to charge her destructive power, while Iris declared she would deal with their observer first. In a burst of speed, she struck Asia hard, sending her aside. Finally, Iris prepared a fire spell, but just then, a being crashed beside Rias, revealing the injured Mahu Leviathan. Beside her was the Mahu Beelzebub, who bore wounds but not as severe as Leviathan's. Ister also landed nearby, severely injured in the stomach. To understand how they arrived at this moment, we must rewind 10 minutes. The earlier scene showed Seraphol with a serious expression, instructing Ajuka to proceed with their plan. Ajuka urged her to create a water serpent and launch it at Ister. Ister dodged the serpent and took to the skies, flying towards Seraphol, who was protected by Ajuka. Seraphol conjured an ice sword, aiming to strike Ister, but he evaded, narrowly escaping a close cut. Ajuka sent several wind spells toward Ister, attempting to cut him, but Ister tried to escape, sustaining multiple cuts in the process. With great speed, Ister appeared in front of Seraphol, delivering a powerful punch that sent her crashing toward Rias. Just before impact, he unleashed a strong air spell. Ajuka, seeing his friend in such a state, charged part of his magic into his fist and struck Ister in the stomach, causing him to cough up blood. Ajuka looked toward the Gremry group and remarked that their team seemed to be in dire straits and that they could not fight against their opponents. Then, a voice that no one recognized declared that they would take care of it. Everyone turned to see Tsukuyami, the Japanese god of the moon, and Susanoo, the Japanese god of storms, seas, and battles. Susanoo noted that those were the brothers of the Narnian king while he began to draw his sword. Tsukuyami added that they were no longer his brothers, as he started to create magical circles from which his power began to emerge. At that moment, a massive storm formed over all of Japan, causing tides to rise on the beaches and rivers to overflow. Susanoo moved swiftly to appear in front of Ister and, with a swift motion, severed his hand from his arm, eliciting a scream of pure pain from Ister as he tried to touch the missing part of his hand. Iris attempted to help her brother but was interrupted by two black lightning bolts heading her way, forcing her to create a shield with nearly all her magic. Tsukuyami taunted them, questioning if that was all they had, while Iris struggled to defend herself and began to cast a teleportation magic circle. She declared that for today her sister was safe, but this would not end here, completing her teleportation spell and leaving with her brother. The two Japanese gods approached the Mahus and the Gremry group. Seraphol, now somewhat recovered, expressed her gratitude for their help while Asia tended to her wounds. Tsukuyami replied that it was nothing, calling her a little demon, which caused Seraphol to pout in annoyance. The rest of the group began to gather, leaning on things or healing themselves with magic. Ajuka then posed a question to Susanoo, who responded with a hint of doubt. Ajuka asked why they were not helping now. Susanoo explained that their sister had not signaled that it was time to intervene, and while they were there, she had already sent their soldiers into battle, just like the other gods. Zenobia questioned why they had waited until now, using her ex-Durandal as support. Tsukuyami informed them that their sister had received a call from the Narnian Empire to begin their intervention in the war, surprising those present. Kaneko expressed her surprise that Issei would come. Susanoo confirmed that he would, but they did not know when. Roswise began to speak but was interrupted by Ajuka, who had a communication magic circle in his ear. He stated seriously that Issei was fighting Rizavim in Osaka and needed support. Rias added that they had also received a request for assistance in Kyoto from Yasaka. Tsukuyami reassured them that their sister and Shinigami had gone to support them with several soldiers. Ajuka concluded that they needed to help Falbium and Issei. Tsukuyami then proceeded to create a large magic circle to head to Osaka. In Mexico City, civilians and soldiers were seen approaching the Sun Pyramid to seek refuge from 20 fallen angels and 18 Asgardians from the Chaos Brigade. As they neared the pyramid, they turned to look for an escape route, but all paths were blocked by their enemies. Several humans began to pray for divine intervention. One fallen angel, with a serious tone but a wicked smile, declared that they would make this quick. An Asgardian suggested they could have fun with the women. Upon hearing this, the soldiers braced themselves, ready to fight for their families. Suddenly, a fallen angel charged forward with a sword of light, ready to strike the humans. However, a soldier, appearing as a warrior with a macuahuitl and a shield, intervened, blocking the attack. An Asgardian shouted in alarm upon recognizing the Aztecs. Before he could react, Another Aztec warrior appeared behind him and struck him on the head with his macuahuitl, incapacitating him. At that moment, a feathered serpent with multiple wings swirled around the pyramid as hundreds of magic circles began to appear, summoning legendary Aztec warriors ready to fight for their world. The goddess of rains and storms, Quetzalcoatl, made her presence known. Beside the serpent's head appeared a red skeleton wearing a crown of feathers, the god of death, Mictlantecutli. A jaguar walked on 2 legs, wielding an axe and wearing a feathered crown, representing Tepeyautl, the Maya sun god. Mictlantecutli stated that he had sent the other gods to the various countries of Mesoamerica. Tezcatlipoca instructed his sister to handle the monster that was destroying Mexico City. Quetzalcoatl assured him not to worry and took flight to confront the beast. As she arrived, she coiled around the monster and bit its neck while the creature attempted to shake her off. Humans watched in awe and shock as their god fought for them. Meanwhile, several Aztec soldiers entered the city, determined to defeat every soldier of the Cow's brigade. In Kiev, Azazel and Chow Chow were engaged in an intense battle at high speed. Azazel delivered a kick and then struck with the true Longinus, causing it to crash into a nearby mountain. After finishing his combo, the helmet of his armor opened to reveal Azazel, who was breathing heavily. Fatnir appeared beside him, stating that Azazel did not have much time left in this transformation. Azazel resolved to defeat his opponent. Azazel summoned his helmet, which materialized and shot toward his opponent. Chow Chow was getting back on his feet, spitting out a bit of blood. Suddenly, Azazel appeared in front of him, attempting to move a lance of light into Chow Chow's stomach. The blue-haired warrior defended himself with the true Longinus, then counterattacked. Azazel dodged several moves before stepping back to begin casting a magic circle. From it emerged a barrage of holy lances aimed at the hero, who tried to block them by spinning his lance. However, some of the lances pierced his arms, legs, and abdomen, causing him to cough up blood. He quickly regained his footing as Azazel, wielding a sword of light in each hand, stood before him. Azazel, with a serious yet mocking tone, remarked that it was all he had. They had been fighting for hours, and Chow Chow still hadn't gained the upper hand. Chow Chow frowned and began to envelop the true Longinus in flames, launching a fiery blast at Azazel, who shielded himself. In a swift motion, he appeared in front of the fallen warrior, moving his lance into Chow Chow's side, causing him to cough up blood. But Azazel, undeterred by the pain, used his sword to sever the arm that held the lance. Chow Chow screamed in agony, but Azazel was relentless, moving in to cut off the other arm and ultimately splitting him in half. Azazel, acknowledging the intensity of the battle, admitted it had been one of the best fights of his life. He removed the true Longinus and used it as a support while addressing the dying Chow Chow. In his final moments, Chow Chow gasped that he would say the same thing, taking his last breath. Azazel, thinking the true Longinus would seek a new bearer, let it go and sat down to recover some energy. To his surprise, the true Longinus began to levitate, positioning itself in front of the fallen leader. Shocked by this action, Azazel took hold of the lance, feeling his power surge. Fatnir, his companion, informed him that the true Longinus had chosen him as its new bearer. Azazel was puzzled, questioning how this was possible. Fatnir explained that since his father had given him part of his power, the true Longinus considered him its creator and sole bearer until his death. Before they could continue their conversation, a magic circle appeared before the fallen warrior, revealing Ajuka. Ajuka informed Azazel that they needed him in Osaka. Azazel sighed, stating that once the war was over, he would take a vacation. Fatnir chuckled at his companion's misfortune. In the Vatican, a giant creature lay dead on the ground as angels and exorcists dealt with the orcs and beings from the Cow's brigade in the city. Among the rubble of a building, the archangels rested, with Michael appearing the most. Ftid. Gabriel expressed concern for her brother, to which Michael replied that he just needed a moment to recover after expending so much power during his transformation. Uriel announced that they had finished their task, receiving a report from an angel. Metatron added that they had not only liberated the city but were also sending squads of angels worldwide to assist humanity. Before the conversation could continue, a magic circle appeared, projecting a hologram of Falbium. He urgently called for Michael's help in Osaka, revealing that yokai and demons from the Alliance were battling against warriors and evil dragons from the Cow's Brigade. Raphael noted the high concentration of enemies, while Falbium confirmed that Ryzavim was present. Michael, taking the situation seriously, declared they would head there immediately. Gabriel worried about her brother needing rest, but Michael insisted it was not a concern at that moment. He instructed his siblings to gather all available angels and head to Osaka. In Pennsylvania, the vampire faction and the U.S. military had successfully liberated the city from enemy attacks, using the state as a base and refuge for civilians. In what appeared to be an operations center, Elmenhild spoke with high-ranking military officials. She reported that her soldiers had completely liberated the state, but the enemy forces in the center of the country were overwhelming. The U.S. defense minister, in desperation, questioned why she couldn't call for help from her allies. Elmenhild explained that her allies were also in trouble, and they were unable to assist for the time being. Before the discussion could continue, a magic circle formed beside Elmenhild, from which emerged a surprised vampire. He informed her of news from the front. Elmenhild, curious, asked what was happening. The vampire reported that they were defending the front when a 20-meter monster approached. Suddenly, a powerful ice spell struck it, and they saw 3 giant armored elephants followed by a pack of werewolves intercepting the horde. This revelation shocked the humans and surprised Elmenhild, who recognized the troops. In her thoughts, Elmenhild felt hope, realizing that Issei was mobilizing to help them in this difficult situation. She ordered all defense lines to move and support the werewolves, acknowledging them as allies. As she prepared to leave, another magic circle appeared in the center of the room, projecting a hologram of Falbium, who relayed the same urgent message. Michael commanded the remaining vampires to head to Osaka immediately before disappearing in a magical teleportation circle, causing Falbium's hologram to dissipate. In Madrid, Spain, Valle struggled to escape the jaws of a wolf-like monster. Around him, a wounded Lefay bore numerous cuts and bruises from the creature's attacks. Beside her, Arthur was in a dire state, holding a broken sword in one hand while the other was injured, missing several fingers due to a bite from the beast. Nearby, Biko stood with his staff, blood dripping from his forehead, his body marked with deep cuts. In another location, Kuroka was being helped to her feet by several Spanish soldiers, her body aching from the impact of the monster's claws, evident from the 3 deep marks on her chest. Lastly, Baraquil lay trapped beneath a collapsed building, suffering from severe injuries. Valle fought to keep the monster's jaws open, desperate to survive. In his mind, he sought advice from Albion, who suggested that Valle unleash all his power at once to relieve the pressure and escape. Valle considered using his transformation as a potential solution. Albion agreed that it was a reasonable plan. They decided to go all out, channeling their combined strength. The unleashed power forced the monster's jaws apart, allowing Valle to summon floating swords that shot toward the creature's eyes, blinding it. The monster let out a pained roar as Valle propelled himself forward, striking it in the face. He then unleashed a fiery blast from a magical circle, causing the monster to cry out in agony. With 2 boosters emerging from his back, Valle launched himself, piercing the creature's head and ending its threat. Exhausted and injured, Valle collapsed onto some rubble, breathing heavily from the immense magical strain of his armor. Just then, several demons arrived, bringing Phoenix tears to aid the injured. In Tromsø, Norway, the Ragnarok continued, wreaking havoc across Scandinavia. Ice giants struggled to restrain Jormungandr while Norse gods like Freyr, Frigg, Freya, Bragi, and Tyr attacked the serpent with all their might. In a swift motion, Jormungandr broke free, turning its head toward Frigg and Freya, preparing to unleash a devastating breath of fire. The 2 goddesses noticed the evacuation of Valkyries and humans behind them and began to conjure a protective shield with their magic. The other gods recognized the urgency and rushed to assist them. As the fiery blast struck the shield, it began to crack under the pressure, while the evacuation continued at a frantic pace. Just as the barrier was about to fail, Freyr pushed the goddesses aside, sacrificing himself to save them. The sight of Freyr's demise filled the Norse faction with horror, igniting a fierce rage among the male gods. The goddesses, fueled by grief and anger, unleashed their powers in retaliation against the giant serpent. Frigg, in particular, channeled her immense strength, unleashing a torrent of elemental attacks that struck the creature, causing it to writhe in pain from the overwhelming assault. Meanwhile, Fenrir, one of Loki's sons, faced off against Thor, the god of thunder. The battle was fierce, with both combatants suffering significant injuries. Thor bore deep claw marks across his body, including a notable wound on his face. As he sensed Freyr's death, a surge of rage erupted within him. Raising Mjolnir, he summoned a storm of lightning, dark clouds gathering across the Scandinavian skies. Thunder roared across the battlefield as Thor unleashed a torrent of lightning, his eyes glowing with power, fixated on Fenrir. Thor charged forward, determined to strike down the wolf that had threatened his realm. With a powerful swing of his hammer, he sent the beast crashing into a nearby mountain, partially shattering it. Before Fenrir could regain his footing, Thor appeared atop the mountain, aiming his hammer at the wolf. Without uttering a word, a surge of thunder erupted, striking Fenrir and eliciting a haunting howl of pain from the creature. When the storm subsided, Fenrir was left severely injured, missing a paw and covered in burns, yet he still struggled to rise. Thor acknowledged the wolf's bravery but declared that it was time for Fenrir's existence to end. Channeling all his power into his hammer, he launched himself at the wolf, delivering a decisive blow to its neck, ending the threat that loomed over Odin during Ragnarok. With his foe defeated, Thor lay back on the ground, exhausted, as it had been millennia since he had faced such a fierce battle. He wished luck to his father, mother, and siblings in their fight while he took a moment to rest after the clash that had devastated half of Sweden. Minutes later, as Thor fell unconscious, Valkyries and fallen warriors arrived to protect the god while others tended to his wounds. Meanwhile, Loki was engaged in a fierce one-on-one battle against Odin, the Allfather. The clash between them was terrifying, with the destruction of 5 mountains and 12 villages marking their 3-hour fight. Earthquakes shook the Scandinavian countries as the two powerful beings exchanged blows. Odin skillfully countered Loki's attacks with the spear he had summoned moments before. In a moment of distraction, Loki attempted to slice off one of Odin's hands, but the god of knowledge noticed just in time, dodging the strike and conjuring hundreds of magical circles to unleash a torrent of energy against his son. Loki quickly created a shield to protect himself from the onslaught, but the force of the attack began to crack the shield under immense pressure. Realizing the danger, he leaped with great strength and agility to evade the magical strikes, returning to close combat with his father. The battle continued for several minutes until they both paused, breathing heavily. Before Loki could speak, Odin threw his spear, Gungnir, with incredible force, striking Loki and severing his arm, which caused a cry of agony to escape his lips. In pain, Loki cursed his father, filled with rage. Odin, serious and unrepentant, remarked that this was what Loki deserved, having long ceased to consider him a son. Before Odin could continue, he sensed the death of his son Fenrir and received a magical communication circle in his ear. Moments later, the circle vanished. Loki, serious, declared that for now he would spare Odin's life, vanishing in a teleportation circle and leaving his other son behind. Odin, still catching his breath, sat down to recover while his loyal steed appeared by his side, offering support. Suddenly, a magical communication circle appeared on the ground, projecting a hologram of Falbium, who explained the dire situation they faced and the impending offensive. Odin began to connect the dots and realized where his estranged son had gone. He stated that he would join his family in a few minutes, acknowledging the death of Fenrir and the dire state of Jormungandr. Falbium nodded and cancelled the magical circle. Odin took a moment to think before mounting his steed and setting off to find the world serpent. In Kolkata, India, chaos reigned as most buildings lay in ruins or barely stood. Amidst the destruction, Shiva faced off against Indra, the god of war, who wore glasses and a necklace of spheres, dressed in denim and a blue tree-patterned shirt. Shiva, serious, confronted Indra about his betrayal. Indra responded that things were as they were, and Shiva questioned what promises Indra had received from their father. Indra claimed power and glory, and both gods began to prepare for battle. Before further words could be exchanged, they charged at each other, exchanging blows at an overwhelming speed. Indra dodged to summon a massive lightning bolt, sending it crashing toward Shiva. Shiva deflected the strike with a swift movement of his arms before launching himself back into the fray, landing a punch to Indra's stomach and another to his jaw. Indra quickly recovered, retaliating with several strikes to Shiva's chest, which he absorbed and returned. As the most powerful gods, including the dragon gods, began their battles, the focus shifted to another location. In Cairo, Egypt, a giant serpent wreaked havoc, seemingly battling someone. Egyptian soldiers and the armies of Ra marched against the orcs and trolls of the Cow's brigade. Other Egyptian gods like Iris, Horus, and Seth were scattered across the land, but the spotlight remained on the fight between Ra and Apophis. Ra skillfully dodged Apophis's attempts to devour him, countering with his staff and sending the serpent crashing into nearby buildings, causing destruction. Ra, feeling the strain of the prolonged battle, reflected on his inability to inflict significant damage. Determined to honor his title as the sun god, he resolved to incinerate the serpent and unleash his full power. Lamas surgeon, seguidas por fuertes temblores que sacudiron todo el país y sus alrededores, como si una parte de Europa estuviera en crisis. Del pilar de fuego emergió una armadura dorada con alas en su espalda, mostrando su esplendor. Sin pronunciar palabra, Issei lanzó contra su enemigo jurado. Al acercarse, impactó con una patada que lo envió a unas montañas cercanas, destruyéndolas en el preciso debajo a su gran tamaño. Apophis intentó levantarse, pero fue interrumpido por una gran lamarada que surgió de un círculo mágico de Ra, atravesando sus fuertes escamas y causando una gran quemadura que lo hizo hablar de dolor. Antes de que Ra pudiera atacar de nuevo, Apophis reaccionó y le propinó un coletazo que lo envió hacia las pirámides. Ra intentaba reincorporarse, pero fue interrumpido por una embestida de Apophis que lo empujó más hacia la pirámide. Antes de que pudiera hacer otro movimiento, Apophis lanzó una lamarada de color morado. Apophis estaba a punto de atacar nuevamente con otra lamarada, pero Ra lo interrumpió con su lanza, que antes era su bastón. Ra cargó energía solar en su lanza y la impactó en un costado, descendiendo hasta la cola y dejando una gran marca en su cuerpo, rodeada de quemaduras. Ra, con seriedad, declaró que su peli legendaria estaba por terminar, mientras cargaba la mayor parte de su poder en la lanza para saltar hacia la cabeza de Apophis y clavársela en el cráneo. Ra pronunció unas palabras y de la lanza salió una gran cantidad de fuego, quemando por dentro a Apophis, quien hablaba en agonía por el insoportable dolor. Después de unos minutos, todo el cuerpo de Apophis cayó al suelo sin vida, mientras Ra descendió y se sentaba a un lado del cuerpo de su mayor rival. Al estar sentado, soltó un suspiro de cansancio por el esfuerzo. Todo esto ocurrió mientras su armadura dorada desaparecía poco a poco en partículas doradas y su lanza se transformaba en su báculo. Con el paso de los minutos, un círculo mágico de teletransport apareció cerca del cual emergió una mujer vestida como faraona, portando una túnica y un báculo, siendo la diosa del río Nilo y las aguas del sur, Anuket. También salió un hombre con armadura y alas en la espalda, pero lo que más llamaba la atención era que, al igual que Ra, tenía cabeza de pájaro, siendo Horus, dios de los cielos. Al mirar a su alrededor, ambos se percataron del panorama, del cuerpo muerto de Apophis y de un Ra cansado, con la respiración pesada y entrecortada, y se acercaron para ver su estado. Horus, preocupado, preguntó cómo estaba su líder. Mientras tanto, Anuket comenzaba a curar a Ra, con un poco de gracia, respondió que había estado en mejor estado. Anuket, consideridad, lupidio que no es y moviera mientras curaba una herida bastante grave en su pecho. Haré así disculpo y así quedo quieto para que pudiera curarlo mejor. Horace, Sirios, le dio las notas de los frentes, recibiendo un asentimiento de RARA, con seriedad, le pidió que continuara. Horace informó que estaban dominando los frentes de Egipto y sus alrededores, pero estaban comenzando a evacuar las cercanías de India debido a la pelea entre Shiva y Indra. Horace mencionó que en el inframundo, Anubis estaba dando todo junto a los soldados para que Amit no saliera, lo que provocó un suspiro de frustración en Ra por los acontecimientos. Antes de que pudiera hablar, un círculo mágico de comunicación apareció en el suelo, del cual salió un holograma de Falbium explicando la situación a todos. Ra afirmó que estaría allí cuando recuperara un poco de energía y levaría algo de ayuda, recibiendo un asentimiento de Falbium antes de que el círculo mágico desapareciera. La situación para los egipcios estaba medianamente bien, pero así preguntaban cómo les iría a los griegos. En Atenas, Grecia, así podían ver varios edificios en llamas y otros derrumbados. En algunos de ellos, personas saltaban de edificio en edificio, eran Apolo y Artemisa, disparando a los soldados de la Caos Brigade mientras salvaban a los civiles y soldados de Atenas. En la Acrópolis, así podían ver reyes surgiendo en diferentes partes de la ciudad. Por otro lado, dos ejércitos peleaban a las afueras. Uno de ellos estaba comandado por un hombre con armadura espartana, un escudo y un hacha larga con lamas en las puntas, siendo Ares, el dios de la guerra griego. En la cima de la Acrópolis, Atenea, Hera y Hestia observaban la situación. Atenea, con seriedad, mencionó que, según el informe de Demeter, el ser era un lugar sangriento, por lo que habían enviado a Hades en apoyo, mientras que los muertos eran cuidados por Perséfone. Hera afirmó que su hijo, Zeus, junto a Apolo y Artemisa, se encargaban de proteger la ciudad y convertirla en un lugar seguro. Hestia añadió que Dite estaba coordinando las evacuaciones y Dionisio estaba tratando de llevar a los civiles a un lugar más seguro. Atenea, con seriedad, indicó que sus tropas estaban desperdigadas por todo el país y varios países cercanos, señalando un mapa que tenía delante. Hera mencionó que Cerbero se encargaba de que ninguno de los monstruos gigantes se acercara más a Atenas, apuntando a las afueras de la ciudad, donde se podía ver al Cerbero peleando con un monstruo de 39 metros, causando fuertes olas y temblores. Antes de que alguna de las mujeres pudiera hablar, Zeus apareció y comenzó a hablar. Zeus informó que la ciudad estaba más o menos limpia, y que los humanos y soldados griegos se encargaban de terminar de limpiarla. También mencionó que había visto varios convoys dirigiéndose hacia allí en busca de refugio. Atenea, dudosa, preguntó si Ares ya se había encargado de repeler al ejército de la Caos Brigade. Zeus respondió que aún seguía enfrascado en la batalla. En ese momento, apareció el mismo círculo mágico que ya conocen, del cual salió un holograma de Falbium explicándoles la situación. Atenea, mientras observaba a su padre pensativo, preguntó quién iría. Zeus, antes de responder a la duda de su hija, preguntó dónde se encontraba Hefesto en esos instantes. Hestia respondió que Hefesto estaba en las primeras líneas, reforzando y construyendo posiciones defensivas. Zeus, con seriedad, afirmó que irían él, Poseidon y Hades. Hera, en reproche, recordó que Hades estaba ayudando a Demeter. Zeus, decidido, ordenó que enviaran a Dionisio en apoyo, pero necesitaba que la Trinidad griega fuera a la batalla. The battle was underway, considering they were the strongest faction. Athena understood her father's orders and quickly disappeared to inform the involved gods. Zeus, with a serious expression, instructed Hestia to come to support once she had cleared the area. Hestia acknowledged her husband's command and prepared a magical communication circle to relay the message to everyone. In the Pacific Ocean, a giant of fire was under attack from ships and planes, defended by fallen angels and dark dragons. Japanese and American frigates and battleships unleashed their firepower against the fiery giant, while F-16 fighters were intercepted by soldiers from the Cow's Brigade. Among the 30 aircraft carriers in the vicinity, several angels and yokai attacked from a distance or defended the fighters. In the command cabin, several commanders were discussing countermeasures against the giant. Commander 6 expressed the need for something that could take down the creature. Commander 3 suggested an attack with F-35s, but Commander 5 pointed out that the skies were not safe due to the dragons, and the other commanders agreed. Commander 1 noted that the naval attacks were ineffective. Suddenly, a soldier burst through the door, drenched in sweat. He reported that unidentified objects were approaching from the south. Commander 6 speculated that they could be support from supernatural beings or enemies, but the soldier clarified that the yokai present claimed they were neither friends nor foes. The commanders exchanged surprised glances and rushed to the ship's deck. Everyone turned their attention southward as nearby ships began to rotate their weapons, aiming in that direction while several fighters took off and soared over the area. In the midst of the chaos, one of the fighters was caught off guard as a dark dragon swooped down, threatening to destroy the cockpit. The Red Queen made her appearance, seizing the evil dragon by the head and ending its threat with a burst of flames. However, this was not the end, as Malaise continued to advance while protecting the hunters. She was not alone. From her path emerged hundreds of griffins that began to clear the skies. As the Narnian forces worked to reclaim the heavens, both supernatural beings and humans watched in awe. One yokai, astonished, questioned the faction of the newcomers, while another admitted ignorance. In that moment, a yokai still in shock conjured a magical communication circle. In Tokyo, Japan, the capital was nearly reduced to ruins were it not for the intervention of Amaterasu and her soldiers. The city had become one of the few places in the world that maintained a semblance of calm. In what appeared to be the command center, Yasaka, Amaterasu, Inari, Shikigami, and several Japanese commanders gathered. Suddenly, a magical circle appeared before Yasaka, who looked on with a serious expression. Her curiosity piqued as the others in the room regarded the hologram with gravity. Through the hologram, a yokai delivered shocking news from the Pacific, his voice still tinged with surprise. Shikigami, maintaining her serious demeanor, prompted him for details. The yokai reported that a red dragon and a large number of griffins had arrived and were decimating the forces of the Cow's Brigade. Yasaka requested to see the dragon, her tone serious. The yokai then displayed images of Malaise and several griffins battling the evil dragons and fallen angels. Yasaka recognized Malaise as the Red Queen, her mind racing to process the implications of the dragon and griffin's presence. Inari noted that it seemed the situation was finally shifting. Yasaka turned to the trio of gods, expressing her realization that Issei was indeed coming to their aid. Amaterasu confirmed their awareness of his involvement, though they had not anticipated the form it would take. Just then, a magical circle appeared at her ear, and after a brief silence, she nodded for it to disappear. Amaterasu relayed that Susanoo had informed her that Raizavim was in Osaka and was heading there with a group of demons. The other gods responded with solemn nods, understanding the urgency of the situation. Yasaka declared her intention to gather several yokai and set off immediately. Inari emphasized the need for soldiers to evacuate and assist in rescuing civilians, looking toward the Japanese commanders. Commander 9J confirmed that they would send as many soldiers as possible, receiving nods of agreement from the gods before they departed through a magical circle. In Osaka, the city, or what remained of it, was in chaos as two fronts clashed, spilling blood everywhere. As time passed, various teleportation circles appeared, and their occupants rushed into the fray. With each passing moment, more beings joined the battle while the Japanese army did its best to provide assistance. In one street, a mother and her two children ran toward where the Japanese soldiers were supposed to be, seeking safety. Suddenly, fallen angels and renegade demons from the Chaos Brigade appeared. One fallen angel marveled at the beauty before him, eyeing the mother who shielded her children. The mother pleaded for mercy, her voice trembling with fear. Another fallen angel maliciously suggested they would let them go if they could have some fun first. The son, filled with rage, stood defiantly in front of his mother and sister, vowing to protect them. Just then, one of the fallen angels conjured a lance of light, preparing to strike. The mother positioned herself in front of her children, ready to face the danger, while her children closed their eyes in despair. In that moment, a sword interposed itself, shattering the lance of light. Before the family stood Kiba, a knight from the Gremry clan, visibly weary from hours of fighting. He instructed them to stay behind him as he took a defensive stance. The family turned to see that Kiba was not alone. Kaneko and Roswise were with him. The Valkyrie began to conjure several magical circles while Kaneko revealed her Nikosho features. As the battle commenced, the family sought refuge in an alley. Soon, soldiers approached to escort them to safety. One soldier inquired about their well-being while his squad protected the alley. The mother informed them of the supernatural beings fighting ahead, pointing toward the Gremry trio. The soldier recognized them and insisted that their priority was to evacuate the civilians. As they moved toward their base, they witnessed various battles unfolding around them. Upon reaching what appeared to be the base, they saw tanks and soldiers in trenches defending their position. Once inside, the family headed toward the evacuation area, where the only functioning news outlet was reporting on the situation. The Japanese Minister of Defense and several faction leaders were issuing orders and receiving updates. Ajuka reported that the southwestern front was being overwhelmed and requested reinforcements. Thought noted that enemy support was arriving from the north, expressing doubt that their defenses would hold much longer. The room buzzed with reports and strategic discussions as they focused on the northern front. As the horns sounded, the army roared and advanced toward the enemy. The Narnian forces surged forward, their excitement palpable. In the ranks of the Chaos Brigade, some orcs readied their bows and launched arrows, striking down several Narnian soldiers. Another wave of arrows flew toward the charging Narnian army, claiming more lives. Issei raised his sword, urging his comrades to charge. The line of archers began to falter, fear gripping them as the Narnian forces closed in. The line of spearmen also showed signs of retreat. Drogon, Smog, Riagel, and Sunfire descended, unleashing a torrent of flames that engulfed several orcs, fallen angels, and Asgardians. They then took to the skies, ready to confront the evil dragons and wyverns. The Narnian army's arrival was overwhelming, sweeping through everything in their path, leaving a trail of destruction and severely wounded foes. Those on the walls watched in awe, and soon, figures like Gabriel, Seraphal, and Penemu rushed to aid their beloved. The advance continued as dragons and griffins dealt with aerial threats. Suddenly, bolts of yellow lightning struck the battlefield, and from them emerged the shifting titans, ready to engage in combat. Issei fought fiercely, cutting down soldiers from the Chaos Brigade without hesitation. The three women who were making their way toward him observed his relentless assault. Nearby, Atman dispatched an orc with a swift blow, while his Carnotaurs feasted on a fallen angel. Asterius was seen removing the wings from a renegade demon with a powerful swing, while his Allosaurus trampled an Olympian and dispatched an Egyptian soldier. Elsewhere, Aslan wielded magical winds in his claws, defeating a troll, while Maugrim took down an orc with a fierce bite to the neck. Meanwhile, Riepachip and his squad leaped atop Leonidas and other griffins, attacking aerial enemies and targeting the pilots of the wyverns or blinding the evil dragons. Levi spun his chained swords, dismantling everything in his path. Hang wielded her trident alongside Sasha, who used a bow to eliminate any threats before them. The armored titan faced off against armed trolls, while the female titan dealt with the larger renegade demons using her hardened form. Armin was carried by a griffin toward the largest monster to engage in battle. In a distant part of the battlefield, various Narnian soldiers emerged from different portals, bringing catapults and ballistae. Leading this charge was Zeke, the beast titan, who stepped away from the portal to transform into his titan form. Once transformed, he picked up several large rocks nearby, preparing to launch them, followed closely by the catapults and ballistae. In the northwest, a contingent of Narnian soldiers, commanded by Zijin, arrived at a specific location. Upon arrival, Zijin noticed something and focused on a particular area where Issei Dahaka awaited. The three-headed dragon declared that he would be Zijin's adversary. Zijin responded with determination, readying himself for battle. In the northeast, two dragons faced each other with intensity. Smog, the king beneath the mountain, and Krumkruch, the dragon closest to celestial power, exchanged serious glances. Smog vowed to take revenge for the harm done to him, while Krum awaited the challenge, releasing his murderous intent as Smog did the same. The battle between the two dragons was about to commence. In the center of the city, a large number of wizards and supernatural beings attempted to break a massive magical circle. On one side of the circle stood Ryzavim, Saruman, and Euclid. Suddenly, a communication magic circle formed near Euclid's ear, and after a few moments, it dissipated. Euclid reported that the Narnian Empire had arrived, prompting a shift in the expressions of Ryzavim and Saruman to one of seriousness. Ryzavim noted that the game had changed to a race against time. The battlefield was a chaotic scene. In the skies, hundreds of wyverns battled against dragons, fighter planes, and griffins. On the ground, the Narnian armies advanced against their foes, while the Japanese factions watched in astonishment at the Narnian forces' rapid progress. In less than an hour, they had decimated numerous enemies, while the Japanese had struggled to gain any ground over the past 4 hours, even losing territory on various fronts. Now, the focus shifted to one of the major battles about to unfold, the clash between Smog and Krumkruch. The two dragons regarded each other with seriousness, their auras flaring as flames began to emerge from their mouths. Smog's a brilliant yellow and Krum's a deep violet. Smog made the first move, propelling himself with his wings to strike Krum with a powerful tail swipe. Krum narrowly dodged, retaliating with a wave of violet flames aimed at Smog's face. Smog raised his wings as a shield, and once the flames subsided, unleashed his own torrent of brilliant yellow fire. Krum charged through the flames, delivering a powerful punch that sent Smog soaring into the sky. In a swift motion, Krum appeared before Smog again, landing another punch that sent him crashing into nearby mountains, causing them to tremble. As Smog regained his footing, he looked up to see Krumkruch gazing down at him with an arrogant expression. Fueled by anger, Smog lunged forward, biting down on Krum's neck while pushing him toward the ground. Krum roared in defiance, attempting to break free from his foe's grasp. As he neared the ground, he ignited a fire in his mouth, unleashing it upon the earth, engulfing the area in flames. Smog soared into the sky, contemplating his next move. As flames erupted, Smog felt his body begin to change, horns sprouting from various parts. Krumkruch initiated the attack, launching himself forward and scratching Smog's chest, followed by a punch that struck the mountain behind him. Smog regained his footing, spitting blood as he rose to confront Krum, and the two dragons exchanged a flurry of claws and strikes. In a moment of distraction, Krum landed a powerful blow to Smog's chest, slamming him into the ground. He then seized Smog by the neck, dragging him several meters while charging a dark purple flame in his mouth. Once he finished dragging him, Krum lifted Smog and unleashed a massive purple fire, sending him hurtling several kilometers away. In the nearby city of Kobe, which lay in ruins, Japanese soldiers and yokai worked to evacuate civilians. Suddenly, a great tremor shook the city, causing several buildings to collapse. Soldiers and civilians approached the crater to investigate its cause. Just then, a massive red claw emerged, followed by the battered form of Smog, who struggled to rise, panting with exhaustion and pain. He thought to himself that he didn't believe he could win alone and activated a magical communication circle in his ear. On the battlefield, Issei defended himself against a sword strike from an Olympian with his shield. Before he could respond, a lance of light struck down the Olympian. Penemu called out in surprise, rushing to Issei's side. He acknowledged her presence, but his tone shifted to seriousness as he reminded her they were in the midst of a war. Gabriel and Seraphal joined them, also expressing concern for Issei. He appreciated their affection but urged them to focus on the battle. Aureus approached, sheathing his swords and delivering a serious report about their troops entering the city. Issei confirmed that Alucard was already intercepting the reinforcements. He then turned to the girls, asking where the enemy concentration was highest and where there were no allies. Gabriel recalled it was in the southeast. Issei nodded and summoned a magical communication circle, calling for assistance. Moments later, Carrera appeared, her voice warm yet serious, which irritated the three beautiful women from the biblical factions. Issei instructed Carrera to use her gravity collapse on the southeast sector, receiving her agreement. Suddenly, a communication circle appeared in Issei's ear, and Smog urgently requested support. Issei listened intently as Smog explained he was facing Krumkruch and had been holding his own until Krum transformed, making it difficult for him to fight back. Issei assured Smog that help was on the way and began to create his own communication circle. In the southern part of Osaka, Narnian troops, consisting of elves, were evacuating civilians under Thranduil's command. As they worked, Thranduil recognized a magical circle forming on the ground. From it emerged Tanin, the ancient dragon king, who humorously acknowledged his late arrival. As the teleportation circle expanded, hundreds of wyverns and dragons began to emerge. A communication circle appeared in Tanin's ear, and Issei urgently requested his assistance against Krumkruch. Tanin confirmed he understood and prepared to support Issei's subordinate in Kobe. Back in Kobe, Smog unleashed a fiery breath towards Krum, who deftly dodged and retaliated with a powerful tail swipe, sending Smog crashing into a nearby building. The impact created a cloud of smoke, from which Tanin emerged, his gaze fixed on Krum. Smog joined him, recognizing Tanin as the support Issei had sent. Tanin joked about Smog's predicament, prompting a low growl from the dragon. With determination, Tanin declared it was time to take down their opponent, and both dragons surged forward to confront Krum. In the northeast of Osaka, a legendary battle was about to unfold between Zijin, the second strongest protector of the Narnian forces, and Azzy Dahaka, the third strongest evil dragon. The fight began with a triple flame attack aimed at Zijin, who effortlessly dispelled the flames with a wave of his hand. Seeing this, Azzy charged at Zijin, but Zijin leaped over him, delivering a hammer-like blow to Azzy's back, pushing him partially into the ground. Zijin then stepped back to prepare for a powerful strike against one of Azzy's wings. With great speed and force, Azzy felt a sharp pain as Zijin struck him, causing him to cry out. Azzy retaliated by swinging his tail, but Zijin quickly recovered and dodged a fiery blast that erupted from the building where he had landed. Azzy attempted to bite Zijin, but Zijin easily blocked the attack with his hands and feet, while Azzy used his other two heads to try and crush him. Zijin noticed this and pushed back against the central head's jaw, evading the crushing attempt. In a nearby building, Zijin seized Azzy with both hands and hurled him against the ground, where Azzy unleashed a fiery blast that obliterated the structure. A thick cloud of smoke filled the area, obscuring Azzy's view of the battlefield. In a fit of rage, Azzy shouted for Zijin, demanding to know his location while flapping his wings to disperse the smoke. Once the smoke cleared, Azzy found himself surrounded by ruins and fallen foes. In a swift movement, Zijin descended from the sky and delivered a powerful blow to Azzy's face, sending him crashing through several houses before finally impacting against a mountain. Azzy coughed up blood and lost several teeth from the central head, while the other two heads scanned their surroundings to assess their situation. Once he regained his footing, Azzy looked up to see Zijin perched on a rock, arms crossed and gazing seriously at him. Zijin expressed his disappointment, which only fueled Azzy's anger. Azzy charged at Zijin, attempting to bite him with all three heads, but Zijin leaped away, shattering the rock beneath him. Zijin then delivered a kick to Azzy's back, sending him soaring into the sky. As Azzy fell, Zijin appeared above him and struck him down with another kick, sending him crashing to the ground. Before Azzy could recover, Zijin seized one of his heads and, with incredible strength, tore it away, eliciting a heart-wrenching roar from Azzy's remaining heads. Before they could react, Zijin delivered a punch that sent Azzy hurtling back into the city. In the city, Zijin observed Issei struggling to rise from a crater, blood spilling from his 2 heads and numerous wounds. Zijin declared that the fight was over and delivered a decisive kick to Issei's back, burying him into the ground. Zijin looked down at Issei's defeated form and asked for his final words. Issei, defiant, cursed Zijin, but was met with a punch that pierced through him, ending the threat of the 3rd most powerful evil dragon. Meanwhile, Rias was seen launching multiple destruction orbs at rogue yokai while flying over the area. Kaneko was engaged in combat with a rogue demon attempting to harm Japanese soldiers. Asia was healing Zenobia, who had been injured by a fallen angel. Aquino provided cover for Asia and Zenobia, electrocuting several enemies. Ravel, with her fiery wings, unleashed phoenix flames while protecting her allies. Kiba summoned his swords from the ground, impaling several enemy soldiers and using his sacred demonic sword to dispatch an orc. Rosswise cast powerful spells of fire, ice, water, earth, and wind, taking down multiple orcs and 2 trolls. Rias instructed Asia to finish healing Zenobia, emphasizing the need to leave as enemy reinforcements were approaching from the southeast. Asia requested a bit more time to complete her task. Aquino insisted that they had no time to waste while continuing to strike at the enemies. Suddenly, a massive tremor shook the ground, causing most to stumble while a few managed to stay upright. Kaneko struggled to regain her balance, holding her head. Rosswise called out to Rias in surprise, pointing toward a section of the city. Rias, with her eyes closed, asked what was happening. Rosswise urged her to look, indicating a large explosion in the southeast, with a vast cloud of smoke and steam expanding outward. Zenobia shouted for everyone to take cover, grabbing Asia and pulling her down while shielding them with Durandal. Kaneko leaped behind the debris of nearby buildings. Kiba drove his sacred demonic sword into the ground, creating a wall of swords for protection, while Ravel crouched beside him. Aquino approached Rias to create a protective magic circle infused with destructive power and lightning. Lastly, Rosswise formed a barrier of various elements to shield them from the heat and smoke. Several soldiers from the Chaos Brigade were engulfed in flames, while others managed to defend themselves. In another part of the city, Issei was seen advancing toward the center. Aureus reported their progress, dispatching a fallen angel with his sword while communicating with Issei through a magical circle. Issei acknowledged Aureus and instructed him to keep moving forward. Meanwhile, Tyrus reported their advancement from the southeast, taking down a troll with a swift strike. Issei confirmed the message and continued coordinating with the other commanders of the Narnian army through magical circles. Leonidas informed Issei that they were clearing the skies of enemy wyverns and evil dragons. Issei ordered the dragons to cause some destruction in the center before their arrival. He then checked in with Asterius and Atman about their situation, learning that they were facing challenges due to the enemy's strong defensive positions. Atman was seen delivering a powerful blow to an enemy while his Carnotaurus charged forward, its horns piercing the chest of a wicked dragon. Nearby, Asterius's Allosaurus was engaged in battle, devouring a fallen angel and swiping its tail at a renegade demon. Issei commanded his forces to advance, sending out magical support to assist them. As he led his troops, 3 of the most beautiful women from their factions watched over him, protecting him as if their lives depended on it. Suddenly, a magical circle appeared near Penemu's ear. She was shielded by Seraphal and Gabriel as she responded to Azazel's call. Azazel, his voice filled with concern, asked where she was. Penemu, with a serious tone, informed him that they were advancing toward the city center, surprising Azazel with the news that Issei was present. Penemu teased him, stating that he was the one who had brought the entire army. Azazel insisted that it was not the time for jokes, and Penemu acknowledged that they would need his help and the assistance of the other leaders, preparing to share their location. Seraphal approached Issei, informing him that the leaders were on their way. Issei, serious and focused, instructed Seraphal to create an ice wall. He then ordered the archers to take position on the wall and prepare to fire at the enemies while they awaited the arrival of the faction leaders. Meanwhile, Azazel was in the southwest, surrounded by fallen troops. After communicating with Penemu through the magical circle, he set off in search of the other leaders. Minutes later, he found Issei and Grafia fighting together against several squads from the Cow's brigade. Azazel called out to Issei as he soared above, launching spears of light at their foes. Issei, surprised, continued to unleash destructive attacks while Grafia rained down her own projectiles. Azazel, serious, urged Issei to help find the rest of their allies. He summoned True Longinus, piercing through several renegade demons. Grafia, astonished, recognized the weapon as Azazel kicked an enemy aside and sent the spear crashing into an orc, embedding it into a nearby building. Issei, still processing the situation, asked why they needed to gather everyone. Azazel explained that Issei was present and wanted to see them, which left both Issei and Grafia in shock. Azazel inquired about the whereabouts of the other leaders, just as Grafia froze her enemies in place, destroying them effortlessly. The two leaders exchanged nervous glances, realizing the extent of Grafia's power. Azazel whispered his concern about her recent struggles in battle, while Issei speculated that she might feel neglected by her younger brother. Changing the subject, Azazel asked Issei for updates on Michael and the others. Issei reported that Michael was coordinating the evacuation of civilians, Yasaka was battling a giant in her yokai form, and Elmenhild was located to the south. Azazel decided to go after Michael and the other archangels while instructing Issei to seek out Yasaka. Issei directed Grafia to assist Elmenhild, urging her to be cautious as he flew off toward the giants fighting a massive nine-tailed fox. In the civilian evacuation zone, Japanese military personnel and various exorcists were protecting the area under the supervision of several angels and archangels. Michael, serious and focused, created a barrier to shield soldiers from incoming attacks. He asked Metatron for an update on the evacuation, which was reported to be at 60%. Michael ordered Raphael to lead some angels and exorcists to ensure no civilians were left behind. Uriel approached, stating that they needed support as several soldiers had fallen. Michael instructed him to gather exorcists, explaining that he couldn't spare more soldiers as they were engaged in battles or holding strategic positions. Just then, Michael spotted someone flying overhead. As he focused, he recognized it was Azazel. Azazel called out to Michael as he landed nearby. Michael, serious, questioned why Azazel was out of his designated area during such a critical time. Azazel informed him that they needed to hold a meeting, which confused Michael given the ongoing war. Azazel simply mentioned one name, and Michael's expression shifted from serious to surprised when he heard it Issei. Michael, now intrigued, urged Azazel to share everything. Meanwhile, Grafia was making her way to the south, freezing enemies in her path. In the distance, she spotted several vampires battling against the Cow's brigade. She approached them to offer assistance and inquire about their leader. Upon arrival, she unleashed ice stakes upon the enemies. The vampires quickly rallied to her side, ensuring no foe survived. Once the enemies were defeated, the vampire squad leader expressed gratitude for her support, bowing slightly. Grafia, maintaining her professionalism, asked if anyone knew where Elmenhild was. The leader informed her that Elmenhild was 3 streets away, while they continued to eliminate enemies in the area. Receiving the information, Grafia spread her wings and took flight in the direction indicated. After several minutes of searching, she continued her quest to find Elmenhild. Zona found herself battling alongside her soldiers. As she approached, she began to descend. Grafia, the maid, landed near the vampire queen. Elmenhild looked at Grafia with a hint of doubt in her voice, questioning her presence. Grafia informed her that Issei and Azazel had sent her with an urgent request for a meeting. Elmenhild, puzzled, wondered why a meeting was necessary instead of continuing the fight. Grafia revealed that Issei had summoned all the leaders of the alliance, which surprised the vampire queen and made her serious. Understanding the urgency, Elmenhild decided to call Odin, who was nearby, and initiated a magical circle. Meanwhile, Issei arrived at a location where a giant fox was struggling against 2 massive monsters. Observing the scene, he unleashed a wave of destructive energy to distract one of the creatures. The impact drew the attention of one monster, allowing the giant fox to retaliate with several fireballs. One of the monsters was knocked down, but the other, seeing its companion fall, lunged at the fox. Issei intervened with a powerful magical shield, pushing the monster back. In the sky, a griffin swooped down, dropping something into the monster's mouth before continuing its aerial battle. In a sudden turn, one of the monsters grabbed Yasaka by the neck, pinning her to the ground. Issei attempted to help, but several renegade demons and 2 evil dragons blocked his path. The second monster rose to assist its partner but suddenly clutched its stomach. Unexpectedly, the crab-like creature imploded, scattering debris and creating a cloud of smoke. As the smoke cleared, the colossal titan appeared in all its glory. Taking advantage of the monster's shock, it delivered a powerful punch to the creature's face, shattering its shell. Yasaka seized the moment, gathering energy while Issei dealt with the last evil dragon, accumulating destructive power. Once she had gathered enough energy, Yasaka used one of her tails to grab the titan's attention, signaling her plan. From the titan's back, Armin leaped onto a nearby griffin, and both faction leaders unleashed their powers in a bolt of energy. The attack struck the monster, splitting it in half. With the creature defeated, Yasaka transformed back and Armin landed near the leaders. She expressed her gratitude for their assistance, and Armin nodded in acknowledgement. Yasaka then turned her attention to Issei, who maintained a serious demeanor. Issei explained that they needed her presence at the meeting. Armin, curious, interrupted, asking why the meeting was so urgent. Issei clarified that Issei wanted to convene an emergency meeting, surprising both Yasaka and Armin. Yasaka was taken aback by the news, and Issei noted that they had been unable to contact Odin, Ra, and Zeus. Armin insisted on accompanying them to keep an eye on Issei, as he often made reckless decisions. He also pointed out that the leader of the Shinto pantheon was part of the alliance. Issei explained that Shiva was currently facing Indra, addressing Armin's confusion. Yasaka, eager to assist, offered to communicate with Ra, Zeus, and Amaterasu to bring Issei to them. Meanwhile, Issei observed as numerous enemies approached the meeting location. A frightened fawn approached him, reporting that their troops were falling and the ice wall was being breached. Issei, serious yet calm, ordered the troops to retreat behind the wall while he handled the enemy forces. The fawn nodded hesitantly and went to relay the command. For several minutes, the Narnian troops fell back to the safety of the ice wall. As the leaders gathered at the meeting spot, they witnessed the Narnian retreat. Before they could inquire, they encountered Gabriel, Penemu, and Seraphol, who were assisting the wounded. Upon approaching, they asked why the retreat was happening. Gabriel explained that Issei had ordered the troops to fall back behind the ice wall. Azazel inquired about Issei's whereabouts. Seraphol informed them that he was atop the wall, as she had learned through a magical circle, and that only their group remained. The leaders looked up to see Issei with his arms crossed, observing the soldiers of the Cow's Brigade. Once everyone was behind the wall, Issei leaped forward, unleashing a bright yellow lightning bolt. As the smoke cleared, the Titan of attack materialized, raising its hand to form a hardened spear, which it drove into the ground. The earth trembled, and spikes of hardened material erupted throughout the city, piercing the soldiers of the Cow's Brigade. After this display, Issei emerged from the Titan's back and jumped to where the faction leaders stood. Before he could speak, Yasaka and Elmenhild leaped toward him, calling out his name. Issei calmly stroked the heads of the two women, expressing how much they had missed him. Yasaka, with a hint of tears, echoed the sentiment, while Elmenhild nodded in agreement. Zeus, with a mocking tone, greeted Issei, calling him the king of Narnia. Issei returned the jest, referring to Zeus as an old pervert, which elicited laughter from Azazel, Odin, and Issei. Shifting to a serious tone, Issei gathered everyone's attention, stating that he had called them together to mobilize their troops to the center, as his forces had not been able to advance. Azazel acknowledged the situation, explaining that they were doing everything possible to maintain the offensive. Amaterasu stepped forward with a question, and Issei encouraged her to speak. She expressed doubt about the ability of the changeling titans and dragons to break through enemy lines. Armin interjected, explaining that while the changeling titans had great resilience, they could become fatigued over time. He detailed the energy required for transformation and the challenges posed by the evil dragons and wyverns. Michael nodded in understanding, while Gabriel pointed out that thanks to Issei, much of the area had been cleared, though several had sustained serious injuries. Penemu suggested launching an attack to break the enemy ranks and strike from behind, receiving agreement from the others as Issei began to command his troops, creating magical communication circles to coordinate their assault. After several hours, soldiers from various factions arrived at the provisional camp. The focus shifted to the Gremory, Citri, and Valley groups. Valley expressed confusion about why the leaders had summoned them, having been called after defeating a monster in Spain. Kuroka reassured him that this was a good opportunity to rest. As they spoke, others were also finding ways to relax. Atman approached, accompanied by Tyrus and Maugrim, addressing Rias Gremory, Sona Citri, and Valley Lucifer. Upon hearing their names, the three stood and looked at Atman. Rias stepped forward, acknowledging him. Atman, noting their recognition, stated that the king needed them and turned to walk away, with the three following closely behind, while Maugrim and Tyrus prepared for battle. They soon arrived at a secured room within a building, protected by soldiers from various factions and Narnian forces. Inside, they saw the leaders, including Armin, and most importantly, they spotted Issei, who had transformed from an unknown to a powerful king in just a few months. Without hesitation, Rias rushed to Issei, expressing her excitement and nearly tackling him. Issei greeted her warmly but reminded her that they were in the midst of something important. Rias complied and stood back. Issei then acknowledged Valley and Sona, wishing they could meet under better circumstances. Azazel addressed the newcomers, explaining the reason for their summons. Circe informed them that they were there to accompany elite soldiers against Ryzavim. Odin clarified that this decision was based on their powers and abilities. Ra added that they had been chosen for their strengths. Issei explained that their groups would work alongside his commanders, Asterius and Aslan, during the battle. Zeus asked if there were any further questions, to which Rias, Sona, and Valley shook their heads in understanding. Michael instructed them to inform their comrades of the plan, and the trio nodded before departing to relay the information. Minutes passed as soldiers from both factions and Narnian forces took their positions for a massive assault on the enemy from all fronts. Focusing on Issei, he declared to Circe that he would initiate the attack. As the moment arrived, Issei drew his sword, which began to emit a brilliant light, shifting from white to yellow. Those unfamiliar with Issei's power were taken aback by the intensity of his energy. Before unleashing more power, Issei stored his shield in a pocket dimension. Once he released his energy, he stomped the ground, creating a significant crater, and with swift movements, he slashed to break through the wall of ice. As he charged forward, he became a blur of yellow, cutting through the ranks of the Cow's brigade, leaving devastation in his wake. A bright yellow light began to form into dragons of light as he advanced. The leaders of the factions and their soldiers, along with the Citri, Gremory, and Valley groups, watched in awe, impressed by his speed and power, while the fallen angels were astonished by his mastery of sacred power. The surprise was broken by the battle cry of the Narnian forces, rallying against their enemies. Moments later, the rest of the combatants surged forward, reigniting the war. The focus shifted to the group that would assault the center of the city. In the heart of Osaka, Issei continued his relentless advance, dispatching enemies with precision. Suddenly, an opponent clashed swords with him, forcing both to leap back. Issei, with a serious expression, acknowledged Ryzavim, ready for the confrontation. Ryzavim, with a serious yet mocking tone, expressed his displeasure at seeing Issei but stated that he would not be his adversary. He snapped his fingers, and a portal began to form, from which emerged a white being with horns and a single red eye. Orion had arrived on the battlefield, his serious gaze locked onto Issei, who returned the look. Ryzavim informed Issei that this was his new subordinate, feeling the power of Orion begin to surge. With a mocking tone, Ryzavim declared that this was his ace in the hole but, since he had to deal with other nuisances, he would leave Issei to play with Orion. With that, he spread his wings and took to the sky. Without hesitation, Orion shot forward at a speed Issei could not see, appearing behind the brown-haired fighter and delivering a powerful punch to his back, sending him crashing into nearby buildings. Issei attempted to stop himself by planting his sword and shield into the ground, which he managed to do. However, when he lifted his head, he saw Orion preparing to strike him again. Barely managing to raise his shield in time to protect himself, the force of the blow shattered the shield into pieces. In his surprise at losing his shield, Issei failed to notice Orion delivering a kick that sent him flying toward the leaders. In the center of Osaka, Odin was seen piercing an orc with his spear, while Zeus and Ra unleashed a barrage of lightning and solar fire beside him. Circe created gauntlets with his destructive power and began to disintegrate everything in his path, accompanied by Seraphol and Graphia, who froze everything around them. Gabriel, along with Penemu, Michael, and Irina, launched powerful waves of light spears. Azazel, wielding his new weapon, cut through everything in front of him, with Kiba and Zenobia following closely behind. Rias, Roswise, Sona, and Aquino cast magical spells while flying above. Gasper was freezing time for enemies approaching Asia, who was healing Kaneko, whose arm had been broken. The Citri group focused on rescuing injured civilians and supernatural beings alike. Yasaka was launching several Senjutsu ball, just like Kuroka. Valley had activated his balance breaker and was engaged in hand-to-hand combat against 2 evil dragons and a troll. Arthur and Biko were covering Lefei, who was casting powerful spells and searching for the beast seal. The Narnian warriors, like Asterius, Aureus, and Malgrim, were leading the charge, defeating everything in their way. Suddenly, several spikes of earth were launched toward Odin, who quickly moved his spear to create a barrier for protection. Odin instructed Ra to leave this to him, fixing his gaze on his former son, who had appeared on the battlefield in his released form, with an ice arm where there had once been a stump. Ra acknowledged the command but warned that he would intervene if things got ugly before jumping into the fray against several nearby enemies. Without wasting time, Odin conjured a thunder spear and charged at Loki, who defended himself by creating a wall of ice, then launched a fire blast and several earth spears. Odin countered by creating spears of lava and water, propelling himself with a wind spell. Once close, Odin attacked with his spear, which Loki blocked with an ice sword, the 2 weapons clashing. In a swift movement, Odin combined a fire spell with one of wind and aimed it at Loki's ice prosthetic arm. Loki let out a cry of pain as the spell not only shattered the prosthetic but also burned part of his shoulder and leg. Seizing the moment while Odin was focused on his spell, Loki swung his sword near Odin's face, cutting off an ear and leaving a mark on his cheek. Odin screamed in shock, leaping back while clutching his face. Ra rushed toward him, calling out his name in concern, but without regard for their friendship, he unleashed a blast of solar flames at Loki. Loki defended himself with a reinforced earth and water wall. Ra asked if Odin was all right, his worry evident as he observed Odin still holding his face. Odin confirmed he was fine, attempting to rise but was stopped by Ra, who insisted he go to the Gremory Nun for healing while he took care of Loki. Odin, however, insisted that Loki must be killed, declaring he was no longer his son. Acknowledging his friend's words, Odin went to seek healing. Hearing his friend's command, Ra charged forward, creating a lance of solar flames that Loki barely managed to stop with a wall of ice and earth. In a swift motion, Ra moved the lance into Loki's arm, then conjured a sword and mercilessly decapitated him. Thus, the Norse god of lies met his end. In a secluded part of the city center, several Narnian soldiers stood alongside Aslan. Suddenly, a lightning bolt struck and killed a satyr, followed by wooden spears that pierced 2 jaguars and a reindeer. As several air crescents approached to eliminate the last Narnians, Aslan stepped forward to create a wooden barrier. He instructed his comrades to take the 2 injured away while he handled the situation. From the shadows emerged a sorcerer he knew all too well. Aslan, with a serious demeanor, acknowledged Saruman's presence, feeling his fur bristle. Saruman responded, noting the time that had passed since they last met, as he began to conjure his spells. Aslan, gathering his magic, expressed a wish that their reunion had been under different circumstances, summoning 2 magical circles of fire and air beside him. Saruman plunged his staff into the ground, causing a crack to form from which lava emerged, taking the shape of a dragon that shot toward Aslan. Aslan leaped to dodge the dragon and began to leap across the buildings while launching several fire, thunder, and water spears. Saruman created a barrier for protection while casting 2 spells of water and electricity. Seeing the combined spell approaching, Aslan invoked tree roots for defense while opening his mouth to unleash a beam of light. Around Saruman, several roots emerged, attempting to ensnare him so the beam could strike. Before the roots could reach their target, darkness appeared, forming sharp whips that sliced through the roots, allowing Saruman to evade the attack. Aslan continued to unleash his powerful beam, creating several magical circles around Saruman. Saruman focused all his energy on maintaining the barrier, unaware of his surroundings. After several minutes, Aslan paused, breathing heavily as he prepared to speak. He acknowledged Saruman's prowess as a great wizard but warned that this was the end for him. With determination, he released the power of all the magical circles. Before the spells could reach him, Saruman cast one of his own, summoning a shadowy arrow that shot toward Aslan. The arrow struck Aslan in one of his legs, causing him to let out a pained roar, which was echoed by Saruman's own cry. In this fierce battle, the sacred lion of Narnia emerged victorious. Meanwhile, at the site of the Triaxis summoning, the wizards were on the verge of breaking the seal when they were interrupted by Caraxes. He swiftly defeated one wizard and unleashed a fiery blast that incinerated several others. An orc attempted to intervene, but Caraxes quickly bit into its neck and slammed it against a nearby building. Just as he was about to continue his assault, he was confronted by 2 more orcs and Euclid, who froze one of the dragon's wings. Before Euclid could freeze the dragon further, Levi stepped in front of it, spinning to shatter the ice. He declared his intent to defeat the lizard-like creature and leaped toward Euclid. Euclid evaded Levi's swords and countered with ice spears while conjuring 4 swords, wielding 2 with his wings and 2 with his hands. Seeing the approaching ice projectiles, Levi ignited his swords with fire, making it easier to cut through the ice. As he sliced through, he noticed Euclid advancing and retracted his swords for a more direct confrontation. The 2 clashed, with Euclid having the advantage of multiple arms, but Levi's agility allowed him to dodge and launch a sword aimed at decapitating Euclid. Euclid defended himself with his upper arms while striking back with his other swords. Levi noticed the incoming attack and skillfully avoided it, throwing one of his swords into a nearby building to propel himself upward. Once on the roof, he leaped down toward Euclid, spinning like a tornado and infusing his swords with air energy once more. In response, Euclid cast several ice spells while charging at Levi, intent on delivering a fatal blow. As they neared each other, Levi cut through every spell in his path until he reached Euclid. Upon colliding, they were pushed back slightly, but Levi knew he had to end this quickly. He threw his swords behind Euclid, where a building stood, using the momentum to deliver a powerful kick that sent Euclid crashing to the ground. Euclid attempted to rise, only to find Levi standing before him. In a swift motion, Levi severed Euclid's upper arms and followed up with a kick to his face, sending him tumbling toward Caraxes, who had just finished off 2 trolls that had attacked him. Seeing something approaching, Caraxes unleashed a powerful flame that engulfed Euclid, who screamed in agony. Levi, catching his breath from the battle, praised Caraxes for his efforts while gently petting him. He then instructed a nearby satyr wizard to inform the other groups that the center was theirs, receiving a nod of acknowledgement as the satyr set off to fulfill his task. In the north, a barrier had formed to withstand a significant advance from the Cow's brigade. This advance was filled with orcs and trolls, along with a smaller number of supernatural beings. At the makeshift wall, Seraphal was casting several ice spells. Gabriel, flying and casting light spells, approached her. He expressed concern about their ability to hold out much longer, while Seraphal continued her relentless spell casting. It seemed like the end was near, and silence fell between them as a sound echoed throughout the city. This sound captured everyone's attention as cameras focused on a hill from which it originated. The sun began to rise over a nearby mountain, revealing a figure atop an armored unicorn. This figure was none other than Issei. His appearance astonished those who recognized him, while the former Academy members were surprised to see the third most notorious pervert of the Academy involved in the war. Issei surveyed the vast army of the Cow's Brigade, with Aslan and Aureus emerging beside him. He was not alone. Behind him, the entire Narnian's army appeared in all its glory, while dragons and griffins soared above, watching the enemy wyverns and dark dragons. The orcs, witnessing this, began to form a barrier of spearmen. Issei turned to his steed and began issuing commands. He instructed Atman to take his troops to the left flank, and the Minotaur promptly obeyed. He then directed Asterius to follow Atman and command the cavalry, receiving a nod in response. Issei ordered Maugrim to position his squadron behind the offensive when they breached the wall. He rallied the Narnians, urging them to advance without fear of darkness and to fight valiantly. As he positioned himself before the multitude of soldiers, he began to gallop straight ahead, delivering a stirring speech. He proclaimed that the lances would fall, the shields would break, but the red sword would remain until the sun rose. At that moment, the front line, composed of centaurs and elven knights, lowered their lances, and Issei unsheathed his sword. The entire Narnian's army began to draw their weapons in unison. Issei turned on his steed, raising his sword high, and began to clash it against the tips of the lances. He urged them to ride, gallop, and charge into desolation and the end of the world. As he finished clashing swords and faced the enemy army with unwavering determination, he shouted a battle cry. The Narnians echoed his call, their voices rising like a storm as dragons roared in response. Issei repeated his battle cry, turning his steed in a dramatic circle. The Narnians recited the call with seriousness, some filled with excitement for the battle ahead. He shouted once more, facing the great army, and the Narnians roared in unison, their voices booming like thunder. With a final rallying cry, Issei commanded the Orlingus to advance as several soldiers began to sound battle horns, signaling the charge into battle. Where the leaders were the Gremry group, the Citri group, the Valley group, and several Narnian warriors were arriving at the center while battling everything in their path. At that moment, a magical communication circle appeared in Asterius's ear. Asterius asked seriously what was happening, eager to receive the report about the Triaxa seal. He acknowledged the information with a serious yet pleased expression. Asterius called out to Circe, capturing the attention of the red-haired warrior and the other groups. He informed them that the Triaxa seal was secured, causing joy among the others. Just as he was about to celebrate and head to the city center to protect the seal, a body crashed into a nearby building, creating a massive cloud of smoke. From the smoke emerged a familiar brown-haired figure, Issei, who was partially armored and battered from powerful impacts. He held his sword to help himself stand while clutching the remnants of his shield in his other hand. Seeing Issei's condition left Asterius, Maugrim, and Tyrus both impressed and alarmed. They shouted in unison, rushing to their lord's side. The girls cried out for Issei, following the Narnian warriors, while the male leaders prepared themselves for whatever had caused Issei's state. Instead of seeking healing, Issei positioned himself between Rias and Kaneko, bracing for a punch that struck his sword, sending shockwaves through the building and creating a crater where he landed. Those around Issei were taken aback by the speed of his opponent. Tyrus was the first to react, attempting to slash at Orion with his weapon. However, the blade merely halted against Orion's skin, as if trying to cut through a mountain with a kitchen knife. Orion observed this with indifference before delivering a powerful punch to Tyrus's chest, shattering his armor and sending him flying backward, blood spilling from his mouth. Orion remarked on Tyrus's weakness, noting that he couldn't withstand even 2% of his power. Asterius shouted for Maugrim to unleash everything he had. He channeled all his magical energy into his hammer, aiming to decapitate Orion, while Maugrim conjured two massive jaws of earth, his claws elongating and igniting in flames. Orion simply opened his hand to intercept Asterius's hammer strike, stopping it effortlessly, and he silenced Maugrim with a swift motion. These actions were executed with such speed that no one could comprehend them, leaving the onlookers in shock. In a quick motion, Orion unleashed two powerful spells of water and electricity that sent Asterius and Maugrim flying, leaving them severely injured and semi-conscious. Next, the girls launched their attacks. Orion remained still as a barrage of spells and senjutsu rained down upon him. When the smoke cleared, Orion stood unharmed. In a flash, he appeared in front of Asia, delivering a kick to her side that broke ribs and damaged several organs. To finish, he grabbed her by the hair and hurled her toward a spell coming from Rosswise. Seeing her companion so injured, the silver-haired Valkyrie rushed forward, followed by Kaneko, but both were met with a punch from Orion. Kaneko was sent flying toward Asia, while Rosswise was slammed into the pavement, creating a massive crater. Suddenly, Azazel appeared before Orion, wielding the true Longinus and transformed into angelic destruction, with Michael by his side, also transformed with the power of his father. Orion regarded them with a blank expression before delivering a powerful punch to Michael's face, damaging his armor and sending him flying. Azazel attempted to slice Orion in half with the true Longinus. However, just like with Tyrus, the weapon halted upon contact with Orion, who turned his head toward Azazel. As Azazel prepared to continue his assault, Orion seized his head and slammed it into the ground, shattering his armor, before throwing him into a nearby building with considerable force, crashing through several structures until he was buried within one. Zeus unleashed a massive lightning bolt while Ra charged at Orion. Meanwhile, Gabriel, Penemu, and Seraphol advanced against Orion, crafting various weapons and infusing them with significant power. Orion caught the lightning bolt, redirecting it toward Gabriel, who was struck by the bolt's incredible speed and the additional power Orion had infused into it. The Archangel shot through the sky and crashed into a nearby park, landing half-buried in a large crater. Orion seized Ra by the neck as he attempted to strike with his spear and hurled him toward Seraphol, who paused her attack to catch her companion. However, Orion suddenly appeared in front of both of them and delivered a powerful axe kick, sending them crashing into a building, where they became trapped under the debris. As Zeus prepared to unleash more lightning and Penemu readied another attack, they were interrupted by an unseen force that struck them with a powerful punch and a kick enhanced by earth and lava magic. The two were sent flying by the force of the blow. The remaining fighters braced themselves. Circe approached, his body enveloped in destructive energy, while behind him, Graphia launched thousands of ice spears. Upon contact, the destructive energy dissipated, impacting Circe. But before he could make another move, Orion delivered a punch that pierced his stomach, then threw him toward Rias. As the ice spears were about to reach Orion, he vanished and reappeared holding Ravel, sustaining significant damage that caused his arm to drop. Seeing the attack had ceased, Orion threw Ravel toward Graphia. Before the silver-haired woman could catch the blonde, she was struck to the ground, creating a large crater from Orion's axe kick to her back. Rias left her older brother on the ground and launched a beam of destruction, followed by several lightning bolts from Akino and multiple senjutsu orbs from Kuroka. Meanwhile, Kiba, Arthur, and Biko drew their respective weapons and charged into battle. As they got closer, Kiba summoned demonic swords from the ground to distract Orion, allowing the magical attacks to hit their target. Just as Kiba was about to drive his sword into the ground to execute his plan, Orion interrupted him by grabbing Kiba's sword and driving it into his leg, followed by a punch to the jaw that sent him flying. Biko and Arthur, witnessing this, turned to attack but were once again interrupted by Orion, who grabbed them by the shoulders and placed them in the path of the spells. The two teens were about to rise when Orion sent them flying with a gust of wind, then unleashed a violet flame toward the women. Lu Fei stepped forward to shield the group with a protective spell, but it quickly faltered against the powerful flames, engulfing both Lu Fei and Akino, who tried to pull her away before the fire reached them. Valle, with his balance breaker activated, launched himself to deliver a punch to Orion's stomach, but Orion raised his hand, palm open, absorbing the attack without taking any damage. Noticing this, Valle threw an uppercut at Orion's head, which did not even cause him to flinch. The impact of the blow failed to harm Orion, who responded with a hook aimed at Valle, but Valle dodged thanks to Issei, who, now somewhat recovered, pushed him to the ground. Issei, serious, urged Valle to stay alert as he charged at Orion with his sword, enveloped in energy. Valle acknowledged the command and approached Orion while Albion attempted to weaken Orion's power with his divide ability. Seeing Issei attacking again, Rias prepared another spell as Kuroka moved in for a more direct confrontation. However, Orion, now fatigued, appeared in front of Rias and struck her with a hook, sending her crashing into nearby buildings, leaving her stunned against the structure. He then reappeared in front of Kuroka, vanishing with her, only to reappear before Valle and deliver an axe kick to both, leaving only Issei standing. But that wouldn't last long, as Orion was soon struck by a hook. The one who landed the blow was none other than Ophis, the dragon goddess of infinity. Beside her was the dragon god of dreams, the Great Red, who had shrunk to a smaller size while still retaining his dragon form. Issei, jokingly, remarked about the lady and the dragon joining the fray as he got back on his feet, spitting out a bit of blood. Upon hearing his words, Ophis blushed slightly, while a vein appeared on the Great Red's forehead in anger. Gran Rojo was securing the seal of Triexa and calling for help for the injured, his serious demeanor evident as he charged a ball of crimson fire in his mouth. Ophis urged Issei to rest, expressing concern for his well-being. She removed her blush and focused on the state of the brown-haired boy. Issei, determined, insisted that the creature had gravely harmed several of his friends and those he cared about. He was resolute in joining them, disregarding Ophis's worries and Gran Rojo's sigh at his stubbornness. Once the conversation concluded, Issei climbed onto Gran Rojo's back. With a powerful beat of his wings, Gran Rojo soared toward the location where Orion had been sent, followed closely by Ophis, who floated beside them. In the remnants of a building, a hand emerged, revealing Orion. Before he could make a move, he had to dodge two purple serpents and a swipe from Gran Rojo. Orion analyzed his opponents, recognizing the dragon god of dreams and the dragon god of infinity. He blocked a tail swipe from Gran Rojo, then grabbed the tail and spun, launching Gran Rojo into the air. However, Gran Rojo quickly regained his footing and spread his wings. As Gran Rojo prepared to attack, Issei transformed into his Titan form, creating a hammer with his hardened power to strike Orion. Orion caught the hammer with one hand, applying pressure until the tip shattered. He then approached the giant and delivered a powerful hook to his chest, leaving a significant impact. Before he could strike again, Ophis intervened, sending several serpents and leaping among them to deliver a kick. Ophis's plan succeeded, slightly shifting Orion. He quickly recovered and unleashed a spell of wind blades. Seeing the speed of the spell, Ophis attempted to dodge it. Just before it reached her, Issei appeared in the middle, using his sword to defend both Ophis and himself. With determination, Issei called out the name of his attack to cut through the wind spell, propelled forward by Ophis's magic. As he neared, Issei prepared another spell with his sword while Orion gathered power in his hand. Issei unleashed a fiery attack, his sword igniting with golden flames and yellow lightning. Orion, gathering magic in his hand, prepared his own powerful spell. As their attacks collided, a circle of two colors formed, one golden and the other resembling a galaxy. However, Orion broke through Issei's attack, striking his sword and severing Issei's arm, while the remaining force of the attack obliterated several distant mountains. Ophis, witnessing this, transformed her arm into that of a dragon and struck Orion in the chest. Orion was sent flying but attempted to recover, only to be met with a tail swipe from Gran Rojo that buried him in a massive crater. Gran Rojo then unleashed a fiery breath, causing the ground to tremble and crack, with lava beginning to emerge. As Gran Rojo continued his assault, Ophis rushed to check on Issei. Upon arrival, she found him struggling to rise, and she stopped him, her concern evident. Issei insisted that if Orion remained alive, he would destroy everything in his path without hesitation. He was determined that only they could confront him, using more titanic power to regenerate his arm. With resolve, Issei urged Ophis to join him in the fight, and though she hesitated, she eventually nodded in agreement. As they made their way back to the battlefield, Gran Rojo ceased his fiery onslaught, bringing an end to the tremors that had shaken Japan. As the fire subsided, a massive crater emerged, from which lava began to flow. Just as he was about to check on Issei, Orion appeared beside him and delivered a powerful axe kick to his ribs, sending him flying across Japan. When he was about to finish off Great Red, Issei suddenly appeared in front of him, his fist enveloped in light magic, striking him squarely in the face. Orion was unfazed by the surprise attack, but he didn't expect Ophis to materialize behind him, her arms transformed into dragon claws. She delivered a hammer-like blow that sent him crashing to the ground, allowing Issei to follow up. As he fell, he transformed, hardening his knuckles just before impact, landing a punch right where Orion lay. Once on the ground, Issei attempted to rise, but an unseen force held him down. Seconds later, he began to float, and from where his punch had landed, Orion emerged, lifting Issei with one hand while levitating. As Issei prepared for another move, Orion hurled him away, launching himself toward Ophis. Drawing near, he infused magic into his fist, recreating the same attack he had used against Issei, striking his target and sending her flying with minor damage. While Orion was about to finish off Issei, Great Red made his presence known, delivering a powerful headbutt that sent Orion soaring into the stratosphere to continue their battle. In the stratosphere, Great Red unleashed more of his power, creating a massive storm. To Great Red's surprise, Orion also began to release more of his power, generating another colossal storm. The fight commenced with a hook to Great Red's jaw, followed by a flurry of hooks and kicks that Great Red narrowly dodged. In a moment of distraction, Great Red managed to land a claw strike that Orion evaded, but he could not avoid the powerful headbutt that followed, along with a subsequent fiery blast. Orion was sent flying but quickly regained his footing, launching several spells of wind and fire that combined to create a massive conflagration. Great Red summoned a powerful barrier to shield himself from the flames, continuing the close-quarters combat. Once near Orion, he struck with a claw to the face, followed by a punch to the stomach, finishing with a tail swipe to the head. Orion quickly recovered, channeling magic into his hands to create two dragon heads of black with white spots, resembling the universe itself. On Great Red's side, seeing this, he ignited his claws, and several small islands began to levitate toward him, merging with his claws, making them larger and more resilient. Once both opponents were ready, they launched into a fierce hand-to-hand battle. The first blow was struck by Great Red, landing a punch to Orion's chest. Orion responded with an attempt to land a hook to his side, but Great Red blocked it and countered with an uppercut to the jaw. Orion dodged and retaliated with a knee strike to Great Red's ribs, sending him crashing into a nearby mountain. Upon impact, Great Red was buried under the debris of the mountain. With a swipe of his claws, he cleared and scorched the entire mountain. As he began to rise, Orion struck him with a knee to the face, followed by an axe kick to his torso, sending Great Red back to a nearby mountain, leaving a hole that pierced through it instead of destroying it. Orion reappeared above Great Red, ready to deliver a galaxy impact, but was interrupted by Ophis, who struck him with a hook to the head, sending him crashing into the mountain that Great Red had just penetrated. Ophis unleashed a multitude of purple serpents while Great Red regained his footing, and Issei charged toward Orion. As Issei drew near, he forced his Titan power and hardened his knuckles, landing a hook to Orion's chest, followed by a left jab that Orion blocked with his left arm. In defense, Orion countered with an uppercut to Issei's skull, breaking several teeth and fracturing his skull, sending him crashing into one of the nearby mountains, burying him under rocks. Preparing to leap and finish off his opponent, Orion had to pause and create a large barrier to protect himself from the onslaught of serpents. Tired of waiting for the attack to end, a powerful force struck the ground, creating a massive crater and causing nearby mountains to crumble. Ophis, witnessing this, launched herself into close combat, followed closely by Great Red. Upon reaching Orion, she attempted a flying kick, but Orion dodged, causing her to pass by. However, he could not evade the powerful hammer strike from Great Red, which sent him crashing into the ground. Orion quickly recovered and, without holding back, delivered a fierce uppercut to Great Red's stomach. The impact caused significant internal damage, shattering several of his scales and breaking multiple ribs, leading to internal bleeding. Seeing her dragon god companion nearly obliterated filled Ophis with worry, but she was unaware of Orion's intent to strike her with a punch aimed at her heart, one that held much greater force than that of Great Red. Just before the punch could land, someone intervened, taking the blow. Ophis gasped in horror at the sight of her beloved being struck down and thrown to the ground as if he were nothing. Orion observed the scene with indifference before beginning to levitate and depart back to Osaka. Ophis rushed toward the direction where Issei lay, gravely injured. She pleaded for him not to die, expressing that he was all she wanted in the world, her voice trembling with emotion. Issei, despite his condition, gently placed his hand on Ophis's cheek, trying to soothe her with his presence. At that moment, Tiamat, Diablo, Armin, Historia, who had come to heal the wounded, and Drogon arrived at the scene. Upon their arrival, they were struck by the devastation surrounding them. As they began to search for the source of Ophis's sobs, they spotted Issei in a dire state. Historia was the first to react, quickly taking hold of Drogon, who lifted her into the air to reach their king. The others followed closely behind. When they arrived, Historia moved Ophis aside to tend to her beloved. She begged Issei to hold on, tears streaming down her face as she tried to heal him. Issei reassured her, albeit weakly, that everything would be all right. Tiamat, filled with fury and fear, shouted that nothing was all right as Issei lay bleeding on the ground. Before Tiamat could continue her outburst, Issei reached out to touch her hand. She grasped his hand tightly, holding on with all her strength. He then called for Armin to come closer, urging him to take care of everyone. Finally, Issei looked at Diablo, who gazed back with a mix of sadness and anger for what had been done to his lord. Issei asked Diablo to watch over Ophis, and Diablo nodded, struggling to hold back his tears. In that moment, Issei closed his eyes and let out his final breath. The cries of Historia, Tiamat, and Ophis echoed in the air, followed by Drogon's anguished roar as he spread his wings, ready to hunt down the one responsible for his lord's demise. Meanwhile, the two men from the group set out in search of vengeance, followed by the women and Great Red, who, upon seeing Issei's body, conjured a cross with magic to pay his respects. In Osaka, the group that had been devastated by Orion was being healed with phoenix tears, except for Tyros, who was gravely injured and needed to be carried. Cersei rallied the group, stating they needed to continue fighting and, when the time was right, go to aid Issei, Great Red, and Ophis. The group nodded in agreement, including the reinforcements that had arrived. Before anyone could take a step forward, a chilling aura of malice filled the area. As they looked up, they saw Orion standing still on a building, not alone, but accompanied by Ister and Iris, both former Hyudas. Among them stood the source of all their troubles, Rizavim Livon Lucifer, who regarded them with a sinister smile. Serchesnos had spent a lot of time searching for the one he called a BSD, his fury evident as he began to unleash his power, joined by others. Ister mocked the situation, telling Cersei to calm down, reminding him that this was not how to speak to his sister's fiancé. This only fueled the anger of the two with crimson hair. Iris attempted to respond, but her words were cut short as Drogon unleashed a fiery blast towards them, propelling himself forward in an attempt to catch Orion. He was not alone. Diablo, in his battle form, leaped to attack Orion from behind, followed closely by Tiamat, whose eyes burned a vivid red as she conjured ice stakes, ice dragons, and more. The attack was not limited to them, as the Jaw Titan and the Armored Titan charged at the two twins. Finally, Cersei seized the opportunity of surprise and charged at Rizavim, determined to end his life. The battle between the two Satan figures began. As Cersei reached Rizavim, he launched several destructive orbs. Rizavim, seeing this, barely managed to shield himself with a barrier that struggled to withstand the power of the red-haired warrior, who was not holding back. Noticing this, Cersei coated his knuckles with his power while forming an armor that shone in crimson. In response, Rizavim created a sword of fire, reinforcing it with a wind spell while unleashing a wave of various spells to distract Cersei and land a lethal blow. However, each attack that struck Issei either disintegrated or failed to leave a scratch. Desperate, Issei charged at Issei, launching wind blades and thunder projectiles. Issei, observing this, summoned a barrier to absorb parts of the spells while shattering those he could not contain with a punch. As Issei got closer, he aimed his sword at Issei's arm, but Issei simply raised his arm, still clad in armor, shattering Issei's makeshift sword. Before Issei could react, Issei concentrated all his power and armor into one point, delivering a clean strike that pierced through Issei. Instead of leaving him to suffer, Issei unleashed a sphere of destruction with his other hand, obliterating Issei's body and soul, erasing all traces of what had once been Lucifer's grandson. Meanwhile, the former Hayadu siblings dodged the Titan's charge. Issei propelled himself forward, landing a hook to the face of the armored Titan, breaking several defensive plates. Iris attempted to do the same as her brother, but the Jaw Titan, being faster, managed to evade her and counterattack with a swipe. Seeing this, Iris jumped back to avoid the strike, but the Cargo Titan appeared and delivered a hammer-like blow that buried her into the ground. Noticing his sister in trouble, Issei grabbed one of the broken plates from the armored Titan and shot towards the Cargo Titan, driving it into its eye, provoking a roar from the Titan. The Jaw Titan, witnessing his companion's distress, tried to assist, but Iris emerged from the crater and delivered an uppercut to the Titan's jaw, breaking it with the force of her strike. As Issei prepared to continue his assault, Sunfire appeared, launching a fiery blast that forced Issei away from the Titan, which retreated to regenerate its wounds. Sunfire lunged at Issei, attempting to bite him, but Issei dodged as best he could to avoid being caught. Iris, seeing her brother in danger, tried to rush to his aid but was halted by the Jaw Titan, who, despite its broken jaw, swiped at her, sending her crashing into a nearby building. While Issei was evading, he found a blind spot he intended to exploit to take down Sunfire. However, he did not anticipate the intervention of Leonidas, who dove down and, just before impact, cast a wind spell on his claws, sharpening them. When Leonidas struck Issei, it left a deep cut across his torso. Before Issei could make another move, Sunfire seized him in his jaws and began to unleash a fiery blast, leaving Issei desperately writhing to free himself. Isis finally emerged from her confinement, only to witness her brother desperately trying to free himself from the jaws of Sunfire. Despite his efforts, it was in vain, as Sunfire unleashed a torrent of flames. The scales covering Issei's body, though resilient, could not withstand such concentrated heat, and he fell lifeless. Seeing this, Iris rushed forward without a second thought, driven by the desire to avenge her brother. However, was met with a wave of flames from Sunfire, Riogel, and Caraxes, engulfing her in fire. Now, the focus shifted to what would surely be the most significant and challenging battle of the present fighters' lives: the fight against Orion. Orion looked at the numerous adversaries before him and questioned why they continued to fight. Michael, with a serious expression, replied that they fought for a tomorrow and the chance to live in peace. Penemu added that they wanted a future with their loved ones. Orion, in a monotone voice, asked if they were referring to the Narnian king. This statement caused both Narnian soldiers and the women who loved him to regard Orion with even greater seriousness, except for those who already knew the truth, who looked at him with fury. Orion then dropped a bombshell, revealing that the Narnian king, Issei Hairu, was dead, shocking those who were unaware. Before anyone could refute this claim, Tiamat spoke up, stating that Issei had given his life for a peaceful future and that, as his girlfriend, it was her duty to carry on his legacy. She materialized an ice sword and leaped toward Orion, followed closely by Diablo. Diablo was the first to reach Orion, attempting to pierce him with his clawed gauntlet. Orion remained still, waiting for the attack. When Diablo's iron gauntlet struck Orion's abdomen, he attempted to seize Diablo by the neck to crush him, but Tiamat's ice sword intervened. Seeing both opponents before him, Orion attempted to incinerate them with a fire spell, but they both leaped back just in time. Before he could make another move, Atman charged from behind on his Carnotaurus, aiming to decapitate him while his mount attempted to impale him with its horns. Orion noticed the incoming attack and raised his forearm, shattering Atman's weapon. The horns of the mount met the same fate, breaking apart upon impact. The Carnotaurus recoiled in pain, and before Atman could give a command, it was sent flying by a hook that struck its stomach, sending both it and Atman hurtling through the air. Shaking his hand to remove the blood from the prehistoric creature, Orion created a barrier around himself to shield against a barrage of flames from the dragon's Sunfire, Riogel, Drogon and Caraxes, along with Ravel and Roswise, who unleashed powerful magical circles. Seeing that the flames showed no sign of stopping, Orion decided to take matters into his own hands. He conjured a powerful wind spell, redirecting the flames back at their casters. This was followed by him charging toward Ravel, delivering a punch infused with his energy, causing significant damage and burying her into the ground, creating a large crater. Before anyone could rush to her aid, Orion seized Drogon's tail and hurled him into Riogel, causing both dragons to crash to the ground. He then invoked an earth spell, striking their wings and rendering them unable to fly for an extended PRD. Orion had to block an onslaught from Sunfire and a spear thrown by Azazel. Once he distanced himself from these two, he invoked his barrier again to protect against spheres of destruction, light spears, and a bolt of ice, all launched by Circe, Michael, and Graphia. Before he could advance toward them, he had to dodge several light spears that erupted from the ground, along with a sword strike of the same element. The attackers were revealed to be Uriel and Metatron, who regarded him seriously, challenging him with their gazes. Orion returned their stare and charged at them. As he approached, Metatron created a sword of light to block a kick from Orion, who jumped back to evade several spears and 2 daggers thrown by Uriel. Once at a safe distance, Orion conjured his barrier again to shield himself from multiple light blasts and a punch from Zegan, who had just arrived on the battlefield, visibly displeased with the news of Issei's death. Orion dispelled the barrier and struck Zegan in the face with a hook. He then turned and grabbed Kiba, who was approaching from behind, delivering a knee to his face before launching him toward Gasper, who was attempting to freeze time. Seeing his companion injured, Gasper tried to catch Kiba, but a swift elbow to the face and a powerful blow to his back sent him flying toward Drogon and Riogel. Once that was done, Orion seized Kiba again, using him as a shield against Akino's lightning attacks. After a few moments, he hurled Kiba in Odin's direction, who was approaching from behind, aiming to catch him off guard. With that, Orion charged at Asia, who was healing Atman as he tried to get back on his feet. Asia leaped into action but was halted by several minotaurs, 2 centaurs, and various creatures ready to defend their commander. In a swift movement, Orion approached a minotaur, ripped off one of its horns, and drove it into the head of a tiger that had been trying to attack him from behind. He then stopped a bear that charged at him with his hands and, using his strength, tore the bear in 2. Following that, he landed a punch on Sunfire, who was closing in, and then pierced through a wolf that attempted to bite his head. Once that was accomplished, he moved toward a nearby minotaur, grabbing it by the neck and cleanly separating its head from its body. Using the minotaur's body, he defended himself against a light sword from Uriel, who had tried to stab him in the side. With the path somewhat cleared, he charged toward Asia, and as soon as he arrived, he struck Atman, who had stepped in front of Asia to take the hit. However, it was not enough, as the partially healed minotaur fell, barely able to lift his head. Orion continued his mission, delivering a knee to Asia's ribs, causing her to cough up blood, and then followed with a hook that slammed her into a building, leaving her unconscious. Once the healer was dealt with, he turned his attention to Seraphol, who was unleashing ice bolts and projectiles of the same element. Before he could reach her, Metatron intervened, attempting to sever Orion's arm. A punch to the face followed by a knee strike left Metatron unconscious, blood streaming from his face. With that obstacle removed, Orion charged at Seraphol again. Seeing him approach, she tried to defend herself with an ice shield, but Orion easily broke through it, grabbing the Mao by the neck and using her as a weapon against Gabriel, who was rushing to help her. With both of them on the ground, he delivered a hammer-like blow, burying them into the earth. Penemu shouted in anger, launching herself at him, followed closely by Azazel and Bria. As they got closer, Azazel summoned his armor and the true Longinus, leading the charge to strike first, followed by Uriel, who created a light sword and a dagger, and finally Penemu, wielding 2 light spears. Upon arrival, Issei landed a hook on Orion's face, and then he and Uriel attacked from both sides. Orion simply raised his hands to block the weapons but left his chest exposed, which Penemu took advantage of, attempting to pierce his chest. However, upon impact, the magic binding the spell shattered like glass. Before any of the 3 could react, Orion struck both men in the stomach, causing internal damage to Uriel and significant harm to Azazel despite his armor. To Penemu, he delivered a headbutt that drew blood, followed by a knee strike to her face, and finally a suplex that buried her into the ground. Once that was done, he prepared to continue his rampage, but a fiery blast that seemed to come from the sun itself halted him in his tracks. The Alliance turned to RA for answers, only to receive a negative response, indicating that the flame was not his doing. As they were about to charge at Orion, a feathered serpent appeared in the area, followed by 2 other entities. Before Quetzalcoatl could speak, he unleashed a fiery blast aimed directly at Orion. Orion defended himself by creating a barrier and began gathering energy in his fist. Once he had gathered enough energy, he deactivated the barrier and charged through the flames. Just as he was about to strike Mictlantecutli, the deity intervened and landed a punch that sent Orion stumbling back. However, before Mictlantecutli could mock him, Orion reappeared in front of him and delivered a powerful punch that left Mictlantecutli reeling. Next, Tezcatlipoca entered the fray, wielding 2 axes as he charged at Orion. Upon impact, the weapons shattered, but Tezcatlipoca seemed unfazed and engaged Orion in a fistfight. Tezcatlipoca landed the first blow, delivering a hook to Orion's face in an attempt to disorient him. But Orion countered with a knee strike that caught Tezcatlipoca squarely in the face, followed by a gut punch that made him stagger. The final contender was Quetzalcoatl, who prepared to launch another attack while Orion charged at her. When their forces collided, a shockwave erupted, sending several fallen angels and exorcists who had joined the battle flying. As the seconds passed, Orion increased his strength until, in a swift motion, he sent Quetzalcoatl flying backward. He then unleashed several wind discs infused with a portion of his cosmic energy, causing deep lines to form on the serpent's abdomen, from which blood began to seep moments later. Without hesitation, Orion charged forward again, continuing his relentless assault. Meanwhile, in a dark void, a figure floated, slowly awakening. As this person opened their eyes, a familiar brown hue emerged. This person was none other than Issei, the king of Narnia. He first examined his wounds, noting the bruises from Orion's blows and the gaping hole in his chest. However, upon touching the injuries, he realized they were healed. To confirm, he attempted to use his Titan power, sending yellow lightning coursing through his body, signaling that there were no wounds left to heal. Issei wondered aloud where he was, not expecting a response. As he pondered, what seemed like an infinite darkness began to take the shape of an ancient castle, reminiscent of his own home but with notable differences. In the hallway he found himself in, paintings depicted giants and monsters, with one striking image of a blue-skinned giant with red eyes, reminiscent of Rias's hair. After observing the artwork, Issei ventured deeper into the castle, searching for answers about his presence there. After several minutes of exploration, he arrived at a heavy door. Placing his hands on it, he began to push. As the door opened, the room transformed completely into a meeting chamber with 9 empty seats. Looking around, Issei noticed figures behind each chair. The seat in the center on the left was occupied by a being clad in armor, from which shadows emerged. On the opposite side of the table sat a dragon-like creature. Continuing to observe, he saw a giant, a werewolf, a golem, an insect-like man, a demon, an elf, and finally, a figure with a distorted jaw. As he examined the statues, Issei realized that beneath each one was a door. Strangely, the giant figure began to glow, and as it did, the door at its feet slowly opened. With no other options, Issei approached the door, and as he crossed the threshold, it slammed shut behind him. When he attempted to reopen it, he found it sealed, making it impossible to return. Just as he was about to push against the door again, torches that he had previously overlooked ignited, illuminating the dark hallway. As the lights began to illuminate, the hallway revealed its secrets. Turning around, Issei noticed a door at the end of the corridor. With no other exit available, he made his way toward it. Upon reaching the door and opening it, he found himself in a place that resembled a grand capital. As he looked around, he noticed that the ceiling depicted what seemed to be a story told through drawings. Just as he was about to continue his exploration, a voice spoke. A deep, calm voice informed him that he had finally arrived. Issei, serious and on guard, questioned who was there. The voice reassured him that it meant no harm. Issei, still wary, wondered how he could trust someone he couldn't see. The shadow suggested that if he wanted to speak face to face, he should look behind him. When Issei turned around, he found a tall man with dark blue skin, black hair and beard, and crimson-red eyes. The man introduced himself as Ligia, the monarch of giants. Issei, still on guard, asked how Ligia knew him and where they were. Ligia explained that he knew everything about Issei and that they were in the center of the multiverse, in a place called the Hall of Monarchs, which shocked Issei. Issei, surprised, asked for clarification about the multiverse. Ligia confirmed that they were indeed in the center of the multiverse. Curious about the term monarch, Issei asked what it meant. Ligia stated that he needed to tell a story to explain. With a wave of his hand, chairs and a table appeared. Issei, serious, urged him to begin. Ligia recounted that millennia ago, when the multiverse was created, a being capable of annihilating or creating everything fashioned 10 beings known as the monarchs. These included the monarch of shadows, the monarch of destruction, the monarch of beasts, the monarch of ice, the monarch of giants, the monarch of iron, the monarch of transfiguration, and the monarch of insects. This being instructed them to protect the multiverse. After 100 million years, one of their own, known as the monarch of creation, became corrupted and began to destroy everything in his path. They, as protectors, tried to stop him, but he created beings to oppose them. The Supreme Being, noticing this, granted them some of his creation power to form their armies. As the monarch of giants, Ligia created giants to command, empowering some to become commanders. A great war ensued, with the monarch of destruction and the monarch of shadows battling the corrupted monarch of creation while the others focused on attacking the strongest commanders of the corrupted monarch. Seeing the corrupted monarch grow stronger, they decided to imprison him in the center of the multiverse, near where they held their meetings. However, each monarch was gravely injured from the fierce battle, and ultimately, they all fell to their wounds. Following their demise, the divine being intervened once more, allowing them to be reincarnated in a universe they would watch over. Ligia noted that in Issei's universe, one of the corrupted monarch's subordinates had already escaped from prison, meaning the monarchs would need to gather again to stop him. Issei, serious, asked what this had to do with him. Ligia explained that the monarchs had perished, and his soul had traveled for millennia in search of a worthy host, ultimately finding Issei. Issei, surprised, questioned if he was truly the bearer of Ligia's soul. Ligia confirmed that Issei would be the next monarch of giants. Issei, feeling nervous, asked why he was chosen. Ligia revealed that his soul recognized Issei as a great warrior and strategist, foreseeing that he would one day become a king. He noted that during Issei's time ruling the Narnian people, he demonstrated responsibility and perseverance, which led to his selection. Issei inquired about the consequences of refusing Ligia's power. Ligia warned that if Issei declined, he would perish, and all his loved ones, along with the beings of his universe, would be eradicated by Orion, who possessed bloodline powers from one of the commanders of the renegade monarch. Issei contemplated the pros and cons of his decision. On one hand, gaining immense power and a great army would be incredibly beneficial. On the other hand, there was the looming threat of war, one from which he might not return alive. Minutes passed as Issei pondered his thoughts while Ligia watched him expectantly. After what felt like an eternity, Issei finally spoke up, accepting the offer with a serious expression as he shook hands with Ligia, who smiled in response. Ligia then stated that if Issei wished to help his loved ones, subjects, and friends, they needed to act quickly, rising from his seat. Issei stood up as well, following Ligia. Ligia explained that while Issei's body was lifeless, his soul was resisting thanks to Ligia's power. They entered a room adorned with various statues. Issei, filled with curiosity, asked where they were. Ligia informed him that the statues belonged to his commanders and that they would perform a ritual to signal them to seek Issei. As Ligia began to levitate, a pentagram appeared on the floor. Ligia instructed Issei to stand in the center, his eyes glowing a deep crimson. Obeying, Issei positioned himself in the middle of the room. Once in place, the statues began to emit a dark blue glow while Ligia spoke in a dialect unfamiliar to Issei. Suddenly, Issei began to rise, his entire body illuminating with a radiant light. In an unknown location, several beings gathered for what appeared to be a meeting. As if sensing something, they all stood up quickly. One of them, speaking seriously, noted that they could feel a presence. Another expressed joy at the return of their lord. The leader of the group rose and commanded them to prepare their troops, urging them to be ready for their monarch's arrival. He declared that he would go ahead to find their monarch, leading the others to follow suit. In Osaka, Japan, what was once a thriving city lay in ruins, but the focus shifted to a specific area. Testarossa was seen attacking Orion with a whip, while Orion defended himself with the body of an elf. He then attempted to strike with a knee, but Thrain intervened, taking the hit and pushing Orion back slightly. This was followed by a wave of energy from nearby elves. Seeing the threat, Orion retaliated by striking the ground, creating a barrier. Circe, breathing heavily and standing beside Graphia, remarked that they could not fight against such power. Orion charged at 2 minotaurs but was intercepted by Siddhartha, who swiped at him while Ra followed closely behind. Just before the strike landed, Orion propelled himself backward, delivering a knee strike to Siddhartha and grabbing Ra's spear, which was aimed at him. Orion then executed a powerful kick to Ra's side, sending him crashing into the remnants of a nearby building. Just as they were about to continue, the ground began to tremble, causing everyone to halt. Large cracks formed in the earth, and as this occurred, volcanoes erupted, and hurricanes began to swirl across the world. The strongest among them, Great Red, Ophis, and Orion, sensed an enormous aura approaching, one that dwarfed their own. But that was not all. A massive shadow began to envelop the land, plunging them from panic into desperation. The shadow, resembling a hand, grasped the earth as if it were a mere tennis ball. As this unfolded, a colossal head emerged from the immense figure, and in various parts of the world, gigantic portals of deep blue began to appear. In Osaka, the largest portals in the world appeared, from which emerged various beings radiating a pure power that surpassed even the dragon gods. The first being had 4 arms, each ending in hands of different colors: red, blue, green, and yellow. Its body was green, and what stood out the most was its lack of a head, replaced instead by a yellow band. The next being was a man covered in thick fur, adorned with bones across his body. The most striking feature was a large sword that he dropped to the ground as he crossed through the portal. Another being emerged from a portal in the sky. As it descended, it spread its wings, revealing red lines that extended across its body, while threads from its wings formed a spear. The penultimate being was a large man with a covered face, wearing a headpiece resembling a 4-pointed bow. Upon emerging, he extended his hand, and a red spear began to form. The last to emerge appeared to be a man with his head hidden beneath a cloth. This individual had 4 arms and skin of a bluish-green hue. All of these beings were giants, standing around 20 meters tall, except for the first, who was about 30 meters. Upon their arrival, they ignored everything around them, soaring into the sky, except for 2 who dashed off in a specific direction. The 2 that remained on the ground ran at sonic speeds toward the same destination. Seeing the direction they were heading, many followed suit, except for Gran Rojo, who stayed behind to clarify their path. Gran Rojo thought seriously that everyone should follow, as they were heading to where Issei had fallen. He then dashed off in that direction, followed by all who could keep up. Meanwhile, Orion was not concerned until a portal opened beside him. Jevel instructed him to eliminate the corpse of the Narnian before it was too late, speaking seriously as he cut off the connection. Receiving orders from his superior, Orion sped off to attempt the destruction of Issei's body. Upon arrival, the onlookers were struck by a single reason. Issei was floating, surrounded by the materializing beings, who knelt as if awaiting orders from their leader. Just as someone was about to make a move, a powerful wave of air swept through the area. The source of this force was Orion and the giant with the cloth-covered head, who had struck their fists together, creating the gust. Gran Rojo thought in shock about how he hadn't even seen them move, astonished by the speed of the two powerful beings. He was not alone in this realization. Every supernatural being present with considerable power failed to perceive the movements of the two. One of the beings remarked that Issei was somewhat powerful, perhaps at the level of a captain, but not at his level. Orion responded, asserting that they would see about that. He introduced himself as Orion, the pinnacle of power who would assist his master in his return, his voice filled with seriousness and arrogance. Droll introduced himself as one of the captains of the giant monarch, speaking seriously as he used one of his lower arms to strike, sending an opponent crashing into a mountain, leaving a fist-shaped mark on their chest. Glacier, still kneeling, instructed Droll to kneel as the ritual was about to conclude. Droll acknowledged Glacier, who was now recognized as a being with large, beautifully decorated red wings. As Glacier had predicted, the earth began to tremble violently, as if the entire Milky Way was shaking under the display of immense power. A beam of light erupted from the pentagram, enveloping Issei's body and creating a lightning bolt that shot up into the cosmos. Everyone except the giants was thrown into the air by the overwhelming force released. Tiamat shouted in shock, struggling to keep herself grounded with a chunk of ice she had created. Gran Rojo exclaimed that he felt like an ant in comparison to the power being unleashed, digging his claws into the ground for stability. Asia cried out in disbelief, covering herself with Drogon, who was shielding as many as he could. As the lightning began to diminish and the strong winds subsided, the earth's trembling came to a halt, though the giant continued to brace the ground. From where Issei had once been, a new being emerged, looking nothing like the old Issei except for his brown hair. This entity had two large horns on his head, his torso exposed with golden tattoos adorning his dark blue body. He wore a black belt at his hips and boots that appeared metallic. The most striking feature was a neon dark blue ring atop his head. This being floated, surveying his surroundings. He called out to God, who began to glow and transformed into a sphere that hovered before him. God expressed his pleasure at seeing his master again, kneeling in obedience and loyalty. His form was gray, with what appeared to be veins running through his body, and his face was unsettlingly featureless. Suddenly, Orion emerged from where he had been sent, aiming to strike the new being. However, Gaia, the second largest of the unknown entities, intervened, conjuring a hurricane in the shape of a shield. Gaia assured Orion that he would handle the situation himself to test the extent of his power. The being ceased floating and landed on his feet, creating a crater in the ground. He introduced himself as Issei Haidu, the monarch of the giants, growing to a height of 4 meters as he spoke seriously. The supernatural beings and the Narnian witnesses were left in shock by his declaration. History was paralyzed, recognizing her beloved Issei, whom she had seen perish in her arms. Rosswise confirmed her disbelief, acknowledging that it truly was Issei. As everyone stared at Issei's new appearance, he snapped his fingers, causing a dimensional rift to appear. From it emerged a weapon that many recognized: the gauntlet of the Red Dragon Emperor of Domination. Drake, surprised to find himself in a different place, questioned how he had arrived there. Upon noticing the calm gaze directed at him, Issei introduced himself again, stating he was Haid Issei, the monarch of the giants. Drake was taken aback by Issei's transformed appearance. Issei announced his presence, capturing the attention of everyone except the monarch's servants, who already knew what was about to unfold. He offered a proposition: to become his servant, promising liberation from their current prison and a power beyond imagination. His calm demeanor surprised the supernatural beings around him. As Drake contemplated the offer, Issei created a barrier that resembled the Milky Way, shielding himself from a strike by Orion, who watched in astonishment. Orion thought to himself, realizing that Issei had withstood a blow at just 10% of his strength. This was a feat no faction or Narnian had managed without flinching. Issei then pushed Orion slightly, sending him hurtling away like a rocket, landing far off in Germany. Meanwhile, Drake was still mulling over Issei's words, filled with questions. Could he truly be freed? Would he receive the promised power? At that moment, a giant with a unique crown on his head began to speak, recommending that Drake accept Issei's offer. Drake demanded to know the giant's identity and why he should consider it. The giant introduced himself as Acrioria and explained that accepting the offer would elevate Drake to a level he had never imagined, something every dragon desired. After a few moments of contemplation, Drake observed Issei approaching him and beginning to levitate. Issei asked for Drake's response, and Drake, serious, declared his acceptance. The supernatural beings watched in shock as Issei smiled, an unusual aura beginning to envelop the gauntlet. A crimson glow emanated from the gauntlet, dark tones appearing within the luminous light. The gauntlet began to materialize into what resembled armor, extending 3 meters from his back with 2 wings emerging. 3 horns sprouted from his head, 2 curving inward while the last pointed forward. As the glow faded, a crimson armor with black accents emerged, completely concealing Drake's face except for his white eyes. Where the gauntlet once was, a red gauntlet with black details remained, prominently featuring a white gem with yellow accents on the chest. Issei calmly inquired about Drake's new form. Drake knelt, bowing his head, and expressed that he felt unlike ever before. Issei then issued his first command, to protect the women of the Narnians and the supernatural beings he cared for. Drake affirmed his commitment and took to the skies to join the spectators. Issei instructed the others to create a lifeless pocket universe where he could channel some of his power, and they nodded in unison. In the blink of an eye, Issei vanished into thin air. In Berlin, the capital of Germany, the city had managed to withstand the chaos thanks to the timely arrival of supernatural beings and the swift intervention of the military. The threat posed by the Chaos Brigade was being eradicated by towering giants, each around 10 meters tall, armed with various medieval weapons. These giants ignored the humans and supernatural beings, focusing solely on eliminating the members of the Chaos Brigade. As the giants followed their monarch's orders to eradicate the Chaos Brigade from the earth, Orion crashed into one of the buildings, attempting to regain his footing only to find Issei standing before him. In a swift motion that Orion could not see, Issei seized him by the head and snapped his fingers, causing them to vanish. In a parallel universe, a volcanic world began to materialize, and from a swirling vortex emerged Issei, still holding Orion. With a powerful throw, he sent Orion hurtling toward a volcano, which erupted violently upon impact, sending debris flying at incredible speed. Issei, confident in his ability to create bodies and manipulate reality, declared that it was time to test his strength as he charged toward Orion. Orion, recovering from the initial shock, crossed his arms to defend against Issei's powerful hook aimed at his face. The blow obliterated what remained of the volcano, launching Orion into the sky. Once airborne, Orion quickly regained his composure and shot back toward Issei, who defended himself by blocking Orion's axe kick with his arm. Seizing the opportunity, Issei grabbed Orion's leg and hurled him upward with great force before leaping into the air himself, floating in space. Orion, deep in thought, wondered how Issei could be so strong as he steadied himself, using his power to remain upright. Without a word, Issei vanished and reappeared beside Orion, delivering a hammer-like strike that sent Orion crashing into the moon, creating a crater that spanned half the natural satellite. Orion quickly recovered and retaliated with a hook aimed at Issei, who was sent hurtling back toward the volcanic planet, which began to crack under the force of the impact. As he stood up and stretched his neck, Issei decided it was time to stop playing. He increased his power to a level that caused the planet to implode, shattering the moon with the resulting debris. Seeing this, Orion raised his power to 50% in an attempt to withstand the immense force emanating from Issei. The two opponents clashed fists, creating a shockwave that shattered a nearby planet. After the impact, Issei landed a powerful right hook to Orion's side before appearing where Orion was headed, striking him with overwhelming force and sending him toward the sun that illuminated the planets. Upon reaching the blazing gas sphere, Orion extended his arm toward the sun. From a distance, Issei watched as the sun began to shrink. Once compressed, Issei noticed flames of bright yellow mixed with red erupting from Orion's fist. Issei, calm and intrigued, raised his hand to draw two planets closer, one made of threads and the other composed entirely of water. As they approached, the water elements merged and positioned themselves in Issei's fist. With a powerful move, the two elements shot toward each other. Upon impact, the two fists compressed beyond their limits, resulting in an explosion of titanic proportions. The explosion was so immense that the remaining planets in the artificial system were reduced to mere stardust. Both opponents were sent flying in opposite directions. Issei quickly regained his footing and charged at Orion, who braced himself for the impending impact. Upon receiving the blow, Orion was sent hurtling backward, his arms rendered useless. Surprised by his injuries, Orion questioned how this could happen. Still reeling from the shock, he regenerated and summoned all his power. In a fit of rage, Orion declared that Issei would perish today as he charged forward, gathering energy from the universe into his fist. Meanwhile, Issei contemplated using another technique inherited from his predecessor. Charging his energy into his fist, he unleashed a powerful attack, creating a small black hole in front of him. As he closed in, Issei, faster than Orion, dodged the attack and struck Orion in the side, near his arm. Upon impact, Orion was sent flying, losing his left arm and exiting the galaxy they were in. Determined to end the battle, Issei focused on his next move while Orion floated through space. His blood splattered across the void as he remained in shock from the loss of his arm. In his thoughts, Orion lamented that he was created to be the most powerful, questioning why he could not defeat this adversary. To his further astonishment, a colossal being emerged from the galaxy, planting one foot in the galaxy while forming another galaxy beneath its other foot. Issei, in his complete form, radiated an aura of respect and power. Orion observed him, feeling as small as an ant next to an elephant. He remarked that at some point during their battle, Issei had been serious, acknowledging the blood loss he had suffered. Issei, however, denied it, maintaining a serious demeanor. Orion, accepting his fate, expressed that if he was to die, he would prefer to do so by experiencing Issei's most powerful attack, looking at him with respect. Issei began to move his hands as if grasping something. He called forth the Infinity Big Bang Storm, summoning two galaxies into his palms and merging them into a sphere of immense power. This energy trembled the very fabric of space-time, creating temporal rifts. As Issei directed his attack at Orion, a brilliant beam erupted, revealing galaxies within, all converging on a single target, Orion. Upon impact, Orion was erased from existence as the beam concentrated its energy. Issei watched as his attack began to manifest, creating a big bang. He sighed, feeling a sense of control over his power, and prepared to step through a space-time rift. In Osaka, Japan, supernatural beings and the Narnian Empire were seen healing and resting. The focus shifted to the leaders and close allies of the brown-haired warrior. Drake, with a serious expression and arms crossed, stated that he did not know Issei's whereabouts and would not reveal it even if he did. Rias, in tears, clung to his leg, pleading for answers. She was not alone. The other women who loved Issei joined in, begging and threatening for information about the one they adored. The men remained serious, observing the emotional turmoil. Drake eventually pushed the women away and knelt, causing confusion among the onlookers. This confusion quickly turned to astonishment as the space around them shattered like glass, revealing Issei, calm and composed. His loved ones cried out in unison, rushing towards him. They were soon followed by the others. Issei began to revert to his usual form, opening his arms in anticipation. The women leaped onto him, burying him beneath a mountain of affection. After a few minutes filled with a mix of curses and endearments directed at him, everyone else went off to heal or rest, leaving only Issei, Drake, Droll, God, Glacier, Acrioria, Gaia, and two others known as Treyer and Ogler. Drake, with uncertainty in his voice, asked what they should do next, looking at Issei, who was gazing at the horizon as the sun rose. Issei calmly instructed them to wait, leaving Drake and several of his servants puzzled. Ogler expressed his confusion, and Droll echoed the sentiment. Issei attempted to explain but was interrupted by God, who knelt, apologizing for the interruption. Issei allowed him to speak. God explained that they were alone in this, and with one of the corrupted monarch's servants still at large, they needed to remain vigilant and wait for the other monarchs. Issei agreed, instructing his subordinates to return to their positions and monitor their sections of the multiverse. He then asked Gaia to teach Drake about his new responsibilities. Issei pondered who would be next. The story unfolds with a powerful monarch at its center, a figure of strength and wisdom. This ruler navigates the complexities of their kingdom, facing challenges that test their resolve and leadership. As they engage with their subjects, the monarch's decisions shape the fate of the realm, bringing both prosperity and conflict. In the midst of political intrigue, the monarch encounters various allies and adversaries. Each interaction reveals layers of loyalty and betrayal as the stakes grow higher. The tension in the court is palpable, with whispers of rebellion echoing through the halls. As battles loom on the horizon, the monarch prepares their forces, rallying brave warriors to defend their land. The clash of swords and the roar of battle fill the air, but the focus remains on strategy and courage rather than graphic violence. The determination of the monarch inspires those around them, igniting a fierce spirit of unity among the people. Through trials and tribulations, the monarch learns the true meaning of leadership, understanding that strength lies not only in power but also in compassion and understanding. The journey is fraught with challenges, yet it is also filled with moments of hope and resilience, as the monarch strives to create a brighter future for their kingdom. Heroes 1. Rebirth of the Dragon King. In a world where legends were born and heroes rose, the tale of the Dragon King began anew. The skies were painted with hues of orange and purple as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm glow over the land. The villagers whispered stories of the Dragon King, a powerful being who once protected them from darkness. As the night fell, a sense of unease settled over the kingdom. Shadows danced in the corners of the streets, and the air was thick with anticipation. The people knew that the time for heroes had come again. They gathered in the town square, their faces illuminated by flickering torches, each hoping for a glimpse of the legendary figure who would return to save them. In the heart of the village, a young warrior named Kale stood tall, his heart pounding with determination. He had trained for years, honing his skills in the art of combat, dreaming of the day he would face the challenges that lay ahead. With a fierce resolve, he vowed to seek out the Dragon King and awaken the ancient power that slept within. As Kale embarked on his journey, he encountered various allies along the way. Each one brought unique abilities and strengths, forming a bond that would be tested in the trials to come. Together, they faced formidable foes and overcame obstacles that seemed insurmountable. The path was fraught with danger, but Kale's spirit never wavered. He felt the weight of his destiny pressing upon him, urging him forward. The echoes of the past whispered in his ears, reminding him of the sacrifices made by those who came before. With every step, he drew closer to the truth of the Dragon King's legacy. As the heroes ventured deeper into the unknown, they discovered hidden realms and ancient secrets. The air crackled with magic, and the ground trembled beneath their feet. They knew that the final confrontation with the darkness was approaching, and they would need to summon all their courage to face it. In the climactic battle, the heroes stood united against the forces of evil. The clash of power reverberated through the air, and the light of hope shone brightly amidst the chaos. Kale felt the surge of energy within him, a connection to the Dragon King that ignited his spirit. With unwavering determination, he unleashed a wave of strength, rallying his friends and pushing back against the encroaching darkness. The battle raged on, but the bond they had forged proved unbreakable. Together, they fought not just for themselves, but for the future of their kingdom. As the dust settled and the echoes of battle faded, the heroes emerged victorious. The Dragon King had been reborn, and with him, a new era of peace and prosperity dawned upon the land. The villagers rejoiced, their hearts filled with gratitude and hope. Kale stood among his friends, knowing that their journey had only just begun. The legacy of the Dragon King would live on, and together, they would continue to protect their world from the shadows that threatened to return.